Good morning, everyone. It's 8 o'clock. I'm going to take a look down the list to make sure we have the folks we need.
Mr. Chair, I think.
Echo.
I think Krista. Hold on.
Yeah, Krista Svensson is not with us. Oh, there she is.
Hey.
Well, we certainly have a quorum, and I'm not noticing any missing names. The problem is our list, of course, includes a lot of people other than council members. All right, we have wonderful sound effects this morning. We're going to start with some announcements from Executive Director Chuck Tracy, but I think he has to get his audio under control. Chuck?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I got it under control now. Do I?
You do indeed.
Okay, good. Yeah, thanks. We do have a full day ahead of us today, I think. As you recall, we're starting with the limited entry, with the in-season management at the beginning of the day for Groundfish. Then we've got our suite of administrative matters. Just as a note, legislative, there's a pretty long letter that still has not been posted. We will be taking a break before that to give council members a chance to read it. So look for that. Just as a early heads up, there'll be some shaded parts in the letter that are going to require some additional council input on whether to how they want to handle those particular responses. Again, look for that when it shows up. The meeting record should be quick, standardized bycatch reporting. There's some extensive reports there. Membership appointments and council operating procedures should be pretty straightforward. And then future council meeting and agenda workload and planning. I would point out that the supplemental attachments 3 and 4, the draft November meeting agenda, quick reference agenda, and the year at a glance are available for your review. So if you get an opportunity to look at those in advance, we appreciate that as well. I think that's all I've got in terms of agenda prep today. So I think I'm just going to let it go at that, and we'll get back to you on the legislative matters to let you know when that document's available.
All right, thank you, Chuck. So we have a full day. So without any delay, I'll turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Brad Pettinger for in-season adjustments.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick, and good morning, everyone. It is a full day, it looks like. So with that, I'll look to Todd to kick us off on in-season. Todd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, Council. This is your last Groundfish item for this particular meeting. Today, we'll be dealing with agenda item C7, which is in-season adjustments. Measures for the Groundfish are set by the Council with the general understanding that these measures will need to be adjusted within the biennium to attain but not exceed the annual catch limits. This agenda item will consider progress to date of the Groundfish fishery as well as routine and season adjustments to the 2021 fisheries, such as trip limit adjustments and season structure. These adjustments are in part based on recent landings data and the latest information from the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program. In your reference materials, you have 3 reports, one from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, one from the GMT, and one from the GAP. Your action today is to consider projections for the 2021 fisheries and adopt in-season adjustments as necessary. With that, Mr. Vice Chair, I conclude my overview, but I am happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Todd. Questions for Todd on the overview? Okay, thanks, Todd. With that, we'll go to Marcy Remco on the CDFW report. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is our routine report that we submit under the in-season agenda item to give industry and the public and the council an update on where our catches are relative to the more important sport and commercial harvest limits. So with that, all in all, we are well within all of our limits. As usual, we are under attaining most of our limits. I think really there's not much that's all that noteworthy to report. Nothing stands out as being particularly over or under in any of the monthly tracking. But just wanted to note that with regard to our recreational surfs field monitoring, we are back to protocols that allow us to collect the full suite of information that we need to generate our monthly catch estimates. Until this time, we were employing a number of safety measures that resulted in us missing some very critical data that feeds into the estimates of important stocks that we're tracking. So we're back to normal protocols, but just flagging that does mean that for the early months of 2021, just like 2020, there are some gaps. We have our commercial data shown in table 3 that reflect a very slight increase in some shelf rockfish stocks near shore as well, compared with previous years, 2017 through 2020. The deep water stocks are trending similar to 2020. And I guess with that, I'll take any questions and we will bring back a more complete report for November.
Thank you, Marcy. Questions for Marcy on the CDFW report? Okay. Okay, with that, we'll go to Mel Mandrup and the GMT report. Mel?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mel Mandrup here with the Groundfish management team. I will be reading from agenda item C7A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, the team's report on in-season adjustments, final action. The GMT discussed the current status of the groundfish fisheries, requests from industry, and any needs for in-season adjustment during the September 21 PFMC meeting. The GMT requests that National Marine Fisheries Service implement all action items in this report in the most expedient manner possible, recognizing that any emergency rule may ultimately take precedence over in-season action. So today in front of you, you have a few action items and then some of the standard informational items. Of the action items, we have limited entry fixed gear north of 36 for sablefish daily trip limits. In 2021, sablefish prices in the limited entry north sector of the daily trip limit or DTL fishery show a similar trend to those in 2020, generally remaining below $2.50 a pound. And this can be seen in the figure 1 below. The price per pound and how it's trending over the periods. Landings in 2021 for the sector are trending slightly higher than in 2020, and similarly to the 2019 landings trend. The GMT projected limited entry north landings for 2021 under a low, average, and high price scenario. Actual landings through August 31st, 2021 have been about 56% of the average price scenario projections and about 83% of the low price scenario projections. Thus, the GMT provides projections under both the low and the average price scenarios in table 1 below. For status quo and proposed limited entry north, trip limits are provided in Table 1 as well, with associated high and low projections and percent attainment of the landed catch share, or the amount of fish allocated to the limited entry fixed gear fishery. Projected cumulative landings in Table 1 and Figure 2 are a combination of actual landings for January 1 through August 31st and projected landings for September 1st through December 31st. Given the projections under the price scenario are likely overestimates and both remain below the landed catch share, the GMT recommends the council select option 2, 45,000 pounds per week, not to exceed 9,000 pounds per 2 months for the limited entry north sector, to be implemented as soon as possible through the end of the year. And below you see Table 1 with our standard, our status quo trip limit, which is currently on the books, and how the projections been coming in under a low and average price scenarios compared to the landed catch share with the associated percent attainment. Option 2, this is a slight departure from what we normally provide and in the limited entry north trip limits. This is going to allow folks to make their total bi-monthly landing in 2 weeks versus 3 weeks. So just wanted to note that there, if anyone catches a slight difference. So in figure 2 below, you can see how the fishery's been trending thus far under the status quo trip limit, under how the projections would go under the option 1 and then option 2 in that last panel. So for open access north of 36, 2021 sablefish prices in open access north sector of the DTL fishery show a similar trend to those in 2020, both years exhibiting a significant dip in period 4, July and August, compared to other periods as seen in Figure 3. Landings in 2021 for the sector are trending slightly higher than 2020 and similarly to the 2019 landings trend. The GMT projected open access north landings for 2021 under a low average and high price scenario. Actual landings through August 31st have been about 67% of the average price scenario and about 89% of the low price scenario projections. Thus, the GMT provides projections under both the low and average price scenarios down in Table 2. So below you see Figure 3, again showing the trends for price per pound over each period. Status quo and proposed open access trip limits are provided in Table 2 with associated low and high projections and percent attainment of the landed catch share. Projected cumulative limit landings in Table 2 and Figure 4 are combinations of actual landings from 4 January 1st through August 31st and projected landings for September 1st through December 31st. The GMT recommends that the council select option 1, the 600 pounds daily limit or a weekly limit up to 3,000 pounds and not to exceed the 6,000 pounds per 2 months for the open access north sector and for it to be implemented as soon as possible through the end of the year. So Table 2 shows your status quo trip limit, the option 1 trip limit, projected landings under 2 price scenarios, landed catch share, and the percent attainment of that catch share. And then you have Figure 5 showing the cumulative projected landings for open access north under the status quo scenario, and then also under option 1. So link cod limited entry north and open access north of 42. A request for increased link cod take in the limited entry fixed gear fishery north of 42 was made due to the entirety of 4,000 pounds trip limit being landed within the first 2 weeks of a trip limit period. Status quo is currently resulting in regulatory discarding. We modeled raising the trip limit, link cod trip limit, by 1,000 pounds per 2 months for limited entry and 5,000 pounds per month for open access, seen in table 3. The minimal differences in the projected landings, as well as the estimated encounters of yellow-eye rockfish, which are about 0.1 metric ton increase for the remainder of the year on the yellow-eye, which is seen in table 4. Therefore, the GMT recommends option 1 to be implemented as soon as possible, because the increase in link cod is expected to reduce regulatory discarding and provide additional opportunity for some industry members that are already in the limited entry fixed gear fishery. The GMT believes the 1,000 pounds extra in a 2-month period is less likely to entice new effort than raising that limit higher, which will help minimize increased targeting of link cod and associated yellow-eye rockfish bycatch. So in table 3, you see your status quo trip limit for all periods north of 42, and then the option 1 trip limit to increase the limited entry and the open access trip limits for the last 2 periods of the year, or as soon as possible. Table 4 has the projected impacts compared to the non-trawl allocation for link cod north of 42 for both the status quo trip limit and the option 1 trip limit. And then with that, I'll move on to the informational items for 2021 landings and prices in the limited entry fixed gear sector south of 36 for the sablefish DTL fishery through period 4. They are tracking generally lower than those during the same time in 2020, and the sector is projected to land 160.3 metric tons, which is about 26.7% of its 601 metric ton landed catch share under the average price scenario, making this amount a likely overestimation, which is seen in table 5. Sorry, typo. That should be figure 6. Late night formatting issues. Apologies. The GMT consulted limited entry south sector participants to determine whether adjustments to the limited entry south trip limits should provide additional opportunity for the sector attainment, but industry representatives commented that the poor market conditions in Southern California would not benefit from higher trip limits. The open access sector south of 36 is experiencing slightly higher participation this year than in previous years, but landings are still low at less than 2% or 8.5 metric tons of the 535 metric ton open access landed catch share, and that should say figure 7 opposed to table 6. So in figure 6, you can see how limited entry south is trending compared to their target. And then figure 7, you can see how open access south is trending compared to previous years. So for Chinook salmon scorecard, table 5 shows Chinook salmon catches from the groundfish fishery and exempted fishing permits as of September 13th, 2021 in relation to the sector thresholds. Table 6 shows the breakdown of catches from the EFPs. Table 5, you can see our standard table that we provide breaks it down into the two sectors from the biological opinion, the whiting, non-whiting. We have the subsector breakdown, catch to date from those subsectors, and their percent of catch compared to the threshold for those subsectors. And I will note that the tribal catch to date, recall this is a preseason number that we account for, and that is based on historic landings from the for the last 5 years. So table 6, this is showing what has been taken from the EFPs, from the midwater trawl EFP north and south of 42. They're combined due to a limited number of participants in one area. So both areas were combined in this table. Short belly rockfish scorecard, table 7 estimates that 246.1 metric tons of short belly rockfish has been taken as of September 13th, 2021. Even though the data is publicly available online, the GMT is including the table summarizing mortality by sector to date in our in-season report as requested by the council. So in table 7, you can see estimated mortality from each sector that has taken short belly thus far this season. So in the rebuilding species scorecard, in table A1 in the appendix at the end of the report shows the updated 2021 rebuilding species scorecard for yellow-eye rockfish. The International Pacific Halibut Commission has concluded their annual longline survey that informs the annual Pacific halibut stock assessment off the U.S. West Coast. The total yellow-eye rockfish impacts were 0.71 metric tons out of 1.1 metric tons set aside for that survey. Therefore, 0.39 metric ton of the yellow-eye rockfish have been returned to the scorecard. The annual groundfish mortality report produced by the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program, which is up in the NIMS report under agenda item C1, shows that in 2020, the estimated yellow-eye rockfish impacts from the directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery were 2.62 metric tons. That the report does note that due to COVID-19 issues, the first 2 directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery openings were not observed. Only the 3rd opening was observed at a low level, about 3%. The 2019 WICA mortality report estimated impacts from the directed Pacific halibut fishery to be 7.42 metric tons of yellow-eye rockfish mortality. The GMT has been using 7.42 metric tons as the projected impacts from the directed Pacific halibut fishery in the rebuilding species scorecard. And the GMT notes that the directed Pacific halibut commercial fishery changed from 10-hour openings to 58-hour openings beginning in 2020 and continued into 2021. With only 1 year data from this extended duration of the fishery, it is uncertain and uncertainty in the future prosecution of the fishery. The GMT recommends using an average of those years with observer data from 2017 to 2020, which comes out to about 2.66 metric tons, as the projected impacts on yellow-eye rockfish mortality from the Pacific halibut fishery for 2021. Unless new data emerges, the GMT will use the same value for the set-aside for the 23-24 biennial harvest specifications and management measures calculations. And then below that, you have the list of recommendations. And the last page there is the appendix showing the rebuilding species scorecard, noting that for the incidental open access line there, that is where the Pacific halibut number is included, and it brings that incidental open access projected impact up to 3.28 metric tons. But it still estimates us at about 75.2% of the ACL for yellow-eye. With that, I conclude this long-winded in-season report and would be happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Mel, for a very thorough report. Questions for Mel on the GMT report? Marcy Remco. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mel. Appreciate the report and, again, the level of detail that is provided to us for our decision making today. Also appreciate your ongoing efforts to keep us apprised of tracking on our scorecard, as well as our takes to date of Chinook and coho salmon in the groundfish fishery, as well as short belly rockfish. So we realize that makes for a long report each time, but it's very much appreciated to keep those numbers in the forefront of our thinking as we progress meeting to meeting. I have a question for you on the lingcod section. You described this request as coming from industry, and that that under status quo activities are currently resulting in regulatory discard. That language suggests to me that this is not the target fishery, but maybe you can tell me more about the nature of the request and what fishery this actually is.
Yes, thank you for the question. I did reach out and I received some clarification. The requester of this trip limit increase actually is more in the sablefish fishery, like with target sablefish. So this is more of a bycatch, at least for this particular limited entry participant. And so at that point, yes, I think it would be a regulatory discard because they are targeting sablefish versus lingcod.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Further questions for the GMT? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Mel. Oh, Corey Niles. Corey.
Yeah, excuse me for being slow this morning, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Mel, for the report on this challenging issue of yellow-eye bycatch, challenging in terms of estimation in the halibut fishery. So just kind of understanding what the team is asking here. I guess the council does approve set-asides as a matter of policy, but the estimates to me are more a matter of technical GMT arena type of decision. So yeah, I guess I'm wondering why you're asking the council to recommend a number. And secondly, I guess on the change in the halibut fishery, extending it beyond the short time derby to more of a longer open period. I'm not understanding why we think that would change the amount of yellow eye encountered. So I was hoping you can, not disagreeing, but just not making the connection to maybe the effort or usually, the amount of halibut caught where we would peg the amount of yellow eye caught to. And yeah, I think we've always known this is a gap in our monitoring that's only recently been filled, but it's not like yellow eye bycatch just started happening when we started watching it. So yeah, there were two questions in there. So apologies for that, but can you get a little more on what you're asking for, on your recommendation for, and then, how do you think bycatch would change based on the change to the management of the directed commercial fishery?
Thank you for the questions. I'm going to do my best attempt to answer, and then I am going to call a friend who either Lynn or Caroline, whoever's hand goes up first, in case I trip over myself on this one. So I'll tackle the recommendation first. I think it was more of making the council aware that we are suggesting this change, or this is the method we are using to make this change for yellow eye bycatch in the Pacific halibut fishery. You probably don't really need to make a recommendation on it, but it was more to make sure it's brought to the council's attention that we are reducing that number for 2021. And then I'm going to kick it over to Lynn to speak more to potential increase in bycatch or just bycatch in general in the Pacific halibut fishery.
Thanks, Mel. I can't remember who has the gavel, so Mr. Chair or Vice Chair and Mr. Niles. It's just with the extended time period, with going from 10-hour openings to 58-hour openings, it's provided some additional time for vessels to be out fishing, and it may have changed their behavior a little bit. We've also noticed with that extended time period, there has been an increase in the number of participants, an increase in the number of people who have applied for licenses for that fishery. And some of them are new and maybe inexperienced. So there's just some subtle changes that are occurring with that fishery that could have an impact on the bycatch of other species. So we were just trying to be precautionary with that.
Okay, thank you both. That was helpful.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Mel. Thank you, Lynn. Further questions for the GMT? Okay, not seeing any hands. We'll go to the gap statement and Gary.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair.
Good morning.
I'll be reading from agenda item C7A, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on consideration of in-season adjustments for 2021. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel met with the Groundfish Management Team to discuss progress of this year's fishery and possible in-season adjustments. The GMT discussion was led by Ms. Melissa Mandra, Ms. Whitney Roberts, and Ms. Katie Pearson. The GAP offers the following recommendations and comments on proposed in-season adjustments to ongoing groundfish fisheries. For lingcod trip limits, the fixed gear industry has requested an increase in the lingcod trip limits north of 42 north latitude for the remainder of 2021. Fixed gear fishermen have noted that most of their entire allocation of lingcod has been taken during the first 2 weeks of the period, thus has led to regulatory discards of lingcod. The GMT analysis suggests bycatch of yellow eye would increase only slightly with the increased trip limits of lingcod in the north of 42 north latitude area. Effort increase is expected to be low due to the expected Dungeness crab opener. Working from the supplemental GMT Report 1, Table 3, the GAP recommends the following. For open access fixed gear lingcod north of 42 north latitude, current trip limits 2,000 a month. GAP supports GMT option 1, increasing it to 2,500 pounds per month and implemented as soon as possible. For limited entry fixed gear lingcod north of 42 north latitude, current trip limits are 4,000 pounds every 2 months. GAP supports GMT option 1, which would increase that to 5,000 pounds every 2 months and to be implemented as soon as possible. Sablefish daily trip limits, DTL fishery. due to very tough market conditions associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, fixed gear sablefish landings have been tracking quite low to date. Thus, there's an opportunity to increase the daily trip limits for both limited entry and open access fixed gear in the north. For those fishermen that have a buyer willing to purchase their sablefish, a trip limit increase would be greatly beneficial. Working from the supplemental GMT report 1, and I'm going to guess it was table 1, the GAP recommends the following. Open access DTL fixed gear sablefish north of 36 north latitude. Current trip limits are 600 daily, 1 landing a week up to 2,000, not to exceed 4,000 every 2 months. And the GAP supports GMT option 1, which would maintain the 600 daily, or the 1 landing per week would go up to 3,000 pounds and not to exceed 6,000 pounds every 2 months. And lastly, for limited entry DTL fixed gear sablefish north of 36 north latitude, current trip limits are 1,700 a week, not to exceed 5,100 pounds per 2 months. The GAP supports GMT option 2, which would increase it to 4,500 pounds a week and not to exceed 9,000 pounds every 2 months. Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, that completes our GAP statement. Be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Gary. Questions for Gary on the GAP statement? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
You bet. Okay, that finishes advisory bodies, management teams, and I don't see any signups for this agenda item. So that would take us to council action, which is before you, and Kelly Ames. Kelly.
Good morning, Vice Chair Pettinger. Good morning, Council. I just wanted to open by saying I do appreciate the GMT's recognition in their statement that the emergency rules will take priority over the in-season recommendations. And I just wanted to be clear to the Council that we have 2 emergency rules in process right now. We're working on an extension for the whiting emergency rule. That's the rule that the Council recommended earlier this year that allows a platform to operate as both a catcher processor and mothership in the same year. This must be published by November 10th. We are also under consideration for the Council's recommendation earlier this week to extend the limited entry tier fishery season. So both of these considerations and rulemakings would be completed prior to us turning to any in-season recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. All right. With that discussion, a motion. Marcy, you're going to go. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I believe Sandra has a motion.
Wonderful.
Thank you. I move the council adopt the in-season adjustments as recommended by the GMT as shown in C7A Supplemental GMT Report 1, September 2021. Item 1, Option 2, 4,500 pounds per week, not to exceed 9,000 pounds for 2 months. For the limited entry north sector of the sablefish DTL fishery to be implemented as soon as possible through the end of the year. Item 2, Option 1, 600 pounds daily or 1 landing per week, up to 3,000 pounds, not to exceed 6,000 pounds per 2 months. For the open access north sector of the sablefish DTL fishery to be implemented as soon as possible through the end of the year. Number 3, Option 1 for lingcod trip limits in the limited entry open access sectors north of 42 north latitude. Number 4, using an average of the years with observer data, 2017 through 2020, 2.66 metric tons as the projected impacts on yellow eye rockfish mortality from the Pacific halibut fishery for 2021.
Okay. Thank you, Marcy. Does the language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Seconded by Virgil Moore. Speak to your motion, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just want to support the recommendations of the GMT and acknowledge the analysis that they have given us on each of these items. I think with regard to the limited entry here north fishery, they've done a good job to model out option 2 that projects those limits will keep within but not exceed the limited entry north allocation. Quite a significant increase in opportunity for folks, recognizing too that the date of effectiveness of the in-season rule is contingent on other emergency actions, as Kelly Ames just described for us. So the relative value of these increases isn't completely clear until we know the effective date. But I think the GMT has done a great job in explaining that to us in the report and suggesting that or indicating that they're modeling based on a projected effective date of October 1st, but that is, of course, subject to other activities. On the second item, the trip limit increases proposed for the open access north sector. We see a modest increase here. It doesn't get the fishery up anywhere near the target, but does provide some increased opportunity at the end of the season for the open access sector compared to status quo. Then on the lingcod, north of 42, as Mel described for us, there's a request to increase this this limit in order to accommodate some incidental retention that is going on in the sablefish fishery, and there's plenty of room to be able to do so within the north of 4010 non-trawl allocation for lingcod, which is shown in table 4. Getting to the recommendation number 4, which is to use an average of years with observer data, meaning 2017 through 2020 as the projected yellow eye impact in the halibut fishery for 2021. I appreciate the GMT looking at this in some detail and describing it for us. I think we all recognize that there is large uncertainty in this estimate, and we are just in the earliest stages of having some real data to work with from our observer program, recognizing the spike that we had in 2019 with that number of 7.42 tons. I think all of us are really watching what happens with our annual observer estimates as they come in. But I think the approach that they've proposed for estimating the 2021 mortality, which has to be done, as I understand it, for the preparation of our materials and our specs agenda items for November, that the approach that they've outlined for us looks reasonable to me. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Marcy. Questions for Marcy on the motion or discussion? Corey Niles. Corey?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Marcy, for the motion. I'm in support. On number 4, as I asked the GMT, I don't think it's the council's role to decide what the estimate should be, but it is the council's role to make a risk call where there's uncertainty in the set aside that poses risk. And I think that's what I heard the GMT asking us to do. And it does seem to be an acceptable choice here for the set aside. Marcy spoke to the uncertainty here, and we are, this was not too long ago, this would be causing a lot of issues with the ACL, but as we heard from the SSC earlier this meeting, we are under the ACL and making adequate progress to rebuilding. So thankfully we have a higher ACL than we used to, but appreciate the motion. And also thanks to yesterday I forgot to thank the National Marine Fisheries Service for their work on the emergency actions, recognizing that this in-season actions will be behind that in the pipeline. And I think that makes sense in this case. And they got them both done last year, and still very appreciative of that work last year and this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Further discussion? Comments? Okay. Not seeing any hands. I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Thank you, Marcy, for that motion. And thank you, council members. And with that, I think I'm going to turn to Todd to make sure we're good here. Todd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It is my opinion that the council has completed this action as appropriate. We have some good motion here to go forth and write our transmittal letter. And with that, I would say that you've done a good job. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Todd. And with that, I will hand the gavel back to Chair Grolnick. Mark?
All right. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Pettinger. We'll move on to fiscal matters, agenda item E2. And I will turn to Patricia Kraus.
Good morning, Council. This is Patricia.
Your audio is a little soft.
Getting used to a new setup here also. The Budget Committee met on September 8th. And we have a supplemental attachment 1 is the Budget Committee agenda. Supplemental attachment 2 is the Executive Director's report to the Council. We have the report of the Budget Committee. There should be no other reports and comments for management entities, and then council action.
All right, thank you very much. For the Budget Committee report, I'll turn to Pete Hassemer, who may want to bounce it back to you, Patricia. Pete?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to request Patricia to read that report into the record.
Thank you, Pete. Agenda item E2A, Supplemental Budget Committee Report 1. The Pacific Fishery Management Council's Budget Committee met via webinar on Wednesday, September 8th to receive an update on the 2020-2024 Cooperative Agreement funding and expenditures through July 31st, the status of remaining funds from the 2015-2019 grant, and to consider and provide recommendations for the 2022 provisional budget. Members present or attendees were listed on the report. National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region Sustainable Fisheries Division Budget Update. Ms. Kelly Ames reported on the West Coast Region budget for fiscal year 2021 is currently being wrapped up. The region will be tracking headquarters requests for proposals for projects to support the Magnuson-Stevens Act and Cat Shares programs, and will be listening to the council meeting to help determine council priorities. The West Coast region will also work with the executive director if assistance is needed for the RFPs. Executive Director's Report. Mr. Chuck Tracy presented the status of funds for the 2015-2019 grant and the 2020-2024 grant. The amounts presented in June are unchanged, but he reminded the BC that the 2015-2019 extension funds would need to be spent by the end of 2021, and staff is monitoring spending accordingly. The remaining funds from 2020 could be utilized for the remainder of the grant. The total funds available for use in 21 is approximately $7.8 million. 2022 expenditures through July 31st are approximately 39% and are on target for this time of year. Expenditures for extension funds are tracking slightly higher at 44%, and 2021 funds are at 38%. Travel for both budgets are tracking low due to virtual meetings instead of in-person meetings. Mr. Tracy presented potential for 2022 funding. The President's proposed budget details a 2.4% increase from 2021 in the Council and Commission's line item. The same line item in 2021 was 3.1%, although the spend plan increase was only 1.9% due to additional support costs. It was also noted that budget currently is in House Appropriations Committee included a 3.6% increase, but this is still in the early stages of discussion. Simple expectations for 2022 funding could be in the range of status quo amount of $4.64 million to $4.81 million if funded at the proposed House committee level. Mr. Tracy presented the 2022 preliminary proposed budget of $5.73 million for discussion. The proposed budget includes assumptions of adding a full-time economist staff officer, planning for 5 in-person council meetings, state liaison contracts based on the grant request, and other contracts of a limited number since most of the no-cost extension projects in 2021 have been completed. Mr. Tracy then presented a list of potential priorities as identified in Agenda Item E1 Supplemental Attachment 2, which includes Executive Order 14008, BSIA, Regional Framework, Regional Electronic Technology Plan Review, Research and Data Needs Updates, Marine Planning, Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiatives, and the 5-year review, Coastal Pelagic Species Management Categories and Assessment Priorities, CPS Essential Fish Habitat Phase 2, Highly Migratory Species EFH Phase 2, Drift Gillnet Hardcaps, Swordfish Management and Monitoring Planning, Bluefin Tuna Joint Working Group, Albacore Management Strategy Evaluation, Salmon EFH Phase 1, Sacramento River Falls Chinook and Klamath River Falls Chinook Conservation Objective Review, and SFRC Age Structures Assessment. Fixed Gear Sablefish Tier Program Review, Sablefish Gear Switching, Sablefish MSE, Groundfish Electronic Monitoring, Trawl Cat Share Program Review, Whiting Utilization, Non-Trawl Rockfish Conservation Area and Groundfish Strategic Planning. Mr. Tracy noted that there could be less capacity for additional council session time since there are limitations due to virtual attendance, the transitions of members of both the Groundfish Management Team and Salmon Technical Team, and council staff being engaged with groundfish specifications and marine planning. Additional capacity could be gained with an economic staff officer, additional contractors for groundfish data analysts, GIS mapping and marine resource education program, and legislative analysts. The availability of staff who are involved with the council's year of hosting the CCC meeting. He asked the BC to provide guidance related to liaison and other contracts, any other budget priorities that may not be currently on the year at a glance for November consideration. Budget committee discussions. The BC asked how the amounts for state and liaison contracts were determined for 2022. Mr. Tracy replied that it was the amount that was identified in the grant request and is based on 2019 funded amounts with a yearly 5% increase. There was additional discussions on managing the workload of the state staff as part of the management and technical teams, who are generally tasked with assisting the council workload. The BC discussed the plan for staffing and contractors and wanted to express the need to maintain the continuing excellent standards of work and to balance the needs to be flexible to meet the needs of the council. There is support for the transparency of the intent of the economic staff officer and the use of contractors rather than hiring temporary employees to manage workload. It was also noted that the presentation did not include the routine activities that the council has committed to in 2022 or things that may be added to the agenda at this meeting. Mr. Tracy noted that preliminary provisional budget is high and allows for council priorities to be completed with either the current year funding or remaining funds in the current grant as needed. The BC supported NIMP's RFP process for working towards headquarters funding of projects in support of council priorities, but also expressed support for limiting the need for the council itself to look at special projects that could add current workload. The BC did not have further recommendations for this meeting, but anticipates having a budget committee meeting in November and will be ready to recommend a calendar year 2022 budget for provisional use at the November meeting. And that completes the report.
Thanks very much. Patricia, are there any questions for Patricia? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Patricia, for the report and to the entire Budget Committee. I have a question on the statement about the amounts for how state and liaison contract amounts are determined for 2022. I see the response from Mr. Tracy that it was the amount identified in the grant request and based on 2019 funded amounts. I wonder if you could, you or perhaps this is for Mr. Tracy, could just expand on that briefly, if there's any information on how those amounts are determined to begin with. I would find that helpful. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Summer, for the question. So as mentioned in the report, the amounts that were identified in our 5-year grant, we projected budgets out for the entire 5-year period. In that, we identified, an increase in the state liaison contracts was a priority for us. So we included a 5% increase per year, starting in over the 2019 base level, I guess, if you will, for each year. So at this point, that would represent about a 31% increase over the 2019 level for those state liaison contracts. You'll recall that in 2020 and 2021, but starting in 2020, we had increased that even more to spend out some of our no-cost extension funds and to complete work on those projects. Because our expenses in 2020 were considerably lower due to primarily COVID impacts and canceling of meetings, we were able to secure an extension of the extension, as you will. So we had some of that money left over in 2021. The council requested that we include that additional increase in 2021 to the state liaison contracts, which we did. So at this point, we have spent out that, or we will have spent out that extension monies this year. So that pool of money is no longer available for that purpose, but we do still want to make sure that the states have adequate funding. So again, we fell back to our original plan of including the 5% increase per year. And again, so that's essentially, it's down from what it has been the last 2 years, but it's still 31% greater than it was in 2019.
Thank you very much. That was helpful.
Any further questions on the Budget Committee report? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Patricia, for the report. Oh, Pete Hassemer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to wait to make sure there were no questions on that. I did want to note one correction in the report. I failed to notice this in an earlier version. Under the members present, Mr. Corey Niles is currently the vice chair. He was elected to that position in June, and it's no longer Mr. Brad Pettinger. So just alert everybody to that error that we'll have corrected. Thanks.
All right, thanks for that, Pete. All right. No further questions on the report. I don't see any other reports. I don't see any public comment. Marcia Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just I was curious if we were in council discussion, but
yes, we are. I was just getting there, but I got to check all the boxes first. So we are now in council discussion.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you, Pete and Patricia, for the report. Appreciate the recap of the discussions in the Budget Committee meeting. Just wanted to speak a little bit about the content in the report. at the bottom of page 2 on ongoing activities and the plans for staffing and contractors. And it was very useful to hear in the executive director's report the thinking behind contractor priorities in 2022. I think that was a good discussion. I think just want to highlight one thing that really didn't quite come clear in the report. Certainly the need with council staff activities that we ensure that there's adequate staff capacity in order for us to ensure that our letter writing activities are given a lot of attention. We've put an awful lot of letter writing on the docket out of the Habitat Committee and now out of the Marine Planning Committee, as well as, more routine letter writing activities that we might have, say, under the Legislative Committee activities. So I just want to highlight that need to ensure that there's adequate staff capacity to continue to keep the quality of our comments at the high level that they've been, and acknowledge that that's a lot of work on the staff officers or on employees and on the executive director. So just want to express support for that and acknowledge that I know in some of our activities that we now have on the plate with marine planning that we've added to the load, and just want to acknowledge that need and appreciate council ops attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion on fiscal matters? Okay, I don't think we need a motion here. Let me turn back to Patricia and see if there's anything further or whether she confirms that we have completed this agenda item.
I believe you've completed this agenda item, and I will look forward to council action on the last agenda item today to look towards how to plan the 2022 budget.
All right, thanks very much, Patricia, for your work on this. So that will take us to legislative matters. And as Chuck mentioned earlier, there is a draft letter that was recently posted. It's a letter in response to a request for comment. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the situation summary, and then take a 20-minute break. And the purpose of the 20-minute break is to allow council members to consider the draft letter, in particular the highlighted portions that should be posted now. And then we will come back and receive all the various reports we have, any public comment, and then we'll have council discussion and hopefully be able to work through the letter so it can be transmitted, or at least work through it enough such that we can give staff direction and it can be completed. So without further ado, I will ask Jennifer Gilden.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Looking at agenda item E3, the Legislative Committee met on Wednesday, September 8th to review bills proposed in the 117th Congress. And I'm going to go over the attachments after this. Representative Jared Huffman of California introduced a bill to reauthorize the MSA. It's the Sustaining America's Fisheries for the Future Act, H.R. 4690. The council received a request for comments on that bill on August 25th. And the Legislative Committee developed comments, which the chair just referred to. I also wanted to bring your attention to the fact that Dianne Feinstein's bill, the DriftNet Modernization and Bycatch Reduction Act, S-273, passed the Senate yesterday. This is the same bill that passed in the 116th Congress and was vetoed by President Trump. It still needs to pass the House. So just as a refresher, it prohibits the use of gill nets with a mesh size of 14 inches or more, and that's over a 5-year period. It phases out large-scale drift net fishing and promotes the adoption of alternative fishing practices, and it awards grants to permit holders who participate in the program. Okay, to go through the attachments. Attachment 1 is the staff summary of federal legislation. Attachment 2 was HR 4690, the Sustaining America's Fisheries for the Future Act. Attachment 3 is the MSA with the changes proposed in HR 4690. Attachment 4 is a staff comparison of HR 4690 and the discussion draft. Attachment 5 is a section-by-section summary of HR 4690. Supplemental Attachment 6 is the letter from Representative Huffman's office requesting comment on HR 4690. And Supplemental Attachment 7 is the draft LC comments, or draft council comments on HR 4690. Okay, so to go over the agenda order, first we have the report of the Legislative Committee, then reports of management entities and advisory bodies. We have 6 advisory body comments or reports. That's the HMSAS, the Habitat Committee, the CPSAS, the CPSMT, the GAP, and the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. And then we have 1 written and at least 2 oral public comments. And council action is to consider the Legislative Committee report and recommendations. And that completes my overview.
All right, thanks very much, Jennifer. Let me see if there are any questions on the overview before we go to our break so that the draft letter can be considered by the council. I'm not seeing any hands. So, oh, I do now. John Ugoretz, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. I'm just trying to clarify where we are finding the draft letter.
The draft letter is posted. It is online, and it's in the online briefing book at the very least.
Okay, so in the briefing book under this agenda item.
Correct.
Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Ugoretz, it's supplemental attachment 7.
All right, I have to unmute my microphone. So let's be back here at 9:30. That'll give us adequate time to take care of whatever people take care of on a break, as well as to read the letter. And Chris Kleinschmidt has texted, has chatted out a direct link to the letter if you have trouble finding it. So we'll be back here at 9:30 to start with the Legislative Committee report. Thanks. All right, it's 9:30, so we will come back in session here. We're under agenda item E3, legislative matters, and we will begin with our lengthy list of reports, and we'll start with the legislative committee report. So Dave Hansen. I'm not seeing Dave. So Jennifer, would you like to give the legislative committee report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Agenda item E3, supplemental LC report 1. The legislative committee met on Wednesday, September 8th. The LC first heard a staff review of recent federal legislation, attachment 1. On August 25th, the council received a request from Representative Huffman's office for comments on HR 4690, the Sustaining America's Fisheries for the Future Act, supplemental attachment 6. Comments are requested by September 30th. The LC reviewed the bill in detail and drafted a response, supplemental attachment 7. Due to the intensive nature of the bill, the comments are unusually lengthy and will take some time for the council to process. In addition to HR 4690, the LC continues to track the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act, which has been reported by House Committee. No other relevant bills appear to be moving forward at this time. Future meetings, the LC recommends that the LC meet in November. That concludes the report.
All right, thank you very much, Jennifer. Are there any questions on the Ledge Committee report? And Dave, do you have anything? All right, I'm not seeing any hands. So we will begin with the management entity and advisory body reports. And first we'll hear from the HMSAS, Wayne Heikkila.
Good morning. Is my volume okay on this?
Yeah, good morning, Wayne. And just repeat the usual admonition that if we can't hear you, we will let you know. Otherwise, just carry on.
Okay, thanks. Okay. I'll be reading from the HMS Advisory Panel, Agenda Item E3B, Supplemental HMS Report 1 on legislative matters. The Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel, HMSAS, wants to comment on some language in the Sustaining America's Fisheries for Future Act, which was pointed out to us by members of the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel. The language as follows creates a precedent which we find troubling with regards to live bait. Quote, when setting annual catch limits for forage fish fisheries, assess, specify, and reduce such limits by diet needs of fish species and other marine wildlife, such as marine mammals and birds, for which forage fish is a significant part of the diet, end quote. We feel this language could be used to target the live bait fishery upon which recreational and commercial fisheries on the West Coast are directly dependent. According to Agenda Item E4A, Supplemental CDFW Report 2, April 2021, the live bait fishery for sardines prior to the pandemic was about 1,800 metric tons per year on average, most of it taken in the Southern California Bight from what is likely the southern stock of Pacific sardine. Anchovies were not included here, but we are told 1,000 metric tons would probably be a good annual estimate. Coast-wide, as small amounts are taken for the recreational and commercial albacore fisheries in Washington and Oregon. It bears noting that the harvest control rules for coastal pelagic species fisheries already accounts for the needs of dependent predators. We are concerned that this language could interfere with the above-mentioned fisheries. The small amount of these species taken for the live bait should be mentioned as being excluded in this act. And that concludes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Are there any questions for Wayne on the HMSAS report? Thank you, Wayne.
Okay.
We'll now hear from the Habitat Committee. Lance Ebden.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. This is Lance Hebden. I will be reading agenda item E3B, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report Number 1. The Habitat Committee discussed the proposed Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act reauthorization bill from Representative Huffman. Specifically, the HC focused on whether there should be more specific authority for monitoring of the effectiveness of essential fish habitat, specific programs for collection of gear impact studies and data, and clearer procedures for modifying EFH designations in light of likely future climate change-driven changes in ocean habitats and migration routes. The HC believes that wherever there is bill language specifying additional research and assessment programs, habitat should be specifically included in these programs. The HC was also interested in HR 3684, the Invest in America Act infrastructure bill, which contains a great deal of funding for multiple habitat restoration and marine research projects. This bill is now under consideration in the House of Representatives. State bills of interest. Oregon recently passed HB 3375 in support of offshore wind power development, establishing a 3 gigawatt development goal by 2030. With provisions for additional research and prompt decommissioning of obsolete offshore wind power facilities to avoid future conflicts with fishing operations. There's a similar wind power development goals setting bill in the California legislature, AB 525, requiring the California Energy Commission to develop a strategic plan for offshore wind development by December 31st, 2022, with advice of stakeholder working group that has already passed the California Assembly and is working its way through various Senate committees. This concludes the Habitat Committee report.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the Habitat Committee report? And I think that the AB 525 has actually now gone to the governor's desk. I don't know if it's been signed. So with no questions on the Habitat Committee report, we will go to the CPSAS report. Mike Okoneski.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. I take it you can hear me okay?
We would say otherwise.
Okay, I got it. I'll remember that one. Agenda item, I'll be speaking to agenda item E3B, Supplemental CPSAS Report 1, September 2021. Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on Legislative Matters. The Coastal Pelagic Species CPS Advisory Subpanel, CPSAS, provides these comments on proposed Sustaining America's Fisheries for the Future Act, HR 4690. Specifically, we wish to comment on Section 303B18. The subsection states, when setting annual catch limits for forage fish, assess, specify, and reduce such limits by the diet needs of fish species and other marine wildlife, such as marine mammals and birds for which, for which forage fish is a significant part of their diet. We feel the new language in the Act is too restrictive and adds a daunting burden to the council process. Adding a specific forage fish set aside to the current fishery management plan, FMP, will take away the council's ability to manage on a situational basis. Further, the workload placed on National Marine Fisheries Service, the Science and Statistical Committee, and the Pacific Council's management teams to determine the exact number of animals affected, nutritional requirements, and the part each forage fish species play in their diets will be excessive, if not impossible. The current management practice of accounting for forage fish needs in the buffer is already very precautionary, and the regulations very protective. If the consumption of CPS and other species for forage fish was found to be greater than maximum sustainable yield under this language, it could prevent fishing for CPS along the entire West Coast and East Coast. This would adversely impact all directed commercial fisheries, including live bait, and severely reduce recreational fishing opportunity. The indirect impacts on other fisheries, which the CPS incidentally in support infrastructure to handle the catch, would also suffer. Finally, this language has the potential to shut down almost the entire commercial passenger fishing vessel fleet and private recreational boat fleets along the West Coast, should live or frozen dead bait become unavailable. At a minimum, all fishing for recreational bait usage must be preserved because of a multi-billion-dollar impact on coastal economies. Please do not promulgate this part of the Magnuson-Stevens language into regulation. The conservation representative believes the new HR 4690 language on forage fish should be retained because it would codify the precautionary approaches taken to forage fish by this council and in a CPS FMP, such as robust uncertainty buffers and setting ACLs. In addition, it would go far to motivate other U.S. fishery management councils to take actions to protect forage fish in their jurisdictions. As a general comment, the CPSAS believes the current version of Magnuson-Stevens does an excellent job to balance conservation and sustainable usage of our fishery resources while protecting the ocean's environment and ecological service systems. We caution that losing the existing balance would damage our ability to compete with other sources of imported seafood from nations that do not practice such protections. Conservation must come first, but balancing that principle with the principle of sustainable resource usage should not be sacrificed. We support the proposed language, Section 502, that requires federal agencies to minimize and mitigate for any unavoidable adverse impacts to essential fish habitat and habitat areas of particular concern, HAPCs. We further support the monitoring, reporting, annual evaluation, and minimization requirements for any federal actions that may have an adverse effect on HAPCs or EFPs. Our hope is that this language will result in greater benefits and protections for EFH. We note that while the intent is to maximize protections for EFH areas and HAPCs, these safeguards are not meant to be license or rationale to expand marine industry projects, sustainable or otherwise, into potential or existing fishing areas important to the seafood industry due to loss or limitations of geographic areas to potential and existing marine industries for habitat protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any questions from the council on the AS report? Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from the CPS management team. Lorna Wargo.
Yes, good morning, Chair Grolnick. I will be reading the CPSMT management report on legislative matters. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team was not able to fully discuss the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Reauthorization Act, or MSA, because the request for input came after the CPSMT had met to discuss September Council agenda items. Following a brief review, however, much of the proposed MSA text regarding the subject of forage fish is similar to what appeared in HR 2236, on which the CPSMT submitted a report in June 2019 under Agenda Item D3B, Supplemental CPSMT Report 1. Therefore, the CPSMT maintains the view that some of the proposed changes may not be feasible, may be nearly impossible to implement, and would adversely affect the management of coastal pelagic species or fisheries. Primarily, a proposed change to Section 303 of the MSA on content of fishery management plans seems problematic for CPS fisheries management because the change adds the requirement that, in brackets, FMPs shall, when setting annual catch limits for forage fisheries,
assess, specify, and reduce such limits by the diet needs of fish species and other marine wildlife, such as marine mammals and birds, for which forage fish is a significant part of their diet," end quote. Thus, the management limits set for forage fish defined by this bill would need to account for diet needs of many species, and this determination or accounting would require information such as current estimates of populations for all the predatory species that utilize forage fish, and adequately precise information about their diets to account for their prey switching capabilities. To accomplish this in a scientifically meaningful way year after year, given the population dynamics of the wide array of species involved, is a monumental task, and complying with this bill would thus be impracticable. And that concludes our team statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lorna, any questions on the management team report? Okay, we will move on to the GAP report. Tom Libby, welcome.
Good morning, members of the council.
Good morning.
Tom Libby reading agenda item E3B, supplemental GAP report 1, September 2021. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report on legislative matters. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received information from Ms. Jennifer Gilden, Pacific Fishery Management Council Staff Officer, and considered the legislative items presented. The GAP wishes to thank the Legislative Committee and Council for its comments regarding a reauthorization of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, the Sustaining America's Fisheries for Future Act, HR 4690, introduced by Representative Jared Huffman, Democrat, California. The GAP supports the LC's comments. The GAP also thanks Jennifer Gilden for her time and effort over the years to provide summaries of the information to the GAP regarding state and federal legislative issues. And that concludes the GAP report.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions for Tom on the GAP report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tom. Tom, I just had, I think was just a clarifying question. You note that the GAP supports the LC's comments. So I was just curious which comments you're referring to.
In the letter, after each section that defines the item or section of the proposed bill, there's a response, a proposed response from the Council Legislative Committee, and it's those responses that we support.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I?
Of course.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom, for that. I guess did Jennifer share a draft with you? The letter wasn't available until about an hour ago, so I'm just curious sort of exactly what you were looking at and sort of what the GAP does or does not support.
We went through a list of each of the items, and I believe it must have been a draft. It looked very much like the final letter that was put out, although obviously not exactly the same. The remarks that were included in that are to the extent that I read the letter that was posted today, very much the same, and we support those responses.
Okay, thanks very much, Tom.
All right, any further questions for the GAP? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Tom. And now we will hear from the SAS, Richard Heap. Welcome, Richard.
Good morning, Chair Gurelnik. It's Robin Elke here. I am on point to read for the SAS.
Great.
So this is the SAS report, E3B on legislative matters. The SAS would like to thank Ms. Jennifer Gilden of the council staff for a thorough presentation regarding proposed legislation that could affect West Coast fisheries. SAS would also like to comment on a few issues associated with the legislation titled HR 4690, which is the proposed legislation that would reauthorize the MSA. While many issues are addressed within the proposed legislation, due to the limited time available, we chose to focus on and voice our support to the council regarding the following 3 issues. The SAS is encouraged to see the legislation proposes to use the term depleted rather than overfished when referring to a stock that has declined to a point it cannot meet its MSY on a continuing basis. SAS believes that depleted more accurately describes the status of the stock in decline without inferring, oftentimes incorrectly, that the decline is solely a result of fishing impacts. The SAS is also encouraged to see that the legislation proposes to add language to require federal actions to avoid adverse impacts to EFH. And if such actions are not avoidable, then the adverse impacts on the federal action would need to be minimized or mitigated. The hope is that this language will result in meaningful benefits and protections for EFH rather than action agencies simply being required to respond with a letter to those that point out potential impacts from their proposed action. And finally, the SAS supports the proposed language, which requires that all federal action that may have an adverse effect on the habitat area of particular concern, HAPC, the federal agency taking that action shall monitor the adverse effects, take action to minimize and mitigate any adverse effects on the HAPC and on the HAPC species during the entire period where the adverse effect is likely to occur, and evaluate and report on the effectiveness of those measures. And that concludes the SAS report.
Thank you very much, Robin. Are there any questions on the SAS report? And Robin can answer to the extent she can, but I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Robin, for reading that into the record.
Absolutely.
And I believe that concludes all of the advisory body and management entity reports and takes us to public comment. I know we have some folks wanting to comment on this agenda item. So we have 3. So Elena Siddall, followed by Elizabeth Cerny Chipman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Elena Siddall, and I work as a scientific contractor with the Sport Fishing Association of California, SAC. We represent the CPFV fleet in Southern California. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. SAC would like to comment on the proposed new language in the Sustaining America's Fisheries for the Future Act. We are concerned about the section 303B18, which states, quote, when setting annual catch limits for forage fish fisheries, assess, specify, and reduce such limits by the diet needs of fish species and other marine wildlife, such as marine mammals and birds, for which forage fish is a significant part of their diet, end quote. We believe the new language in the Act is unduly restrictive. Adding a specific forage fish set aside to the current FMP may remove the council's ability to manage on a more situational basis. Determining the specific number of animals affected, their nutritional requirements, and the part each forage fish species plays in their diets will be excessive, if not impossible. The existing management practice for accounting the existing management practice of accounting for forage fish needs in the buffer is already precautionary and the regulations protective. This new section has the potential to severely threaten the entire commercial passenger fishing vessel fleet that we at SAC represent and the private recreational boat fleet along the West Coast should live or frozen dead bait become unavailable. It truly, truly serves as the foundation for our entire recreational industry. Fishing for recreational bait usage must be preserved because of their direct impact on the CPFV fleet and the multi-billion-dollar impact on coastal economies. SAC requests that the council not endorse this proposed language. Thank you for listening to our concerns and considering our request.
Thank you very much, Elena. Are there questions from the council? Thank you, Elena. We'll now hear from Elizabeth Cerny Chipman, followed by Gilly Lyons.
Hi, thank you, Chair Grelnick and members of the council. My name is Elizabeth Cerny Chipman, and I am with Ocean Conservancy. Today, I'd like to comment on HR 4690 and offer some thoughts as to how the council considers, how to respond to the request from Congress and how the proposed amendments to the Magnuson-Stevens Act would affect the council's operations and management. The letter just came in this morning, so these are just my initial responses, and I'd be happy to provide any follow-up as needed down the road. So in the tradition of path reauthorizations, the Sustaining America's Fisheries for the Future Act offers a comprehensive and valuable set of updates to address growing challenges that fisheries and fishery managers like the regional councils face, and it works to improve upon the management system established under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Ocean Conservancy submitted a comment letter on this agenda item, and it provides some more information on some of the areas in the bill and how we believe they relate to the Pacific Council and its work. Building on our letter, I want to highlight a couple of points. There's some provisions in the bill that may seem sort of less directly relevant to this council, but do address challenges that we see at the national level. So over the past decade, this council has shown a lot of leadership and taken initiative in areas related to making fisheries ready for climate change, rebuilding stocks, implementing ecosystem-based fishery management, and supporting fishing communities. However, nationwide, there are many conservation and management challenges that remain, and climate change is going to make achieving and maintaining sustainable fisheries more difficult nationally. The last status of stocks report from NOAA Fisheries this year indicated that 1 of every 5 stocks that has a known status is now overfished. No stocks were rebuilt last year, and the trends indicate that many stocks have faced years of overfishing. Ocean Conservancy believes this bill works to address these challenges around rebuilding stocks and works towards more resilient stocks and fisheries by promoting healthy fish habitat, reducing bycatch, and protecting forage fish. At the same time, the bill also includes changes to better support fishing communities and working waterfronts, improve representation within fishery management, and enhance the collection and use of fishery and specifically recreational fishery data. This is a tall order, and we recognize there are a lot of changes proposed in the bill that would change or add new aspects of work to the councils and for NOAA Fisheries. The previous 2 reauthorizations have made sort of changes that were similar in scale. But to that end, I'd note that the bill includes a 50% increase after accounting for inflation for authorization of appropriations in Section 510 of the bill. While this obviously isn't a guarantee of appropriations, it really recognizes the work ahead, and it gives Congress greater ability to understand and get needed funding to the councils. The Pacific Council's also done a lot to address climate in various parts of management, whether it's through the FEP initiatives like the Climate and Communities Initiative, the consideration of environmental and ecosystem conditions and management and assessment, and the work with the California Current IEA program. But many regions have done little to address climate change and resiliency of their stocks. And overall, there is a need for better guidance to and support for the councils to do this critical work for climate-ready fisheries. The proposed changes in this bill would complement efforts like the ones this council has already taken. The changes in Title I of the bill would empower councils with more information, more ways to integrate that information into management directly, and enable better planning and action. While this would definitely take some upfront investment, in the long term, it would serve to bake climate information into existing management with the goal of ultimately making that a more seamless part of the management process. Many of the approaches in the bill also mirror findings from the work the council has done during the Climate and Communities Initiative and would ramp up the science and agency products necessary to support the council. For example, a new program established in the bill could provide grants that would foster adoption of new tools and approaches by the council to improve climate change adaptation. One concern in the letter that I saw around climate was whether there was adequate science available to support some of these efforts, and similarly on other issues. I definitely recognize that concern, and I applaud the council and the value it places on using high quality and relevant science. But I do want to mention that National Standard 2 remains unchanged in the bill, and that standard is to just use the best information available. The provisions in the bill around climate should do more to help identify what science is still needed, support its development, and then make it the most relevant and useful to managers like the council. This council also has a really good track record on rebuilding and has rebuilt a number of stocks ahead of schedule. For the national record, things look a little bit different and a little more complicated. After years of steady nationwide improvement in the number of stocks in need of rebuilding, the trend has sort of reversed. 49 stocks now need rebuilding, which essentially brings us back to where we were in 2012. There's a lot of reasons for this, but there are a couple key problems. So plans reach their end without successfully rebuilding. Many stocks are in a second or even a third rebuilding plan. New stocks that have slipped beneath the overfished flesh threshold, and stocks that have previously rebuilt are once again declined. The Pacific Council has not had a stock fail to rebuild, but many other councils and other regions have. For these struggling regions, a new approach is needed to get rebuilding on track so that fisheries can ultimately gain the benefits that come from healthy stocks. The proposed changes in the bill in Section 504 would primarily support more active and accountable management of stocks and rebuilding plans to ensure they are making adequate progress. The Council already takes a really adaptive approach, so we don't believe these changes would be likely to seriously impact how it conducts rebuilding. Those are the main points I'd like to cover today, but I encourage you to look at our comment letter for more details or thoughts on specific sections. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions? I have one, and I assume it is a typo in your letter. If I remember correctly, it makes reference to adding 2 tribal seats to the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and I think that was intended to reference the North Pacific. There are some changes to the tribal seat proposed, but can you, I mean,
yes.
It wasn't in your letter you personally sent, but it was from Ocean Conservancy.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grelnick. That is absolutely correct. And I did note this in the Legislative Committee, but I neglected to mention it here. That is a typo. It should be the North Pacific Council that has 2 additional seats. You are absolutely correct. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. All right, now we'll hear from Gilly Lyons. Welcome, Gilly. Good to hear your voice.
Good morning, Chair Grelnick. It's great to hear yours too. Thank you. Good morning, and good morning to the members of the council. My name is Gilly Lyons with the Pew Charitable Trusts. Thanks so much for the opportunity to provide some comments today on your consideration of a letter from the council regarding HR 4690. We'd like to express our appreciation to the Legislative Committee for all of its work on the draft letter to Congress, and also to the full council for your thoughtful review and discussion this morning of the request for input from the sponsors of the bill. As I think someone may have already noted this morning, the MSA has not been reauthorized since 2007. And in the 14 years since then, our understanding of climate change and its impacts on fisheries in particular has grown dramatically, as has our knowledge of how best to operationalize ecosystem-based fisheries management, rebuild overfished stocks, minimize bycatch, and ensure greater transparency and public engagement in the council process. HR 4690 would help update the MSA to address and incorporate these advancements while safeguarding the core conservation provisions of the law, which we believe are critical to preserving the significant progress that the U.S. has already made in fisheries management over the last decade and a half. And in some ways, such as requiring that rebuilding plans make steady progress toward their goals, the bill would improve upon existing law. I think it's important to note here that several of the areas in which the bill seeks to make updates or improvements are areas in which the Pacific Council is already a leader. This is certainly true for the Council's climate work, including the Fishery Ecosystem Plan and initiatives like the Climate and Communities Initiative, the Ecosystem Indicators Initiative, collaboration with the California Current IEA program, and as others, I believe, have noted the consideration of environmental and ecosystem conditions in establishing management and stock assessments. And similarly, with respect to forage fish, the precautionary approaches to forage fish management taken by this council, such as the inclusion of uncertainty and management buffers and setting annual catch limits, and the adoption and implementation of protections for unmanaged forage species through the SIBA 1 amendment, can and should serve as a model to other councils around the country. And we believe that the language in HR 4690 is consistent with the general approaches that the Pacific Council already takes. I think the draft letter may make note of that as well. And we hope that these provisions of the bill would not add any major new requirements above the Council's current practices. However, by codifying some of these approaches, HR 4690 can help catalyze significant improvements at the national level, where some regions may be lagging behind the progress that's being made here on the West Coast. Finally, we just wanted to voice our support for the bill's proposed changes to essential fish habitat consultation, and specifically the language regarding the avoidance of adverse impacts to EFH and HAPCs. And we agree with the input provided in their statements by the SAS, the CPSAS, and the Habitat Committee on the EFH provisions of HR 4690. And we appreciate the Legislative Committee draft letter's attention to the value of strengthening this language. In sum, we look forward to continued discussions about advancing these important updates to the MSA. And thanks so much for your consideration of our comments this morning.
Thank you very much, Gilly. Are there any questions for Gilly on her public comment? Thank you, Gilly.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment, which takes us to council discussion to consider report and recommendations. We have before us a draft letter. And what I would suggest is that we initially take general comments and then we can go through the letter section by section, to try to provide some order to this. So let me just first see if there are any general comments or discussion from the council. Butch Smith.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just do have one comment or an addition. I think it was under Mr. Wayne Heikkila mentioned the live bait and fresh bait for the albacore industry, which is true, and others, but on the Washington coast, live bait and frozen bait is also used in the groundfish industry and the sport salmon industry. So I just wanted to point it out. It's a multi-use and important factor on the West Coast in sport fishing as well as commercial. So thank you, sir.
Certainly. Further general comments on the Legislative Committee report? I'm not seeing any. So I think that we should turn to the letter. And there are some grayed out areas in the letter. And of course, comments are welcome, suggestions on any part of the letter. If we get too deep into wordsmithing, we might have to defer some of the changes to council staff just to sort of keep this to a reasonable level. So unless anyone has any other suggestions for how to proceed, why don't we proceed that way? The letter has an introduction, general comments, and then goes into Title I, which has to do with climate-ready fisheries. So let me see if there are any comments on that portion of the letter. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to maybe a general comment here, is it possible to put this up on the screen so we can all make sure we're following along with whatever people are referring to? I have the letter, but sometimes we get lost, and I just offer the comment.
Anything is possible. So maybe we can get that up, and maybe we can do 2 pages at a time. So let me see if there's any input on the first part of the letter up to and including Title I. I think that this was pretty well set, but I could be wrong. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have just kind of a small clarifying question here. On page 2, on the second paragraph, this is under the general comment section. There's a sentence that reads, councils were designed to include the voices of those who are being governed. But as the burden of being involved in management increases, it will be increasingly difficult to find people who are willing to participate in such an arduous process. I'm not sure that I agree with it, and I'm just wondering if someone from the legislative committee or Jennifer, whoever's it's appropriate, has a little bit more background on sort of where that sentiment comes from.
Well, I'll take a stab at that. We're upcoming on a process to fill our advisory bodies for the next 3-year period. And what I have seen in my years on the council is that it oftentimes it's difficult, even with the number of positions we have now, to get willing participants for every seat. People who are not only qualified, but able to participate fully. With the additional chores associated in this bill, it would increase the workload on the governed, so to speak, and I think it's not going to make filling these positions any easier. Phil Anderson, I'll look to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think what maybe the troublesome term is the term governed. You know, to me, it includes the voices of those who are impacted by the council's decisions. And that, to me, is a broader group of individuals and interests than just those that are being governed by it. Or so that I'm not sure if that's kind of what Corey was bringing forward in terms of a concern, but that is how I would react to that concern and would support that we broaden that. So in terms of the voices that we're listening to as we make our decisions.
Mr. Chair, may I?
I'm sorry, Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to thank you for that. Thank you, Phil, for that. Also, I just realized I neglected to thank the Legislative Committee for this report. This is a very big effort, and I really appreciate it, and also very much appreciate what I'm sure was a lot of hard work by Jennifer. Thanks.
Bob Dooley, followed by Virgil Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo what the final comments there by Corey about the work of the Legislative Committee and particularly Jennifer. I agree with your take on this, Mr. Chair. I think a lot of this is going to add a lot of burden to the council, potentially. And I see we're impacted now that we may be expanding, we may be adding more days or more meetings. And I'm really concerned about the ability for people that are, fishermen, industry folks that are in, particularly in our advisory panels and management teams that are really working, taking time off to do this. And we're going to, this would disincentivize them and make it hard to get people to represent their things. And I believe the original intent of the council process was to have those voices have a meaningful, voice in the process. And I really worry about as the workload piles up and the commitment to be on these committees piles up, and the council itself, that we will not have adequate representation by all. And I think it's a real good comment you made. So I think I support that.
Virgil?
just wanted to say I support leaving that in. It goes broader than just the individuals from the public. Certainly, I know in Idaho, it's nearly impossible to increase the number of full-time employees in any state agency, regardless of funding. And it means that our ability to staff many of these committees with expertise that's needed becomes limited as more and more of that is placed on us. So it goes broader than just the general public as well. So I really do support leaving that in. Thank you.
Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I find letters like these challenging to strike the right tone. And yeah, this is with all the issues in here to track. I recognize the challenge that folks are expressing here. I maybe more like Corey think I'm optimistic we could find people, but I think the point. I mean, again, not diminishing the point, but I think the larger, bigger picture, and maybe it's said elsewhere in here. I have not absorbed all the substance of this letter by any means, but is the scientific needs to accomplish a lot of these mandates. It says it, I think, in that paragraph, but I mean, I think that's the bigger picture is and I think if we had, these bills are raising a lot of issues that are important about goals and the fisheries that we all think are important and being able to accomplish those goals while the environment is becoming more challenging. So to me, the bigger point of emphasis should be, our ability to measure, to observe, to have the science that helps us have these discussions. That is the underpinning of what makes the Magnuson work. And if we could do that and we had the information and the science, I'm hoping we could find the people to engage. And yeah, the world's getting more challenging. And the bill is trying to address a lot of those challenges, and it becomes, what is the way to do that? So I'm making a point, not somewhat a separate point. I'm hoping there's a way to just amplify the point I'm making about it's not just the extra mandates and the work, but we need the information, the science, the ability to adaptively manage that infrastructure has to be as important as these legal mandates. And apologies if that said in a different place, but yeah, just a wish that could be amplified.
So Corey, to be clear, are you suggesting we move on and leave this language alone? Or are you suggesting we make a change to this language?
I don't think we have time to, but I think I would say it differently than is being written here, but I'm not going to spend the time to do that. We don't have time. I would say it's challenging to get people who it's not their jobs to do this, to engage. And as it becomes more complicated, that's going to become even more challenging. And we recognize that that's the strength of the council, is finding those people to spend the time and the thought here. But I was sorry to jump on that to another point, but I'm not going to make it.
Let's try to get this point resolved so we can move on. And we're in, okay. So Maggie Summer, followed by John Ugoretz.
Thank you, Chair. I would support leaving this language in with a change to the word governed, as Mr. Anderson suggested. Agree with his thinking on that term. I will make an observation that in general, I think for me, this prompts some thinking about overall council process and in the big sense, not just for the council, but for our advisory bodies. And we have had previous conversations about council workload and process and maybe doing some renewed strategic planning on that. And this just ties into that for me. But this language here, I think I would support leaving it in again with that change to the word governed. I will have one additional minor comment on page 3 before we move on, but I'll defer if John has a comment related to this language.
All right, I think John has a suggestion here. John?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would just suggest replacing governed with directly interested in, those directly interested in council management, though I don't really feel a desire to discuss it much more than that.
All right, so we have a suggestion from John to change governed. It's a little bit different from what Phil said, but I want to see if anyone opposes adopting the language that John has suggested. And I'm not seeing any hands. So we've resolved that. Thank you, Corey, for raising that issue. Maggie, I'm going to go right back to you since you said you had something on page 3.
Thank you, Chair. This would be for under the section 103, the italicized council comments, and it's simply where it reads, the council believes, et cetera, ecosystem management and climate change are difficult concepts to grasp for the new to its application in fisheries management. I would not want to sound like we are underestimating new council members. Climate change shouldn't be a difficult concept to grasp. I appreciate the link is to how it's applied in fishery management. Might suggest staff consider minor revisions, something along the lines of the application of ecosystem management and climate change and fisheries management are complex concepts.
All right, I think that's fair enough. So, so you want to remove the language that underestimates the capability of new council members. We don't need to wordsmith that precisely right now. We can leave that instruction to staff. Is there any disagreement with that? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So thank you, Maggie, for that point. Corey Niles, you had your hand up. Corey?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm if we're going to go individual word choice here on that last sentence, I would suggest it's a change of arduous to something less like challenging would be preferable to me. But in some way, we're saying the council process, we're big supporters of it, and that yet it is a challenging process. But again, I'm trying to stop myself from wordsmithing with that. This is you know, it just kind of mixed messages there. Let's call it challenging instead of arduous. And I agree with Maggie's point.
All right. So I don't mean to be rushing us along here, but we've got a lot to cover. So does anyone object to the change that Corey suggests? Okay, we'll adopt that change. Pete Hosmer, you had your hand up.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just want to make sure you had asked, are we on page 3? I know Chris is trying to show it here so we can see it. Maybe it would be helpful if he could just show one whole page at a time. But was your request for page 3 comments?
Yeah, anything up to and including the climate ready fisheries, which goes through page 4.
Okay, so it's on section 102A on page 3. It's the first italicized comment there. And my question is, part of the comment there we have, it says, how does a council specifically promote resilience? I guess I don't think we should be asking a question there because we're not expecting a response. A little short on creativity and in words right now, but I think we could state something more aligned with the council's responsibility under the MSA that we manage for optimum yield and sustainable fisheries and fish stocks, and it's not clear how resilience of stocks is different from managing for sustainable fisheries or something like that. But eliminate the question and just make it more a statement of fact related to the difference between resilience and sustainability. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, so let me first ask folks if there's any objection to removing the question from that response. I think that's a fair point. So we've got that done. And then there is, you further added a reference to sustainability as a mandate under Magnuson. I didn't quite, I couldn't quite in my mind distill your comment down to a statement to be included. Could you help with that?
Sure. I apologize for that. And I guess at this point, I would defer to, I would be comfortable with the executive director and his staff's ability to craft a replacement sentence that addresses sustainability and or something to the effect how we manage for sustainable fisheries and just some uncertainty about how that would be different from resilience. And if it's not necessary, well, I'd let the staff take it from there. Thanks.
Okay. And let me ask Executive Director Tracy if he's comfortable with that direction.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I've started sharing my screen. So I am kind of keeping track of things as we go. So it'll at least hopefully give you an idea of what of what you're thinking and how we're interpreting it. So maybe that'll speed things up a bit.
That's excellent. Excellent. All right. So anyone disagree with that approach? All right. Let's see if there are any further questions on this portion of the letter. Anything up to and including the bottom of page 4, which is the introduction as well as the climate resilience portion. And I'm not seeing any other hands. So let's move on to the next section, which is Title 2, Supporting Fishing Communities. Here, there is some highlighted language that needs either needs to be confirmed that the council is comfortable with it or changes. So let's see. Actually, yeah, they just in Title 2, it's just one short section, and the legislative committee suggests it has no problems with 202, but on 201, we need some clarification from PAC states. So does anyone have any issues with this language, including the highlighted language? Or wish any additions? I'm not seeing any hands. So I take from that the council is fine with the language in Title 2. So we will move on to Title 3, which is captioned Strengthening Public Process and Transparency. There is some highlighted language here, as well as other language that's not highlighted, but we may have some commentary on. So let's take a moment and consider Title 3. I don't know if folks want to take this one section at a time or not. But I'm not seeing any hands on Title 3. Amongst the changes here has to do with voting procedures, as I recall. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. My comment, it's a question, really is related to a couple lines that are just below what we see on the screen. In the italicized sentence, the council has no concern with this change as it reflects our current practice, referring to The statement of the council shall seek to hold meetings in person and ensure the availability of remote meeting participation and voting. I guess I'm still unclear on what our practice will be going forward once we are beyond COVID-related restrictions and the availability of remote meeting participation and voting. So perhaps some clarification from the letter authors or Director Tracy here would help.
Thanks, Ms. Summers. We are endeavoring to provide an option for remote voting with a hybrid type meeting. And as a matter of fact, right now, council staff and I are sitting around a mock council chamber with all of our microphones and TVs, and making sure that technologically we are able to accommodate that. So I think that is our plan to provide that opportunity in the future. Certainly, we've been able to do it the way we have in a completely virtual environment up to this point, but we believe that we will be able to accommodate that in a hybrid type environment where we are primarily in person, but as needs arise, we will be able to accommodate some virtual attendance. So I think that is our current practice today, I guess. We expect that to continue going forward.
Thank you.
So I have a question on that for Chuck. I think you indicated we could allow for remote. I will separate this between council members versus the public. That as the need arises, we could have remote participation by council members, and it certainly in the current environment would apply. But are you suggesting that the council has adopted a policy that once we get beyond this and health concerns have dissipated, that we would continue to contemplate remote participation by council members on a preference basis?
And thanks, Mr. Chair. Not suggesting a policy, just the capacity at this point. That policy would be up to the council itself.
Okay, and certainly for the public, I think that providing remote participation is helpful. John Ugoritz.
Thanks. I guess my question would be, is this change to Magnuson taking that policy responsibility out of our hands and requiring us to allow for remote meeting participation and voting?
I guess, Mr. Chair, I would interpret it that way, yes.
Yeah, trying to find the full language here. I think the legislation expressed a preference for in-person, but don't quote me on that. But I don't think we need to look into that right now for purposes of wordsmithing. Let me see if there are any other comments on the proposed language in the letter. Corey Niles. Corey, you're muted.
Yes, sorry, the too many screens here. Are you talking on this particular provision or Title III itself?
In any part of the council's letter with regard to the section on Title III. So there's a number of sections, 301 through 308 technically, but yeah, we don't have comments on all of them.
Okay, well, I do have maybe a question, or it would not on the wording, but in addition, and I don't know what the rules are on suggesting things that are not proposed in the bill. But going back to that previous discussion we had about the challenge of finding stakeholders to participate, given that it is a time commitment and a challenge to come up to speed. But has there ever been a proposal to up the, to provide stipends to advisors or some kind of other support? And since we're identifying a problem, maybe a solution would be to recognize that time commitment and expertise it takes to engage. And has that ever been come up in legislation? And if not, would it be within the scope to put that suggestion out there? We have the challenge of finding the people to get the input from, but here's a way to maybe support that.
My sense is it would be outside the scope, but Chuck Tracy will provide an answer.
Thanks, Mr. Niles. So we already provide a stipend for advisors. So all of our non-federal, non-tribal agency advisory subpanel and SSC members get a stipend. So we have a certain amount that we budget for that, which originated originally from a congressional or a agency or a line item, which is about $70,000, and we divide that up by the number of days that people are eligible to receive it, and it's divided equally that way. So it's never the exact same amount, but we already do that.
And I would say that we have received a letter asking us to respond to this bill. I'm worried that if we propose a new provision for the bill, I guess it's a question whether that would go beyond a response and border on advocacy. I don't know, Chuck, if you have a response to that.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. We do want to respond to the bills. We do have limitations on our lobbying activities, I guess, or we don't. So we are not allowed to lobby. We are able to respond to requests for information about how certain legislative provisions would affect council operations or other the resources that we are responsible for. And I think certainly suggesting provisions that are not even addressed in a bill would go beyond that. And we would have to be very careful about suggesting provisions for issues that are addressed in the bill, for that matter. So we need to focus our comments on the effects it would have on our operations and our management responsibilities and the resources that are affected by that.
Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Chuck. Well, I'll drop that suggestion for now. I think it's, but on other topics, I would think we should have, is to say, what's the goal? And we'll be affected by this wording, but hey, you might be able to achieve the goal in this way, and it might not be in there, but I'm going to drop that suggestion for now, but appreciate the information. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments on this section of the letter? And not seeing any, we will move on to Title 4, Modernizing Fisheries Science and Data. There's quite a bit here that is highlighted. So let's see what, Bob Dooley.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm following along on the screen here, and I know you said it, but I kind of missed it. I want to go back to that lobbying provision if we can. I got a comment there. It was page 6 and 7.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, I'm concerned that on the determination of lobbying, it says, I think it's limited to if you're using funds, council funds to do that. And I think that's been our assumption, but I don't see that specifically that is the qualifier. And I'm worried that, we have a lot of people on the council that are, individuals and that do tend to go and speak in DC and lobby and those type of things, but not on behalf of the council, on behalf of their interests. And I'm wondering how are our comments good enough to make that distinction? And I'm worried that we're gonna, particularly the language that talks about anybody may begin investigation, the secretary may begin investigations, and should complaints by any person or government individuals and violation subject to civil penalties. And I worry about that little bit of not being so clear. So I think that really needs to be clear because, it was intended to begin with that there'll be industry folks on the council. And yes, that the prohibition to lobby for particular issues on behalf of the council, I agree, it should be, it's not allowed, but on their individual behalf, I have questions and I want to make sure we're clear.
Well, that's a fair point. I guess well, Chuck Tracy, you have your hand up.
I'll defer to you, Mr. Chair.
Well, I was simply going to say that it's not clear to me that the language here would prevent council members and others on an individual basis. I don't think it would prohibit them from lobbying, but perhaps we should add a sentence here to be clear that it's not our understanding that these new provisions would constrain council members and the others who were mentioned in this language from undertaking lobbying on an individual basis or on behalf of their organizations. Would that address your concern, Bob?
Absolutely. I think that's an important point to make is because it kind of muddies the water when you talk about secretary investigations submitted by any person or government entity. If there's not a qualifier to begin with, I think that it leaves it up to interpretation by the secretary. And I, unless it's specifically in there, I think we have problems.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I don't think that's the intent here, but I don't have a problem with making that clear. And unless I see a hand to the contrary, we'll ask council staff to make that change. If we could go to section 305B, please, when you're done editing that or adding the comments there. 305B is in boy. We didn't have any comments in the legislative committee on this, but you can see the changes there. And I guess I would ask the council if there's any concern about the changes proposed to disclosure and financial interest. Because if we don't have any objections, then we should state so. And if we have concerns, we should state those. And I'm not seeing any concern. So I think we can change that. We indicate that we have the council has no concern about this. All right, let me just see if there are any other comments. Corey Ridings?
Again, sort of a clarifying question, going back to 305C and what Bob was saying. I agree that Mr. Chair, I think the intent was not to limit people in their personal capacities. I'm looking at the language here and it says prohibited from using federal funds. So just putting it out there, I'm wondering if that was intended to be the language to make that distinction and is intended to draw a clear line in terms of when an individual is speaking on behalf of a council or participating in something on behalf of a council and versus when they're an individual. And not being a lawyer, I'm not exactly sure what that means, but just wanted to point that out if anybody else around the table does have that knowledge.
Chuck?
Not a lawyer either, but I guess I do. I do have maybe a question or two. Maybe it's for NOAA GC, but you know, it's not uncommon for at the CCC meetings in particular that occur in Washington D.C. and I think other councils that are closer to pay visits to congressional members or staff. You know, and so I just want to know what the limits there. I mean, if we are invited, is that still an acceptable meeting? You know, whether I don't know that you know lobbying necessarily occurs there, but the perception of those sorts of visits come into question, I guess, for me. So that's one question. And then the second question is, this also says federal or state legislation. We have been given guidance in the past, I believe, in response to, for example, the California ban on drift gill nets or that whole process, that if the council felt like some state legislation was affecting its ability to implement its plans, and that we could offer our thoughts on that legislation without being requested by those state legislatures. So maybe two questions there for NOAA GC.
Sheila.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To respond to your questions, Mr. Tracy, I'm hesitant to opine on this bill language as NOAA GC as a whole has not done an analysis of this proposed legislation. I would suggest that to the extent you have concerns about how this new language might change your ability to operate in the way that you have in the past, that you could include those or raise those concerns in your letter. But I guess I'm not, familiar with what our advice has been on some of the visits that you're discussing. So I'd probably have to get back on that issue later if the council is interested in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Bob Dooley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to extend this any longer, but I agree with Chuck's look at this. I mean, there are times when you travel, you might travel on federal funds because you're back there for some reason. The council wants you to be there. And if that disqualifies that entire time, I worry about the distinctions. And that what he described happens. I mean, if you're back there for a week for managing our nation's fisheries and there's meetings in between, does that disqualify you from multitasking, so to speak? You're not speaking on behalf of the council, but those things happen. And the CCC is another example. So I think it's really important we clarify this and make sure we at least raise the point. So thank you.
All right, I agree with you, Bob. I can see that scenario happening. So is it the sense of the council that these concerns about state legislation and about activities that coincide with federal travel but are not related to the federal travel, however that gets expressed much better than I just did? Any objection to raising those concerns, those interpretation concerns? Okay, we'll leave it to council staff to craft that. Chuck Tracy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I just highlighted that other issue, that the issue that was actually in gray, which is the concern about posting copies of all communication with legislative and executive branch officials on subjects other than routine fishery management in the region. So I mean, just the in the region is a bit troubling because there are the CCC, for example's function is basically to look at national level fishery management issues. And so is that, you know, is there a conflict with the duties there? And it's a lot of posting, it's a lot of documenting verbal communications and posting it on our website. And I guess just kind of want to know where the council has any thoughts about that requirement.
I guess, how is that different from what we already do, Chuck?
Well, I guess probably the devil's in the details on this, you know. So if I have a phone call from a federal staffer to talk about, you know, when our legislative committee is meeting, where it's meeting, and, you know, if they're able to attend, is that something I have to post on the website, whether they show up or not? You know, that it's a pretty extensive requirement, I guess. And I don't know that, I mean, I would be curious to know if other agencies, for example, are required to disclose those and post them on their website, or I don't know. It seems pretty. It seems pretty onerous, I guess. That's a lot of busy work, in my opinion. But there, I said it.
Maggie.
Thank you, Chair. I guess to respond to Chuck's last question, I'm not aware of a requirement that goes that far for ODFW. That language did stand out to me here, and certainly it does seem like it could be an onerous burden. I also wondered if that might potentially include, you know, sweep up some communications that could include confidential information, for example, that related to personnel or litigation or other matters. So I did have some general concerns about this. I don't have suggested wording, but would be supportive of some thinking about how to convey some concern with the burden that could create without necessarily providing a significant benefit to the public on those types of communications.
Well, can we leave it to council staff to draft something capturing those concerns? I think what I've heard is that I think there could be confidential matters. There could be some inconsequential matters. There could be litigation matters. And I'm not sure what, for example, there must be some analogous requirements of other agencies that I can't imagine are this broad. Maybe it's not too difficult to consider what other requirements may be out there and suggest that something along those lines may be more appropriate. But we'll leave it to council staff to undertake that. Anything further before we leave this section? Bob Dooley.
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. I'm looking at 305D3 right there. And there's a comment that says the purpose of this deletion is unclear unless it relates, no, not that one. D3, yeah. But it removes the requirement that governors consult with representatives when making appointments to the council. And I think that transparency is really important. And, that we keep that transparency. And I'm really questioning why they're doing this in this bill and why you would want to take away transparency and an open public process and maybe make it a closed door, appointment by a governor. So I just think we should comment on that. So that's my opinion. Thanks.
Okay, so the language here refers to an intent. I'm not sure. Okay, there we are. I'm looking at the wrong section here. It seems to me that including non-consumptive users is an important point, but rather than removing consultation with commercial and recreational fishing interests, it seems more appropriate merely to add consultation with non-consumptive user groups. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm more looking at the actual language above it, not our comments. It says to remove the requirement that the governor would consult with representatives, commercial, recreational fishing interests of the state when making appointments. I'm not opposed to non-consumptive users being added to that, but I am opposed to remove the requirement that they consult, that the governor makes it a process that's open and there's not just, takes the requirement away that he or she be, open and transparent. And it seems to me that this opens the door to just not having a public process that feeds into the appointment process that goes to the secretary.
John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I have to agree with Mr. Dooley on this, that if the intent of the change is to make the council process more inclusive, then you should add a requirement to consult with other sectors beyond commercial and recreational fishing, as opposed to removing a requirement to consult. I think the intent of 305D3 is to ensure that governors have considered the groups that are interested in the council process when making appointments and not doing it in a vacuum. And so it should broaden that as opposed to narrowing it.
All right, so I think Chuck is suggesting a way forward here, that we suggest broadening the consultation rather than eliminating existing consultation. Does that seem reasonable to folks around the table here?
Does to me.
All right, I'm not seeing any hands, so we'll ask council staff to revise that comment. Anything further on Title III of the bill? Okay, so we'll move on to Title IV, which for which there have been some concerns raised. We have some italicized language there. We got language on electronic monitoring. So we have some alternatives there. we have no concerns, or we have the language that is provided there. So I think we need to make an election between those alternatives, or perhaps suggest another way. So what is the pleasure of the council? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. My suggestion would be to include the language from our previous letters, except possibly the last gray highlighted paragraph there, which seems relatively specific to an individual situation. So I'll offer that for consideration.
Thank you, Maggie. Is there any response to Maggie's suggestion? Bob Dooley?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I don't have a objection to that. I do. Going back to the beginning of it, it talked, the purpose of this is it speaks about wanting to expand EM, in the sense of this Congress stuff, regarding the use of need, and it wants the way I read it, they want to expand it. However, it's very important to point out, I think, that the current policy directives guiding EM make it cost prohibitive for people to expand to that, because it's being put into the burdens being put on industry. And if it is a desire to do that, there needs to be funding to help that. And I think we're seeing that now. I mean, if you don't have right now, the mechanism that is pushing EM is because there's a mandate for industry paid observer coverage 100%. And that's pretty common. I mean, that's what's going on in Alaska as well. So looking for a more economical, more efficient way. But in the big picture, it's going to be really hard to expand this to fisheries that have paid observers and no mandates, to ask them to come out of their wallet to pay for it. And I agree, it needs to be expanded, but I think there needs to be a comment in there that says, hey, we need to take into account the policies and the affordability of this in the long run to industry when making these choices. I know I probably wasn't very clear, but that's what I'm trying to incorporate.
Do you have a specific language or notion that where we could have something before the council to discuss whether that change is acceptable or not? Why don't you think about that? I'm going to go to Maggie Summer. She's got her hand up. She might have a way forward. Maggie?
Thanks, Chair. I don't have language to suggest regarding Bob's comment. I was just going to retract part of my earlier comment about omitting the last paragraph highlighted there of our earlier comments. It is a specific case, but this may be a good opportunity to remind readers of this interest on our part. So I maybe just be interested in recommendations from other council members' thoughts on that as well. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Maggie. So let's resolve the issue with this last paragraph. Maggie recommends that we leave that paragraph in, and I want to see if there is any objections from around the council to leaving that paragraph in. I'm not seeing any hands. So I want to return to Bob Dooley's point. and see if we can capture something there. Chuck Tracy?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Bob. So I guess I have, well, maybe 2 points. So one is, I guess I'm a little concerned about calling out NIMS policies, in the comments to legislation. They're, they are theoretically not too closely related, I guess. On the other hand, recognizing the funding issue, which I think this last paragraph might provide some, maybe a segue into identifying that need, I think has some potential. So maybe, maybe if this last paragraph started with just the fact that, that there has been some cost issues associated with implementing electronic monitoring programs, this might be one way to address that, or another way would be to, provide additional funds to NIMS to help administer those programs, if that, if that's the desire of the purpose of the legislation.
Bob?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would add to that a bit. I agree with what Chuck's approach there, and I agree that we shouldn't be calling out NIMS on this, but in that it says in the second sentence of the 402 language, says it amends the MSA to allow councils to require electronic monitoring for data collection purposes. That also, under the current guidelines and policy, we would be mandating that they pay for it, and because there's no other way to do it, and it's a big burden. So I don't know, ultimately, if you require a hook and line fisherman to have a full-blown electronic monitoring program that he pays for and pays for all of the data review, you basically put him out of business. So that's my concern, and I think that's something to think about. That we ought to, if they're going to require it, great. Come with a check. Bring, let's fund it too.
So to be clear, the language doesn't mandate that the councils require electronic monitoring. It allows councils to require electronic monitoring. So is this a problem in the legislation, or is this a problem in how councils respond to the legislation? And I guess that question is for Bob.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Well, I just highlighting it pretty much here. I think I've made all the points I can really make on it, and I think you made a good point. It doesn't. I'm looking at it closer, and I don't know if it makes a mandate, but there's sure a lot of parts of this that seem to go that direction. So anyhow, I am a big proponent, of EM, but I'm also really concerned about requiring people to put that much, I think the effect on particularly our smaller industries could be just devastating if we're pushed into that. So I think if it's not a concern to everyone else, I'm okay to leave it alone.
Yeah, I just think we need to be focused on the language here. Chuck, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was just, I think we need to look also maybe a little broader than the one electronic monitoring program we're involved with here, which is its purpose is catch monitoring for compliance with catch restrictions. There are potentially other programs where perhaps the council might want to require electronic monitoring. For example, when it's necessary on smaller vessels, and the purpose may be ESA compliance or MMPA issues where perhaps, I think for those, National Marine Fisheries Service is typically responsible for observer or monitoring programs. So so I think there might be, I guess I kind of agree with your point, Mark, is that a lot of it has to do with, we do have the option to do this. we may require it, and if we do require it, even if we do, it still, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's a question for NIMS. Is would they be responsible for monitoring for those costs if it was for an ESA purpose, for example? Oops.
Yep.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I agree. I look at this now, and I agree with the points brought up. I think that if we, in the way it was explained now, it makes sense because it doesn't just apply to the extreme focus of just electronic monitoring with cameras and such. It could be logbooks. It could be a bunch of things that are electronic, and I'm okay as long as we don't lose the reins and as long as we don't lose the focus on who pays for it and taking those into consideration. So thank you, and I'm good with the language.
Okay, let me see if there's anything left else here on Title 4 of the bill. I noticed that Chuck is inserting some language, and I'll make sure that everyone is okay with that additional sentence. Raise your hand if you're not.
Just sort of some introduction to that concept.
Very good. All right, let's move on to Title 5, which concerns forage fish and other issues. Comments on the letter with regard to Title 5, sustaining fisheries through healthy ecosystems and improved management. We've had some comments from advisory bodies, which I think are captured in the council's comments, but I want to make sure that we're all okay. John Ugaritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And yes, I'd agree that I feel that the letter does adequately address the comments we heard from our advisory bodies and others. I do have one suggested change in this section. The letter states in section 508D, and maybe I'll let you get to that section. There it is right there. So it states that we have no issues with this section. However, the section is in regard to all councils developing a list of unmanaged forage fish and prohibiting the development of new directed forage fish fisheries. We addressed that on page 4, but we don't address it here. And I'd suggest taking the language from the bottom of page 4 and inserting it here, because we should reiterate that we feel that this council has already addressed this issue. And we don't want to have some new requirement to further address it when we've already done it.
Thanks, John. And we're looking now at that language, which is the additional Chuck is highlighting it, and there's an additional sentence provided there that's not below. So does anyone object to adding that? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a separate topic, so I'll
all right.
hold on.
So I've got the right sentence, Mr. Ugaritz.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of.
All right. So we can add that into 508E. D as in dog. All right. Is everyone okay with that? If not, speak up. Thank you, John, for that. Corey, go back to you now.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I think it's back on we didn't have much discussion on the reducing bycatch, the removal of the extent practicable. Yeah, I agree with the uncertainty that would be created by practicable. it's I guess 503A1 there. Yeah. But I'm also wondering, and maybe a question, if it's been pointed out over the recently, even this past year, and earlier, that the Magnuson, in terms of bycatch, if you look at the definitions, bycatch does not include seabirds, marine mammals. I don't think NIMS has never told us we couldn't consider that. In fact, has supported our consideration of those animals. But I wonder if pointing that out would be helpful here in saying that the council spends a considerable time thinking about bycatch of marine mammals and seabirds, which aren't within the definition of bycatch.
All right, so that's a fair point. Does that language there, Corey, more or less address the point you raised?
I think it's a placeholder for making the point, but which would be fine with me. Yes.
Right, we'll defer to staff to put some language in there. Does anyone object to this change? Thank you, Corey. Anything else in Title V, which is the last title in this bill? Maggie Summer, followed by Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, on the same italicized paragraph, I don't have a specific suggestion, but I did wanted to express maybe some discomfort with the extremely strong sense of this language. I think removing practicable leaves some flexibility in the term minimize. And I think a more logical interpretation of that requirement would be, rather than a literal interpretation that you have to minimize fishing, would be that the intent is to minimize bycatch while fishing. So I just want to take a moment to share that. I can live with it. As I said, I don't have anything different to suggest, but wanted to see if other council members had thoughts on this section before we move on.
So let's see if folks around the table have the same concern. Corey Ridings, followed by Corey Niles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have that same concern. Like Maggie, I don't have a sort of a better way of saying that. And I don't necessarily disagree with the italicized language here. I just want to say I do agree with Maggie there.
Corey Niles.
Yes, same. I almost said it the first time, but with given time, didn't go there. But since others did, I think it could be. I think Maggie said that. I didn't think of that idea, but it's kind of the same setup we have in the law between National Standard 1 and National Standard 8, which is the sustained participation of fishing communities. So I think I'm making that clear that it's supposed to be consistent with National Standard 8, and I don't have the words right now, but that was a good point. That I agree with Maggie.
All right. Well, I think we can start by eliminating the word very in front of concerned. I don't think we need to exaggerate it. But I think otherwise, the points made by Maggie and agreed to by the Coreys should be captured by council staff. Perhaps some rephrasing of some of this language. I don't know if it's clear to council staff, so I'll ask Chuck. Let me first go to Corey Niles, and then we'll go to Chuck.
Yeah, I think maybe thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have maybe a suggestion. We could just say we would think that this, it does create legal uncertainty, but we think, to minimize bycatch consistent with National Standard 8 would be a way of expressing it using the structure of the law. I can elaborate if that doesn't make sense.
Well, let me just ask Chuck Tracy if that makes sense, and whether you have enough to go on here to revise the language.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think we do. So we'll keep our concern about negating decades of case law and relitigating. Then we should point out that I think that the intent is to minimize bycatch while fishing consistent with National Standard 8, not to and to ensure that we don't become subject to some literal interpretation, et cetera. And then add another point that MSA doesn't include bycatch of marine mammals, seabirds, et cetera.
All right. Everyone okay with that? Letting council staff proceed along those lines? All right. Further comments on Title V. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I got a couple. I saw Patricia's hand go up. I didn't mean to step in front of her if she had something, but she put it back down. I got a couple comments on the rebuilding sections, or at least one, I should say, and I've lost my place in the document, but it's the depleted versus the overfished section. Yes, thank you. In that phrase where it says different management responses to crossing threshold levels, I guess, well, I'll admit the train has left the station on depleted. I'm not a huge fan of that word, but it does have advantages in clarifying things, but we have not analyzed the bill here closely, but my read is that it's no different in this current bill. It doesn't matter that it's a new word. The management response is still the same. I could be off in my reading, but it's just a substitution of words. There is no effect on, even if it was a stock was low abundance because of habitat only. I think it would still require a rebuilding plan, but I could be wrong on that. But just flagging as a question, if anything.
Thanks for that, Corey. John Ugoretz?
Yeah, thanks. And I think this could be resolved without investigation by simply removing the word different. They may be different, they may not, but it recognizes the management responses, whether they're the same or not.
Thanks, John, for that suggestion. Does anyone have a difficulty with that suggestion? Corey Niles?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks. Well, I think the point I was making, it does recognize that there more than fishing there are other causes besides fishing that reduce the abundance, their population sizes, but it would still require a rebuilding plan. And I think what a lot of people were expecting is some kind of differentiation between, if it was solely a habitat reason, then a rebuilding plan that focused on fishing might not be worth the effort to. So I don't know if that fully handles it, but there's no change in the council's responsibilities, even if fishing is very low, or no factor at all in the abundance of the population.
Well, as Brett Cormos noted in a past council meeting, there are only so many knobs we can reach, and the knobs we can reach control fishing. So I think you're right that our management response may not be any different, but Chuck Tracy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So just in this particular sentence, I think there's maybe a little confusion. To me, this sentence is clarifying the distinction between overfished and overfishing and the different management responses for those two things, not the difference between overfished and depleted and the perhaps lack of different responses to those. So just want to make sure that we're clear on which terms we're talking about here.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes, go ahead, Corey.
Okay, Chuck. Well, if that's the case, then I don't think there's ever been a confusion in the law about whether to, going over the mortality rate versus the biomass threshold. That's not been an issue. So yeah, my confusion, if that's what you meant, but that's not been the issue people have been talking about. Except it's difficult to say, hey, it'd be easier to say we overfished it last year to mean, oh, we just went over the OFL. We didn't deplete it, but that's the only benefit.
Well, so this is the legislative committee language. So that's just the way I'm interpreting what is literally on the screen here now. If you want to change that, clarifying the distinction between overfished and depleted is important to make the MSA more comprehensible and then does or doesn't recognize different management responses, et cetera. That may be a more salient point to make, I guess is kind of what I'm trying to say. So I'm not trying to guide this too much. I'm just trying to make sure that we're clear and accurate in the message we're trying to communicate.
Corey?
Thank you. Understood, Chuck. And I hope it's clear to people, and I'm not going to, but the bigger point to make is that this changes nothing in the law other than the word. So, but if people are comfortable with this wording, I'm not going to push it, but it's a word substitution, not a substantive change to how the law works. And that's just the point I'm making. And I would put that in there if it were me.
Well, I guess I would say that it adds a word. Because I think overfished and overfishing were conflated or confused sometimes in the act, not necessarily in the implementing regulations or the national standard guidelines, but I think it does in the act actually make that distinction better. So. Yeah. Anyway, I'll defer to whatever the council how they want to do this, but I guess I'm right at this point. I'm not sure how you want to handle this.
Well, I think that I don't think there's any disagreement to use the word depleted. I think Corey has raised the point that this doesn't change the management response. But unless we want to engage on how management responses should change depending upon whether a stock is depleted as a consequence of fishing versus non-fishing impacts, I don't know that we need to spend more time on this. Let me see if folks disagree or agree, or whether we can move on and see if there are any other changes in Title V. Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grolnick. I'm looking at this thing, and it's kind of bizarre that they would replace the current definition of overfishing and overfish with a single definition of overfishing. It's like they don't even understand the difference between a rate and a status at the people that wrote this. So I think it'd be good to maybe wordsmith this so it basically, I think we're close, but it's kind of I'm kind of disappointed in the folks that put the legislation together that they're confusing overfished and overfishing, it seems like to me. And I think it's adding clarity to that for the public to see would be good. I'd like to agree with the direction we're going.
Okay, so there's So how about the line? Chuck has lined out that language at the end of the comment. Is that acceptable?
I just moved it up to the front of the paragraph, so we got that out of the way.
Fair enough. Maggie Summer, followed by Butch Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I think there may be some confusion among us. Possibly I'm the one that's confused, but I'm looking at the draft bill text in attachment 2, and I don't see that it changes or replaces the current definition of overfishing. I see the change to the term overfished, but I don't see a change to the term overfishing. So I would suggest maybe that council staff look into that and, clarify, make some determination on that, and then that whether the suggested italicized language we've just been talking about is necessary or not.
Okay, I think that's a really good idea. Brad Pettinger.
I think council staff could accommodate us nicely here, but I just think it's weird that they say a current definition of overfishing, which is a rate, and overfished, which is a status, with a single definition of overfishing, which is a rate. To me, anyway, it's incongruent. I think that the council staff is well equipped to clean that up so it looks right.
All right, and I think as Maggie has pointed out, that perhaps this summary may not be completely precise, and that when staff looks at that, the concern that we've discussed and got partially wrapped around the axon may have been unnecessary. So we'll task council staff with looking at that. Let me see if there's anything else on Title 5. Brad Pettinger. Brad, you're muted. Oh, now your hand's down. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at section 505B regarding what each SSC is required to provide to the council. And in the italicized section there, it says we are concerned about the lack of data to carry out this section, as well as the very considerable workload impacts to the SSC. And I'm pretty sure that's referring to the above bolded part that says anticipated future impacts of climate change on fish stocks. So I think I'm disagreeing a little bit with this, because the way I read this, I don't think it will add a considerable workload impact to the SSC. I see this as just using best scientific information available and including the thought process and using science that exists around those future impacts of climate change on fish stocks. So it's not, I don't read it as adding a huge workload or adding really much different to what the council does now, just taking into account when the SSC is providing their advice, that it includes the inclusion of whatever science is available that speaks to those impacts.
Thank you, Corey. John Ugoretz.
Thanks. I'd have to disagree with Ms. Ridings on this one, in that, unfortunately, the proposed language in 505B in the bill is not clear as to whether they have to do it every single time or only when data are available, and whether or not they would have to create new models for new stocks that don't have information. Unfortunately, as we've already seen many times, there will be individuals and groups that bring legal challenge to NIMS based on the language in MSA, and could easily say, based on this language, that the SSC and council, and therefore NIMS, when reviewing a proposed action, did not anticipate future impacts of climate change, even though those weren't available. So I think we need to point this out. I do think we need to say that it's a workload. I think we perhaps should identify that this information is not always available for all stocks, and the proposed language implies that it must be developed by the SSCs.
Okay, so we have a disagreement, which is fine. I'd like to get the sense of the council on which tack to take between that expressed by Corey and that expressed by John. Brad Pettinger?
Yeah, I agree with John and his rationale on that.
Anyone else choose to comment? Corey Niles?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Again, a lot in this bill. I'm actually not clear on what exactly the SSC is being asked to do, and what's the can someone explain what the burden they're seeing is more specifically?
I think it's the bolded language there, anticipated future impacts of climate change on fish stocks.
Thank you, Chuck.
John Ugoretz?
Yeah, thanks. Definitely what Chuck said, and the fact that you're asking the SSCs to anticipate something which they may or may not have data or models developed to do.
You know, and I'll add here, we often have the precautionary principle invoked, and the more we ask for which there are no answers, the more that principle will be invoked to the detriment of the fishery. So I guess I guess I kind of agree with John, but I guess I'd like to get, since we have a disagreement on the council floor, I really want a clear direction from the council here. Corey Niles?
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. And to me, the way it's the concern is the ability to do that. I think we'd all agree that if able, we want the SSC to do that. So I would, could we add some language clarifying the concern? I'm not really worried about that being forced into litigation at all, but it's like, just express the worry. We do, I think the SSC we should have scientific advice on what climate change is going to do to our stocks. I don't think if anyone agrees with that, disagrees with that, okay, but I think it can be contextualized here, just given a sentence or two on what the concern is. But no, I don't have that concern.
Maggie Summer?
Thanks, Chair. I would agree with the statements Corey just made. I think this falls into the same category as we're looking for the best scientific information available, and it is we're interested in what's available. Maybe this is a good opportunity for the term as much as practicable, or if possible, or something there. But I would support staff developing a statement along the lines that Mr. Niles just suggested.
Okay, is there any disagreement with that? All right, I'm going to take that as the sense of the council on this section, unless there's any disagreement. And I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll ask for any further suggested changes to this letter on Title V. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. I have a minor one, and it is back up on section 503B on establishing a bycatch reduction engineering program, and the current council current statement is the council has no concerns about this section. I actually think there's some positive elements and the additions and the proposed changes to this section. It would provide information, outreach, technical assistance, and training to councils, tribes, and fishery participants that will encourage adoption and use of technologies and methods developed under the Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program, and provide for routine consultation with the councils, et cetera. And I think I would be supportive of that, in increased outreach and communication about technologies and results achieved through the Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program. So we might consider asking staff to develop a statement in support of those changes, if that is agreed to by other council members. I will note that the last section of the proposed addition on reporting requirement to Congress does seem very lengthy and overly prescriptive. So I would suggest that staff in their comments refer to the sections related to the provision of information outreach and technical assistance.
Thank you, Maggie, for that. Is there any disagreement with the points raised by Maggie?
Mr. Chair, just clarification. What section were you referring to with your last comment? I'm sorry, I just fell behind a little bit.
Thanks, Chuck. It would take me too long to go to it, but I copied it. It is the section that describes the reporting requirement, that it include a cumulative description of all bycatch reduction technologies. It's a very long sentence. It goes on to describe summaries on how and in which fisheries those technologies have been fully implemented. It's not in this document. It's in the reauthorization bill. I can send you, or I can put in the chat in a minute when I find it, the page that it's on. I am just suggesting that our statement of support refers specifically to the additions that would provide information outreach and technical assistance on some of the technologies and methods that come out of the Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program, and not be so general that it also captures the very prescriptive reporting requirements, since I'm not sure that merits our support at this time, although I'm not objecting to it. That's not something I was intending to, support with a comment here. Does that help? I can take a second and look for the.
I think that's adequate for now. Maybe you can send me an email or chat or something at a later time. I think I got a placeholder for it now.
Maggie? All right. So I guess we will eventually see this revised letter, and we'll have, if anyone has any serious concerns at that point, well, first let me just see if there's anything else in this letter. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I got one more thing. And first, thanks to the committee for, I guess, luckily you had a lot of resources to draw on from past bills. But yeah, thanks to Jennifer I'm impressed by how she pulled this together. But on page 13, and I think it's section 504, I was present at the committee and made some comments, and then sent Jennifer and others more explanation of what I was saying. So this is, to be clear, this is me picking on some of my own words that I use. So not picking on, but the issue here is, I'm looking at, what paragraph is that? It's the paragraph that the one right before section 505, with the term as short as possible. The issue here is the change to the key provision of the law that sets the the considerations for how long rebuilding times, how to set rebuilding times. And the change it makes is, which the council has long supported, has been the 10-year, rebuild within 10 years if you can, or not, and replacing it with the mean generation time standard. But that the 10 years has never really come into play too much with our rebuilding plans, and the litigation we've had is basically saying, rebuild the same way within 10 years or longer by taking the needs of fishing communities into account. But it doesn't really say how to take the needs of fishing communities into account, how much weight to give them. So I just wanted to highlight that was a change here. But I wrote some of these thoughts pretty quickly while doing 10 other things. So just maybe some attention to the language that I could have been more careful with in that last paragraph, where I said, for example, it has been relatively easy to show. I just mean it's not a difficult choice to prove that the needs of the fishing community require some fishing, but it becomes really hard. The standard's unclear on when we're talking 14 versus 17 metric tons and 10 years difference over decades. Where is the break point, for lack of a better word. So just kind of emphasizing some thanks for putting that in there. It is a really important issue. One of the bigger uncertainties I think we have in the statute in terms of how much weight to give the needs of the fishing community. Some people have argued you have to prove that things would be disastrous to communities if you didn't have this level of a catch, which is way too of a high bar in my view, and NIMS has never accepted that, but it's still open. So the point was highlighting that to Congress, that leaves that standard open, and just wrote a suggestion that the language can be improved, and that is I didn't mean I was informally writing there.
All right, thanks, Corey. So we have some additional thought to include there. Let me see if there's any objections to asking staff to fashion some language that captures that notion. And I'm not seeing any other hands, so thank you, Corey, for that comment. Let me see if there are any other comments on this draft letter that the council would like to see incorporated. And I'm not seeing any other hands, so I think we're done for now. The letter, my understanding is that council staff will take the input it's received from council and make revisions to the letter. And then the letter will be recirculated for approval. And that would include the point that Maggie made, and I think she's just provided to staff the language that she was referring to in discussion. I know that the congressional office has asked for a response from the council by the end of September. So, Chuck, does all of that sound right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that sounds right. We will endeavor to make these changes, put together a draft, send it around for the quick response approval process, and get it out by the end of the month.
All right, thanks very much. Is there anything else for Ledge under this agenda item? Frank Lockhart.
Just wanted to take the chance because we didn't yesterday to give praise to Jennifer for her role, not only on this issue, but just on several things. Several NIMS staff members have noted that she does a lot more than what we see in front of the council floor and helping behind the scenes. And some of the things that people pointed out were her significant contributions on the trawl catch share 5-year review. And obviously her excellent work on the legislative committee. As a former Hill staffer and a former NOAA legislative affairs staffer, I have just been amazed with her descriptions of bills. They are just top notch. In fact, I think I talked to Don McIsaac early on asking if the council actually hired a lobbyist for the legislative committee. And when I was told it was Jennifer, I was just so impressed. So, and then I'll end on just noting one little tidbit that I think people know, but maybe just don't know the extent of her good work on the marine, on MREP. In the very first year, which was a crucial year, she came to the rescue on helping us design the management portion of the very first year's workshop. And she did such an excellent job. I think it really set the tone, and I think it helped us create a very good start to the MREP program, and which has continued as everyone knows. And so on behalf of a lot of NIM staff, I'd just like to thank her. And then also just note that Kelly Ames would also like to say a couple of words, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Of course.
Thank you, Chair Gronick, for the opportunity. I did want to echo the comments that have been made this week on Jennifer's contribution to the fishery management process. You all have seen firsthand how valuable she has been to the process, but in the spirit of continuing with the council staff tradition of little known facts, I'll ask Sandra to help me out here. I'd like to share a few about Jennifer from my time as council staff. Jennifer was a member of the council's Health and Wellness Committee, and she motivated me to take good care of myself when I was striving to continually achieve a work-life balance that sometimes seemed all but impossible. From the plank challenge over Christmas break to yoga sessions at council meetings to the Shamrock Run, Jennifer did it all and motivated the rest of us to follow. As I look down today at my abs, and I noticed that the date on my last Shamrock shirt is 2017, and I see that Jennifer recently completed an 8K. I sure am hoping that Jennifer's future work plan includes a NIMS and council staff personal trainer, because I could certainly use that. So thanks for all your service, Jennifer, and best wishes on your next adventure.
Thank you for that, Kelly. Thank you, Frank. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hopefully won't be too long, but I want to echo Frank and Kelly's sentiment there. Jennifer's been just an indispensable part of MREP. You know that I'm the West Coast, one of the co-principals, and Jennifer is our representative in the National Steering Committee from the council, and has really been just a blessing. It's really made our program successful, and I want to thank her from the bottom of my heart for that. And I hope, we heard earlier in the week that she will be contracting, and I think that I would be hopeful that that continues on the MREP as well as the legislative committee, because the work she's done there in my short term as in the legislative committee is unbelievable. She's on par with anybody that I know of that gives these legislative reports. She does just such good work, and I hope we continue to use that rather than use her as a source of this, as well as let her know that it's that desire is there. So I of course defer to Chuck in his management role to do all these things, but I wanted to make my number one, my thanks to Jennifer for all of her service and the friendship that's developed over time with all the work at MREP, and thank her and wish her well, and hopefully she can get a little relaxation out of this, but I don't want to let her off the hook too much. So I thank you so much, Jennifer, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Bob. Butch Smith, followed by Chuck Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too like to echo all the things that were said about Jennifer. I not only her council job, but I too get to work with her on MREP. In fact, Jennifer and I got to do a tandem presentation that was, I'm gonna say, rated pretty darn high by the people that attended MREP for a few years in a row, and not due to me, but due to Jennifer's great PowerPoint and all the hard work she did. So I'm sure Jennifer will take a little bit of time off and get back on her feet running. And I'm glad she's still with NREP and still with the council family in a different role. And I just want to say, in my opinion, Jennifer is awesome sauce. So thank you, Jennifer. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Of course, Butch. Chuck Tracy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I too want to just thank Jennifer for all she's done for the council, and echo some of the comments. I guess, just looking forward, Jennifer will be working on contract with us, hopefully for a long time, working on MREP and working on legislative matters, two of her very strong suits. But she will also be very much missed. And I want to thank Kelly for kind of the little known fact part about Jennifer is, she is very much loved and appreciated by the council staff. And, she's very good for morale and keeping us motivated and looking at things outside of necessarily the, strict fishery management world, and bringing those sorts of things to our attention and keeping us grounded, I guess. And her work, her outreach work with communities and fishermen, is it's outstanding as well. And we there's a lot that she contributes to that are a little bit behind the scenes that you don't all recognize. But I do really want to thank her for for all her years of service and being willing to continue and understanding the the needs of the council here. And I hope that her future is bright and enjoyable, and still includes the council for a long time. So thank you very much, Jennifer.
Thank you, Chuck. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grelnick. And I just wanted to say, yes, I'm right there with everybody. My thanks and appreciation for you, Jennifer. I'm really especially appreciative, having been a new council member and walking into that legislative committee, not really knowing what was going to happen even, that your ability to present the material in a way that is readily understandable is just unbelievable. And I'm so thankful that you are going to stay on with contract. But I am equally appreciative of how just welcoming you are to the process, especially for people that may or may not be as familiar with, different activities of the council, but particularly with the legislative. So thank you for the work you've done. Looking forward to the work you're going to continue to do, and just thank you for being a wonderful, wonderful person.
Thanks, Krista, for those comments. And I'll just say that I echo the sentiments that have been expressed. It's been wonderful to work with Jennifer on legislative matters. And Jennifer's hand has been up for a while, but I wanted to let folks have their say. So Jennifer, you now have the floor.
All right. Well, I just want to say thank you to everybody for all of those kind words. I mean, yeah, I'm all choked up. It has been wonderful working with the council for all this time, and it's just been such an education, and I've made such great connections. And I'm looking forward to continuing to work with a lot of you on MREP and through the legislative materials that I'll probably be developing. And but I will be fine. Don't worry too much about me. I have lots of plans, and one of them is to show up at Kelly's house tomorrow at 7 a.m. to get her out running. So anyway, I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm sure I'll be seeing you again in some capacity at some point.
All right. Thank you very much, Jennifer. So we're completed our ledge matters. It's noon. We still have a lot of work to get done. So we'll take a 45-minute lunch, try to save a little time on the back end, but still provide enough time for people to go out and get something. And we'll be back at 12:45. Thank you.
the readers of the statements to hit the highlights of those reports just to save some time here. So what we've done, looking back a little bit, we started this process in November of 2020. We came back in June 2021 with some statements and a scoping document that kind of laid out the council staff's recommendations for moving forward to try to meet the consistency of the final rules requirements. And so then we handed that off to the MTs. Over the summer, then we worked with the MTs and the leaders of those groups to try to develop some FMP language and just kind of think about the path moving forward of maybe adding some additional details to SAFE documents or pre-3 reports. We just wanted to try to continue the discussion over the summer and try to get a robust statement in front of you. Now you have statements here in detail. The first time you're looking at FMP language and the plan moving forward to try to update the information based on any deficiencies that were found by the MTs and council staff. So where we are in the process, we're really here to adopt preliminary preferred alternatives here, and just kind of continue our consistency review and identify any changes that are needed for further action. And like I said, adopt preliminary preferred alternatives for the fishery management plan amendments as necessary. Recall that in June, we decided that really didn't need to make any changes to the groundfish FMP. So there is no groundfish statement here. We've put that aside and decided that's good to go. We will package that and put it forward to National Fisheries Service for their determination that it does meet all the criteria for the final rule. So what you have now is some FMP language to adopt in front of you when the MTs give you that information. We can then review that and take some questions on that. I'm not looking to wordsmith through a lot of that document, and I'm smiling and winking because I know you just went through a lot of wordsmithing. Just want to, though, touch on the process here, discussions sort of between any action here and the action for coming in November. We do want to, well, I request that you give council and NIMS staff a little bit of leeway after September and GC some flexibility to kind of take the action coming out of September and review that information and package that for kind of an internal review with NIMS, GC, and let them work with headquarters to review what we have as a package as a whole to make sure that we're not missing anything and kind of go through a red flag review on that and make sure that when we come into November, we have a good package of information for you that we definitely have met all the criteria. We don't want to come out in November with regulations and then provide that transmit that to the council, to National Fisheries Service for final review and determination, and find that we made a misstep or we missed something. So what we're trying to do is just go through that process between September and November. Once you're through with this review in September, and then take that to National Fisheries Service and kind of do a little bit of a work through it, make sure we met all the criteria, and then come back to you with a package of FMP amendment language for you to finalize and approve. And at that point, maybe you might want to do a little wordsmithing. Hopefully we won't need to. But in the interim too, between September and November, I too would also like to get whatever information comes out of headquarters, GC, and their kind of consistency review. And then if needed, go back to the MTs between September and November to make any fixes or changes just to make it all look kosher, and then bring it back to you in November. Put it in the briefing book, hopefully advanced briefing book. Timing wise, that may not work, but we'll just do our best to get this information in front of you as early as possible for decision making in November. I want to point out one thing in the process too. So coming out of September, we're going to need to look at working with National Fisheries Service, do a NEPA scoping process to decide whether this change in the FMP warrants any analyses for impacts to the environment. And so we'll need to work with NIMS in making that determination. It's leaning towards a categorical exclusion where no analysis like an EA or EIS will be needed for action on this item. But if that is the case, that we do need to create an EA or an EIS, that would change the timeline. At first blush, it doesn't look like that would be the case, and likely a categorical exclusion would apply here. So we would be able to just go ahead and move into November with just the FMP language and get that through and approved and transmitted over to National Marine Fisheries Service, along with the other parts of each of the FMPs where they are consistent. And hopefully then we'll be good to go and try to meet the timeline of February 2022. Looking at, like I said, what to expect in November, then I would take all this information and try to package it for you as an FMP amendment, one alternative, meaning these 3 FMPs would be modified, and that would be the alternative moving forward. And then the other alternative would be no action, to not make any changes to the FMP. So I would come back in November with the MTs and review that package and give them another opportunity to make any final changes or corrections and things like that. So I'm leaning towards and thinking that it would be similar process where the MTs would then have their statements again, finalizing their language and providing that to you for final review. I would then take all that information once November is done and package that and transmit that to National Marine Fisheries Service immediately or as fast as possible after the November meeting ends, so that NIMS has time to process that and get it under headquarters review, and hopefully we can finalize that by the February deadline. So today, I'm looking and hoping that we will not do a lot of wordsmithing, like I said here, but focus on any maybe deficiencies you might see or any overarching issues with the approach by the MTs and what council staff is putting forward here. We can talk about process and finalization if needed, but I am looking for you to adopt some FMP language here. And then, like I said, we'll have a focus kind of time with GC and headquarters and put their attention on it to try to see if there's any deficiencies from what we've preliminarily decided, and if we have clearly described the SBRM components in each FMP amendment. And I'd like to have some input there prior to November to ensure we don't come out, like I said, of November with something that HQ can't approve. So that's a lot. I'll pause here, and then I would like to first, though, turn to Frank if he would like to add or correct anything I've said. And as we move forward, like I said, it's a little bit of a give and take here. We're trying to make sure we get all this information in front of you. This is the first time you get to see this, so I know that you might be scratching your heads a little bit about, okay, how do we conduct this consistency review? And so it's kind of all of us together at once doing this package, MTs, GC, headquarters, and you as well, the council members. So let me turn to Frank if I could, and then we could have a Q&A on this overview and process, if that would be okay, Vice Chair.
Yeah, Brett, sounds good. Frank, are you there?
Yeah, I think Brett did a great job of describing where we are. There was a lot to kind of absorb. So maybe I'll just make a couple of points, just re-emphasizing a couple of his points. One is that I do think that each of the teams did a good job here and did a good job of putting in front of the council documents that I think do a good job of describing how we're going to come into compliance with the SBRM regulation. And that being said, as Brett did just got done saying, this is the first time we've seen these all together and kind of in final document form. And there is going to be some a need for review by us in the region, and because we don't want to have any surprises for headquarters when this goes to them, we also plan on reaching out to them, as Brett said, in between now and the November meeting. So with all of that, I do think it likely that we will be, there will be a need to kind of edit some of these going forward into the November meeting. I don't think that the edits will be too terribly extensive, and more than likely will be just kind of making sure that they are somewhat consistent and to make sure that they address all the requirements that are needed. I think substantively, the documents are in pretty good shape. Again, that goes back to each of the teams, I think, really took the task seriously and worked pretty diligently over the time they had this summer. And I think maybe I'll just, as far as process, yes, these are FMP amendments, and so that's a process you're all familiar with. But there's also an independent kind of NIMS review of, the region has to make a determination that we believe that the council has met the requirements. And obviously we're part of that process. So we're working hard with everyone to make sure that, we provide any comments on any issues we have as soon as possible. So we, in our review between now and November, we will look at the documentation with that in mind and identify for the council any issues we think need to be fixed in November. But overall, Brett, I think you did a great job of describing of where we are, and I think the council can go ahead and make a preliminary determination at this meeting. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Frank, and thank you, Brett. Questions for Brett or Frank? Corey Niles?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Excuse me. Thanks, Brett and Frank. Brett's mention of, and thanks for that overview of the process, Frank, about the region's independent review. But I guess my impression, and maybe I'm wrong in this, is that we're more documenting the way we observe and measure and report bycatch than making any real changes in how we measure, observe, estimate bycatch. So we're just documenting, we're not making changes. So I'm wondering why, and it's one of my favorite topics, of course, but why would NEPA be on the table at all? Is it just the act of the FMP amendment itself, or are we actually making changes that are going to change the environment? Because, and this will help me understand when we get to hearing the reports. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Vice Chair, I think we're all obviously you have to make any kind of major decision. You do have to look at NEPA, and I think we are all hopeful that a CE will be the determination that is made. The agency has approved some SBRM regulations for the Atlantic HMS FMP, and they did come to determination that a CE was appropriate. So we're hopeful of that, but we just haven't gone through that process. So that's all that's going on.
Okay. Thank you, Frank. Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to be clear on the process here. If this would be coming back to us in November for selection of a final preferred alternatives. Is that correct, or did I?
If I may, Vice Chair.
Please.
Yes. Mr. Anderson, that's correct.
So I'm just wondering what the advantages and or disadvantages, but particularly what are the advantages of adopting a PPA at this meeting? How does that advance our process here, given that we know the region's going to be looking at it. We know that there may be some further edits and changes in the language. I'm just trying to understand what is gained by doing that.
If I may, Vice Chair.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. What's gained is this to me is the first time that everyone gets to see exact language that's been produced to meet the criteria in the final rule. We did want to have a 3-meeting process with this. I mean, we'll wind up with a 4-meeting process in the end, but we wanted to make sure that the council was able to have a look at the information early on and make sure that you're comfortable with the process and the language as far as packaging this information, possibly updating SAFE documents or pre-3 documents with additional details, making sure everyone sees that, as Corey pointed out, we're just documenting the things that we already do. We're not making any changes to our sampling methods, just trying to look back at our process that we've come through in the last several years of people putting together documents that speak to this information and just clarifying that language in the FMP or elsewhere. So we thought too that we should continue with this process as a PPA if warranted. I guess you could go right to FPA, but I don't think that would bring comfort to GC or others at this time. So we thought, then let's package it and bring it back in November for you to take a final look at it and say, yes, we think this consistency review is done. We think we've met all the criteria. Here's our FMP amendment language to make sure that we've dotted all our I's and crossed all our T's. Here you go, National Fisheries Service. Thank you very much. And have them make that final determination. Does that answer your question, Mr. Anderson?
No, but that's okay. I wasn't suggesting that we do any kind of final decision today. I understand that is scheduled to happen in November. I'm just, my question was how, in terms of our action today, does identifying a PPA do anything for us in terms of advancing our process? Given that there is this review that's going to happen by NIMS and there's potentially some additional language changes based on what we're hearing from our advisory group. So that I'll leave it there. I don't eat up a bunch of time, but I just was not seeing. I'm not sure I see a disadvantage, but I'm not sure I see any advantages of adopting a PPA, but that's just me. Thanks.
Apologies, Mr. Anderson. You're correct. I mean, we don't need to pick a PPA here. It's not required. It's not part of our process that it requires us to do that. I don't know if there's any advantage or disadvantage for doing that or not doing that. So I think you could just give guidance if you wanted to, or acknowledge the receipt of this information and pass it along to staff and NIMS and say, please review it and come back to us in November. Take further action or take the time to further review this information and come back to us with the final language, and we'll adopt it then.
Okay. Further questions or discussion for the on the overview? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to the STT report and Dr. O'Farrell. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be referring to agenda item E5A, Supplemental STT Report 1. I will be paraphrasing this report to try to keep it brief, but can try to answer any questions you might have following the presentation. The STT has been briefed twice by Council Staff Officer Brett Weedoff on this topic, and the STT has held a meeting amongst itself to discuss this topic in August. Our review, our STT review of the salmon FMP focused on characterizing bycatch occurring in salmon fisheries, the feasibility of implementing SBRM, uncertainty in the data, and how the data will be used to assess the type and amount of bycatch occurring in the fishery. Through this review, the STT recommends adding new descriptions of procedures used to assess salmon bycatch in Preseason Report 3 and amending the FMP to meet the purpose of SBRM. And in our report here, we describe monitoring programs that generate bycatch estimates for commercial and recreational ocean salmon fisheries, and 2, describe a plan to meet SBRM requirements, and 3, propose draft new language for the salmon FMP that would provide further details on SBRM for salmon fisheries. I was not planning to go through our descriptions of salmon bycatch estimates because they're long and they can, I think, be readily read by council members. I will note that we have 2 sections. We have a description of salmon bycatch estimation from ocean salmon fisheries, and that's with regard to commercial and recreational fisheries. And then we also have descriptions of groundfish bycatch estimation from ocean salmon fisheries, again, commercial and recreational. I would say just in general that there's a lot of overlap between treaty troll fishery and the various state fisheries, or the fisheries that are monitored by the various states. But there are some differences, and we've attempted to describe them in those descriptions there. And moving down to page 5 of our statement here, the STT assessment of current commercial troll salmon fishery groundfish bycatch. After a review of the commercial troll, tribal and non-tribal and recreational ocean salmon fisheries, it was discovered that the bycatch of groundfish in the salmon-directed commercial fisheries was not being reported in either salmon or groundfish documents. Groundfish bycatch in the salmon troll fishery appears to be last assessed when developing the 2006 environmental assessment, which reads, bycatch of fish other than salmon in salmon fishery is generally very limited. Only hook and line gear is allowed in ocean salmon fisheries, and regulations allow for retention of most groundfish species, and limited numbers of Pacific halibut are caught incidentally while salmon fishing. The STT examined the number of active permits and the number of vessels landing salmon in California, Oregon, and Washington, which showed fishery participation has decreased or stayed stable since at least 2003. We have a figure displaying that. The commercial salmon troll fishery has not had notable changes in gear type, structural changes in fishery regulations, or major expansion of open fishing areas. While some groundfish stocks have now rebuilt to higher biomass levels than in 2006, it is possible that groundfish encounters in the salmon fishery could have increased. However, the rate of groundfish encounters as a proportion of stock abundance is unlikely to have increased, given the stability or decrease in commercial salmon fishery participation. Furthermore, all non-salmon species, except halibut and highly migratory species, must be released when fishing in the federal rockfish conservation area unless a vessel is equipped with VMS. Vessels with VMS may retain a limited quantity of some groundfish. However, the proportion of salmon vessels equipped with VMS is thought to be relatively small. Thus, after its examination of the information available, the STT has concluded that the 2006 EA statement that regulations allow for retention of most groundfish species is no longer accurate, since retention of most groundfish stocks is prohibited in the federal RCA for much of the salmon fleet. And 2, the 2006 EA statement that bycatch of fish other than salmon in salmon fisheries generally very limited likely holds true today. And with regard to our plans to meet SBRM requirements, we plan to add an appendix to Preseason Report 3, salmon bycatch projections for the upcoming salmon seasons, and postseason bycatch estimates from the previous season are presented in Table 6 of Preseason Report 3. Footnotes to Table 6 describe aspects of the bycatch enumeration methodology, but do not fully describe the methods used. And to more comprehensively describe the methods used to make preseason and postseason estimates of bycatch, the STT will develop an appendix into future versions of Pre-3. The appendix will describe the data and methods used to generate bycatch projections and estimates, and how the methods differ for commercial and recreational fisheries and along the coast. With regard to the FMP amendment, the current FMP contains a section on bycatch that includes definitions of bycatch and management intent, the occurrence of bycatch, and a description of standard reporting methodology. The sections reflect the intent of SBRM and meet the general requirement of addressing bycatch and SBRM, but could be updated and augmented to better document how SBRM requirements are met, identify where descriptions of bycatch estimation methodologies can be found, document sources of bycatch estimates, and describe the uncertainty inherent in bycatch estimates. As such, the STT recommends that proposed new language be inserted in Section 3.5 of the FMP, and we provide potential changes to the current FMP language and to address this using underline and strike through in our statement here. And that concludes a brief overview of the STT statement, and I can try to answer any questions that council members may have.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. Questions on the STT report? Okay. I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Mike. Okay. Next up is the HMSMT report for Dr. Stows. Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Members of the council, good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Okay, so we have a short report, if I just limit it to the body, and I will not read 8 pages of appendices into the record. The management team reviewed the HMS Fishery Management Plan and considers that the SBRM in the Fishery Management Plan and implementing regulations meets the purposes of an SBRM, but that the Fishery Management Plan lacked adequate descriptions of an SBRM. The team reviewed the draft amendment language in Attachment 1 and discussed the 4 factors when establishing or reviewing an SBRM: bycatch characteristics, feasibility, data uncertainty, and use of resulting data. The team conducted a fishery-specific analysis of the descriptions in the Fishery Management Plan for HMS and offers revisions to the draft amendment language in Attachment 1 that describe the 4 factors. The proposed revisions to the amendment are in Appendix A of this team report. Management team proposed changes are shown in red: deletions by strikeout, insertions by underline, and moves by double strikeout / underline. The team also considered that the council recently adopted the amendment to authorize deep set buoy gear, and it may be implemented after an amendment to clarify SBRM for fisheries in the HMS Fishery Management Plan. In Appendix B of this report, the team offers draft amendment language for Section 6.3.1 to describe an SBRM for a deep set buoy gear fishery. And as I said, after this, our team report consists of those 2 appendices, which I'm not going to read into the record, but I will take any questions from the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Questions for the management team? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up is the CPS management team, and Lorna Wargo. Lorna.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Pettinger and Council. I will also be reading from the team report for CPS and paraphrasing and directly reading some sections. So hopefully I'll be able to make that clear where those transitions are. So the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team was tasked with determining whether or not the standardized bycatch reporting methodology for CPS fisheries was consistent with the National Marine Fisheries Service final rule on SBRM, and recommending potential amendments to the fishery management plan or updates to other related documents if needed. The CPSMT has determined that the SBRM for CPS fisheries is consistent with the final rule, which states an SBRM must address characteristics of bycatch, feasibility, data uncertainty, and data use. However, the CPSMT is recommending language be added to the CPS FMP and stock assessment and fishery evaluation safe document to help clarify and explicitly document its SBRM. At the November 2020 Council meeting, information on CPS SBRM was presented. This report further documents the CPSMT's analysis of state and federal rules and regulations through which SBRM is implemented and the programs and mechanisms through which SBRM is accomplished. Based on this and the previous analyses, the CPSMT proposes minor revisions to the FMP and recommends including more information in the SAFE as outlined below. I'll paraphrase just quickly from the background, which essentially for CPS, bycatch is found to be low, in part due to the characteristics of the targeted species, as CPS fin fish typically school and are pelagic, and the gear that is used to catch them being round hollow type gear, and where fishermen are able to target specific schools, and also where the net can be adjusted to avoid touching the sea floor. Also find that the most common catch of non-target species in a CPS fishery are other CPS, for example, catching Pacific mackerel when targeting Pacific sardine. Otherwise, bycatch of non-CPS is extremely low. The next section, CPS Fishery Management Plan and SBRM. Amendment 9 to the CPS FMP, adopted in 2001, established the SBRM, but did not include detailed language that regarding SBRM, and that the CPS FMP as amended document does not explicitly mention SBRM. Consequently, the CPSMT is recommending additional language be added to the FMP to document and clarify SBRM for CPS fisheries. Through provisions in the CPS FMP, the Council relies on data collected by the states of Washington, Oregon, and California under existing data collection programs. Per the CPS FMP, federal reporting requirements are to be implemented only when a state program fails to provide sufficient data to meet management needs, or in response to a special need where the information will enhance effective management. This provision ensures the Council and NMFS are able to address future potential problems or needs. This SBRM was chosen because analyses showed that bycatch was sufficiently minimized through existing management measures and regulations, and that SBRM is most feasibly accomplished through state and tribal programs to monitor catch and bycatch dockside or observer programs for newly developing fisheries, and that additional measures were not warranted. For example, it was determined that if there was insufficient justification, to require observers for the limited entry fishery or logbooks for all harvesters of CPS, as the cost of either program would likely exceed the benefit of any additional information about the amount and variety of bycatch. Subsequent monitoring and review of the characteristics of bycatch and CPS fisheries, including the results of a series of separate onboard observing programs conducted by NMFS of California CPS fisheries and the Washington and Oregon Fish and Wildlife Departments of the Pacific sardine fishery, have continued to show that bycatch is extremely low in CPS fisheries and can be sufficiently monitored through existing state programs. And the 3 bullets there at the bottom of page 1 then summarize the details of those 3 observer programs that I won't go into detail here. So moving to the next section that really is at the top of page 3. The CPSMT is proposing an approach that specifies SBRM in the CPS FMP and provides more detailed information in the SAFE, addressing in the 2 documents the elements that conform with the final rule for standardized bycatch reporting methodology. Data collected by the previously mentioned state programs are used in the development of the CPS SAFE, a requirement of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, where bycatch for CPS fisheries is documented on an annual basis. However, based upon further review of the CPS SBRM and its documentation, the CPSMT determined that information could be added to the SAFE, including the source of bycatch data reported in the SAFE, that is logbooks, fish tickets, port sampling. B, links to or summaries of state sampling data collection methodologies, and C, a description of the methods used for evaluating bycatch. So concluding the main body of the report, attachment 1 presents a proposed new section to the CPS FMP specific to SBRM, and attachment 2 presents proposed language to be added into chapter 4 of the CPS SAFE. While the proposed FMP language in attachment 1 provides clear guidance on static SBRM requirements, additional information would be more appropriately captured in the annually updated SAFE report. State methodologies and data collection methods may vary slightly from year to year based on resource availability and monitoring priorities, which may also impact sources of data uncertainty on an annual basis. And then I'll just have you refer to the attachment 1, which is the proposed new CPS FMP text. It is all underlined as it would constitute a new section, and essentially covers the characteristics of CPS gear and CPS fish behavior, documents that we rely on a suite of state monitoring programs, does include language that the CPS FMP authorizes federal observers when needed, and that documents the existing monitoring and reporting programs that we've relied on for many years, have been shown to be feasible and sufficient. And so that would constitute what we would add to the FMP. Then under attachment 2, the CPSMT proposes incorporating a version of the text that's presented into chapter 4 of the SAFE. We are still working through some of the detail, but felt that what was presented here captured the breadth of what would be added, and that we would possibly add more detail as we are developing the SAFE. And I think that would then conclude our team statement. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Lorna. Questions for Lorna on the management team report? Okay, seeing no hands. Thanks, Lorna. Next up is CPS AS report, and Mike Okoniski. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be reading from agenda item E5A, supplemental CPS AS report 1, September 2021, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel report on standardized bycatch reporting methodology. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel read the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team's report on standardized bycatch reporting methodology. Agenda item E5A, supplemental CPSMT report 1, and compliments the CPSMT for producing a comprehensive report on the background and processes utilized by the West Coast states to account for and report bycatch. The CPSAS agrees with the CPSMT statement that bycatch in CPS fisheries is typically low due to the characteristic schooling tendencies of targeted CPS species and the round haul gear used in harvest. We also concur with the CPS-MT recommendations to specify SBRM in the CPS Fishery Management Plan and provide more detailed information in the annual stock assessment and fishery evaluation document to facilitate addressing the required elements conforming with the final rule for SBRM. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thanks, Mike. Questions for the advisory panel? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mike. And that concludes public or the team and advisory body reports. I don't see any public comment. Oh, there is one signed up. Yes. Okay. Good thing I checked. Robert Osborne. And Robert, are you there? I believe you're muted, Robert. Or Bob.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking to you here today on behalf of the Worldwide Billfish Foundation and recreational angler conservation organizations. Since 1998, I've been involved in educating the public on fish handling practices in a variety of recreational fisheries in 3 different programs that has included both the West Coast and the East Coast. I believe the HMS-MT changes to the section on the private recreational boat fisheries and an improvement. I would like to provide some additional information. The HMS-MT recognizes the comparative seaworthiness between launch ramp boats and private marina-based vessels. This is correct. Additionally, a very significant difference still exists for fisheries for striped marlin and swordfish. The targeting of striped marlin and surface swimming swordfish, the same fish as targeted by the harpoon fishery, is dominated by private marina vessels. The reason for this is success in these fisheries is highly dependent upon the sighting of surface swimming fish and the targeting of that observed fish. Flying bridges and observation towers greatly aid in this endeavor. Due to the attraction of pursuing these top big game species, effort is greatly diverted in the private marina vessels away from other available HMS at times when the striped marlin and swordfish are available. Additionally, catch and release fishing is technically not bycatch, and since it does not appear that surface data collection distinguishes between targeted catch and release and an intended and unintended bycatch. Therefore, it is likely that true bycatch is even smaller for private recreational vessels in general, and even smaller by the unsampled private recreational boat fishery that's in the private marinas. Thus, while improving the data collection may not be feasible considering the costs for the sole purpose of improving bycatch reporting alone, it should be known that improvements here would provide benefits such as understanding the importance of the striped marlin and swordfish resource to the recreational fishing community and in improving reporting on the retention of swordfish by recreational fishermen. Finally, I would like to acknowledge that the issue of improving sampling of private vessels and private access is listed in the research and data needs report as part of the HMS SAFE report. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Questions for Bob on his testimony? Okay, don't see any hands. All right, well, that concludes public comment on E5, and it takes us to council action. All right. So Brett did a great job, I guess, of setting us up for the discussion. So looking for a hand to start us off, and I see Frank Lockhart. Frank.
So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And while we've been hearing testimony, NIM staff has had a little bit of a conversation, maybe picking up on Phil's question to Brett. And I think I didn't answer during the question because I maybe didn't quite understand it fully, but I think what the council could do, consistent with what I think Phil was asking, rather than make a PPA recommendation, the council could provide us with, if they have any concerns or edits to any of the 3 reports, they could express those now, and then direct the staff, NIMS and council staff and the MTs to continue working on the documents for November, and then also potentially adopt the 3 reports or send out the 3 reports for public review without formally adopting a PPA. So the council could be less formal right now, and that would pretty much accomplish the same thing and perhaps save us time going through kind of point by point of approval of a PPA. So I hope that was understandable. I was kind of putting my notes together quickly here, but so that is an option before the council, and could potentially get us at the same kind of point that a PPA decision would. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Frank, for that info. Advice. John Ugertz. John?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And following on what Frank just said, it's really exactly where my thinking was leading. I think the teams have done a good job of drafting some potential language. I don't think we've had enough time to even digest it to make a decision about if it is final at this point. But I would be perfectly happy for what they've drafted to go to the public and to NIMS for review, and that then in November we would be well prepared to craft a range of alternatives and select something that we think is our preferred.
Okay, thank you, John. Anyone else? Phil Anderson. Phil?
Oh, just real quick, I would speak in support of both Frank and John's comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Frank?
Well, maybe I misheard, so I just want to confirm that. I guess what I was suggesting is that we would make a final decision in November, not a preliminary preferred alternative. I think the documents that we have in front of us now, while I do think there will be some changes, I think that they have done a good job of kind of presenting kind of the something that's going to be close to final. I think there will be some tweaking, but I don't think there will be a whole lot of substantive changes. So we don't have to make a PPA decision and then an FPA. I think we could, put these forward right now and then make a final decision in November. So again, I might have misheard John, but I guess that I just wanted to clarify what I was suggesting.
Okay, thanks, Frank. Chuck has his hand up. So Chuck?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, just a little process clarification here. So I know that in the past, the council has essentially done a one-meeting process to adopt FMP changes, but those have, in my recollection, have all been sort of in the categorical exclusion category. So just, I guess I'm just, since that determination hasn't been made yet, or we haven't been informed of it, I guess I'm just wondering about the need for adopting a range of alternatives, sort of in the NEPA sense. If, I think in June, this was a scoping issue, not a range. So it seems like, just in terms of the NEPA process, if this were to require an EA, that we would need to have a range of alternatives prior to selection of a final FPA. The PPA is frankly, I don't think there's enough separation in the alternatives or the suggestions presented here to pick a preferred alternative over any of the other alternatives other than status quo, I guess. So anyway, I guess I'm just wondering about the NEPA steps here and where we are at and what we need to do to make sure that we are in compliance.
Okay, Chuck. See, John Gertz has his hand up. John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, responding to Frank's question, I agree wholeheartedly that I wasn't anticipating a PPA in November. I frankly don't like PPAs in general, and in this case, I think it's definitely not necessary. To get to Chuck's point, sort of why I was hedging what I was saying is I don't want to presume where we will be at in November, but I could see us getting to final at that point based on guidance from NIMS and legal counsel. I could also see us needing to take one more step if that's the guidance we get.
Okay. Thanks, John. Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, that's what I offered support for both Frank and John's remarks. That's what I understood was that we would endeavor to have a final decision in November. I don't know what to say about Chuck's remarks here. I mean, we're going to have a 4-meeting process by the time this is done. But I guess the letter of the process in terms of having a range of alternatives is correct. But it just seems to me that we will have had 4 meetings here. We'll have had this stuff out in front of the public, and we certainly could be ready to make a final decision in November.
Thanks, Phil. John, your hand's up.
Oh, that's a leftover.
Okay, thank you. Corey Niles. Corey?
Yeah, I'm supportive of the process. I'll just express some confusion about the alternatives, and maybe it could be my confusion, but I did hear Brett speak to it. We're just documenting what we do. This is answering a requirement of this type we just talked about, not really wanting any more of from the Magnus X. So I'm happy with what we have. I'm looking forward to the feedback from NOAA General Counsel and others, but this is not a NEPA process where we need to worry about the impacts of the environment of things we're doing already and doing well to document Bycatch. But that's just expressing frustration there. But no, I think I also support the process being suggested.
Okay, good point, Corey. Okay. Maggie Summers. Maggie?
Thanks, Vice Chair. I could probably offer a motion if one is needed in a moment, but I would first be seeking confirmation that what we're looking for, what's needed here, is a proposal of a range of alternatives that would include a no action alternative and then an alternative with the proposed changes to the HMS, CPS, and salmon FMPs as a package. And we would be intending to adopt that as a range for public review, noting the request for council staff to follow up with coordination with NIMS on their review.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie. Chuck?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Maggie. That would satisfy me.
Okay, there you heard it. I see Maggie's hands up again. Maggie?
Well, in that case, perhaps Chris or Sandra have a motion I can start with. I'll make an addition. If you haven't received anything by email, I'll type it in, but if you got something, it'll save you a few minutes. Or you type it in, I'll talk. I take it nothing has arrived over the internet. Okay, got it. Okay, I move the council adopt for public review the following range of alternatives. 4 modifications to the council's FMPs to ensure consistency with requirements for standardized bycatch reporting methodology, : new line. Revisions to the HMS FMP and the first word in that line will be revisions rather than reviews. Great, thanks. Revisions to the HMS FMP presented in E5A Supplemental HMSMT Report 1, comma, new line. Revisions to the CPS FMP presented in E5A Supplemental CPS MT Report 1, comma, and new line. Revisions to the Salmon FMP presented in E5A Supplemental STT Report 1, new line. And request that council staff coordinate with NIMFs to review the proposed revisions and report to the council in November 2021. That concludes the motion.
Thank you, Maggie. And is the language accurate?
I have an addition. Let's go up to methodology : please, and hit return to go to a new line. The number 1, period, no action. New line. Number 2, in combination, : let's just remove that so it doesn't cause confusion. Instead of in combination, let's just say the following : that should do it. Thanks.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that. Looking for a second. Second by John Nugentz. Thank you, John. Maggie, speak to your motion, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And thanks to Chris or Sandra, whoever's behind the cursor there typing in. We had a great introduction on this, very thorough by Brett, who reminded us of the process we have gone through so far on scoping of this, and quite a bit of work by our management teams and advisory subpanels, as well as council staff to coordinate all of that. As we have observed, this is the first time we have specific language proposing changes to the FMPs to ensure that they are accurately documenting our bycatch data collection and estimation and reporting methodology. We had some good discussion on process, that our intent here is to kind of formally establish these as a range. These will be provided for public review, and we look forward to then the council staff and NIMS review, understanding that that may include various elements of NIMS to ensure that they are indeed consistent with and fully meet the requirements in the final rule for SRBM. And we'll look forward to hearing any outcomes of that review at our November meeting. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie. Discussion on the motion? Okay. Seeing no hands, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Maggie. And thank you, everyone, for put the work into that. Okay. With that, I'll turn to Brett.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Very good motion, very clear direction for staff and NIMS staff to work together moving forward. Thank you, Maggie, for summarizing that. I don't think I need to summarize anymore. I think we'll just come back to you in November with some more information for you to take final action and hopefully put this to bed. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Brett. And with that, we will go to E6, membership appointments and council operating procedure, and Mike Berner. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, council members. Agenda item E6, where we typically look at appointment business and changes to our council operating procedures. We do have a fair amount of business to take care of here, but I'll try to move through it as expeditiously as I can. Regarding council staff, everyone's well aware that Chuck Tracy will be stepping down as executive director, and that process to find a new executive director is well underway, and I don't think I have much to add there, so I'll move on. We can ask questions of Chuck later if that is needed. Regarding council designees, the Coast Guard, as everyone is aware, has changed their representation to the council. We've enjoyed that participation this week already. So again, in the interest of time, I will move on. That letter is in your briefing materials if you'd like to review it. Also regarding designees to the council, we got a letter from the National Marine Fisheries Service letting the council know that Ms. Keely Kent, she's the new branch chief at the West Coast region. She'll be replacing Asia Shumilo as a designee to the council, and we look forward to Keely joining the table perhaps in November. There's no further council business required for all those designee situations. So moving on, regarding council representatives to other forums, Mr. Louis Zim, former council member, was the council representative to the Pacific Offshore Cetacean Take Reduction Team. The council discussed this position under closed session, and I believe when we get to council action, Chair Gorelnik is prepared to speak to this position. Also, Mr. Phil Anderson has been the council's representative to the U.S. section of the Joint Management Committee of the U.S.-Canada Pacific Hague Agreement, which ends in November. Again, the council discussed this position under closed session, and again, I believe Chair Gorelnik is prepared to speak to that situation when we get to council action. Another item we expected to discuss here at this meeting was the council's representation to a planned meeting of the Council Coordination Committee's council member ongoing development program. It was set to meet in November in Colorado. However, due to the situation with the pandemic and the desire or the need for that meeting to be in person to really get the full benefit of it, that meeting's been postponed. And so I don't expect there'll be a need for any more council discussion of that at this session, and look forward to working on that in 2022. Regarding council advisory body appointments, there's a couple of things to take care of here. First of all, we got a letter from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife nominating Mr. Philip Dunn to replace Mr. Derek Dapp as that agency's representative to the Highly Migratory Species Management Team. And we would look to a council motion under council action to make that formal if that was the will of the council. Regarding ad hoc committees, we got a letter from California Department of Fish and Wildlife requesting that Ms. Liz Helmers replace Mr. Travis Buck as their representative to the Ad Hoc Ecosystem Work Group. And I believe Chair Grelnick is prepared to speak to that when we get to council action. Additionally, at your June meeting, the council created the Ad Hoc Marine Planning Committee. And there was discussion shortly thereafter on populating that committee. We were unable to get a tribal representative identified before the September 1 first meeting of that group, but we have since gotten such a nomination. So again, I believe Chair Grelnick is prepared to speak to that appointment when we get to council action. Also, as the council's aware, we are in the second of a 3-meeting process to appoint folks to the next 3-year term of our advisory body seats, at least those that are term limited for 2022 to 2024. Additionally, during this process, the council typically takes a look at our COPs and the compositions of those groups and makes any changes to keep those groups current and make sure we have proper stakeholder engagement. So in June, the council discussed this and adopted for public review some changes to the composition of the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel and changes to the Groundfish Endangered Species Work Group. Those changes are underlined in strikeout in attachment 3 for this agenda item. I won't step through those unless asked to, again, in the interest of time. Again, at June, though, the council also discussed the desire to remove language referencing majority and minority reports and adopted for public review some changes to COP2 in that regard, also included in attachment 3. Council staff, following that, recognized that there were other references to majority and minority reports in some of our other COPs and took the liberty of assuming that the council intent was to change that language across all of the COPs. So in supplemental attachment 4 for this agenda item was the council staff's effort to go through and find other references to majority and minority reports and put some language before the council to see if that is indeed your intent, and if so, make a motion to do that. Additionally, for public review, the council adopted changes to COP4, which would allow at-large members of the SSC to request alternates, which had previously not been allowed per that COP. So between attachments 3 and supplemental attachment 4, you can find all of those proposed changes to the COPs. And if appropriate under council action, we'd look for a motion to make those COP changes formal. Once that's done and we know the full suite of the compositions of those groups, the council anticipates soliciting nominations for the term limited seats, those being those on all of the advisory subpanels, the non-agency seats on the Habitat Committee, and the at-large seats on the SSC. We're aiming to post that shortly after this session, probably next week. Give folks about a month to submit nominations so that we can have all of those nominations in the briefing book for your November session, where you're scheduled to adopt final representation for the next term. And finally, Mr. Vice Chair, staff also thought this would be a good time to review the ad hoc council committees and perhaps decommission some that have finished their business. The suggestion here in the situation summary includes 3 ad hoc groups that we feel are ready for such action: the Climate Scenarios Investigation Work Group and the Climate and Communities Core Team. We heard under your ecosystem business earlier in the week that that scenario planning exercise we're buttoning that up, and so perhaps those groups are ready for decommissioning. The third, the Southern Resident Killer Whale Work Group, I'm pleased to announce that Amendment 21 to the Salmon Plan has been adopted, and so that group too has completed a lot of work, but has run their course. So I would ask the council to consider decommissioning those 3 ad hoc groups at this session, and that would require a motion once we get to council action. And then just rounding out the sit-sum, there's a list of all our other ad hoc groups, and I've not heard, nor do I suggest considering decommissioning any of those, but the council could have a discussion if appropriate. So we have one report from our advisory bodies. The SSC has a supplemental report for your consideration. And last I looked, there was one public comment sign up. So business under this, again, we've got a couple of things to take care of. We need to look at the changes to the COPs that I went through regarding composition of our advisory groups and some language changes and consider adopting those as final. We've got the appointment to the highly migratory species management team to consider. And I believe Chair Gorelnik has a variety of things that I've outlined here to speak to once we get to council action. So with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll take a pause and see if there's any questions of the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike on his overview? Okay, not seeing any, so we will go to Galen Johnson and SSC. Galen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Galen Johnson from the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission, reading agenda item E6A, the supplemental SSC report 1 on membership appointments and council operating procedures. The SSC reviewed proposed changes to the council operating procedures 2, 3, and 4. And also discussed the need for expertise that should be prioritized in the upcoming call for nominations for at-large SSC seats. Changes to COP4. The SSC discussion of changes to COPs focused on proposed changes to COP4 regarding alternate members for the SSC. The changes eliminate language from COP4 that prohibited at-large SSC committee members from designating alternates. The revised COP would allow at-large members of the SSC who are unable to attend an SSC meeting to request an alternate subject to 30-day advance notice and approval by the executive director. A primary concern of the SSC with regards to designating alternates is that the policy be consistent for at-large members and agency appointed members. The proposed changes to COP4 address this by eliminating language that specified that only agency-appointed members could designate alternates. An alternative policy to consider would be to disallow alternates for both agency and at-large seats except under exceptional circumstances as determined by the executive director. The treatment of requests for alternates for at-large and agency members should be consistent. The SSC notes that if designation of
Galen, are you there? Did we lose her?
Apparently so.
Okay.
Her microphone is unmuted, but there's no sound.
Huh. Yeah, Galen, if you can hear us, we cannot hear you. Okay. I see she's, we lost her on the screen. Maybe she'll log back in and we'll see if we get her back. Well, I see her name. She's back on. But Galen, you're muted still.
I am back. I'm sorry about that. My internet is busy now that the kids are back at school.
Okay. All right, we got you back. Thank you.
Okay, and now I've lost my place. Okay, these standards include strong scientific credentials, appropriate disciplinary expertise to substitute for the absent member, assurance that the individual will be scientifically objective and policy neutral, and documentation of any potential conflicts of interest. It is also important that any alternate be knowledgeable of how the SSC operates and be well prepared for the topics to be covered in the meeting, as well as ongoing issues that may carry over from prior meetings. The current COP does require prior approval by the executive director who can ensure these qualifications be met. It would be useful to outline a vetting procedure that specifies qualifications for alternates, and consultation with the SSC chair may be advisable to ensure an alternate will meet the needs of the SSC for the meeting or meetings they will attend. The SSC notes that the current process of appointing all at-large members for concurrent 3-year terms or vacated seats only for the remainder of a 3-year term could be made more flexible by having offset terms for subsets of at-large seats such that 2 or 3 seats would be reappointed each year. This would enable the SSC to respond more quickly to changing needs for expertise and could allow 3-year appointments for appointees replacing a member that did not complete a 3-year term. There is a typo in the first sentence of the current COP 4 in the section titled alternate member. The sentence reads request and alternate and should read request and alternate. And then call for new SSC nominations. The council will soon be requesting nominations for appointments and reappointments of at-large SSC members for the 3-year terms beginning in 2022. The SSC notes nominees with expertise in stock assessment and ability to serve on stock assessment review panels are high priorities. The Groundfish Subcommittee is in need of these additional at-large members to meet the demands in its workload. The SSC notes that the current slate of at-large members provide expertise in a variety of areas, and maintaining membership that includes those areas of expertise is desirable. These include stock assessment, management strategy evaluation, acoustics, ecosystem science, oceanography, and economics, as well as fishery management plan-specific knowledge for groundfish, salmon, coastal pelagic species, and highly migratory species. And that concludes our statement. And sorry for the little blip in the middle.
Not a problem. Questions for Dr. Galen or Dr. Johnson on the SSC report? Okay, very good. Thank you. And that is the only report we have. And so that takes us to public comment. And I saw one name early on, and I don't know if any more, but it sounds like for Tara Brock. Terry, are you there?
She appears muted on her end.
Yep. Yeah, you're muted, Tara. Still muted. Yeah, you're still muted. I'm not sure if maybe she stepped away from the computer at the wrong time. Okay. Ah, there you
go. Apologies for that.
It happens.
I know you'd think this long into this virtual world we'd all be accustomed. Thank you for your patience, council members. I just have a few brief comments here. I know we're all working to get out today. So we did want to support removing the recommendation to remove the distinction between minority and majority opinions in the advisory body reports. I think that's an important change the council can make, as well as recommending that the council consider making advisory body meetings virtual at least a portion of the time and schedule them ahead of council meetings. We saw in the budget report that this could save the council up to $400,000 that could go to other council priorities. And this could also ensure that council members that reports and letters and other items that advisory bodies might prepare for a meeting are in the briefing book in time for council members and stakeholders to really adequately review them. One other comment, we noted in the SSC report concerns around appointing alternates. Do support their those suggested changes for alternates, but in the past we have recommended that alternates be pre-vetted by the council and that a list potentially be maintained by the staff and executive director. That way alternates are sort of pre-vetted to make sure that they are qualified for the seat that they're going to be sitting in, The North Pacific Council does that this way and think that that is a good approach to take here for alternates. And finally, just we recommend that the council continue to formalize its public comment guidelines and ensure that there are really clear instructions on how the council will accept digital media such as video and under what conditions staff will remove comments or change where comments are being posted. So wanted to just put those forward and happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Tara. Questions for Tara on her testimony? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Tara. That takes us to council action. And with that, I'll look to Maggie Summer. Maggie. I'm not hearing you, Maggie.
Okay, sorry about that. I take it you can hear me now. I share the wrath of Chair Gorelnik for asking. I just have a brief point of discussion to start with, perhaps a point of clarification. I think there may have been some misunderstanding of the intent of the changes to the COPs, removing the majority and minority report language. And I want to alleviate any concern, specifically some worry that maybe the council is not interested in hearing from minority voices in our advisory subpanel reports, and that is not at all the case. Certainly, it is very helpful for the council to receive reports and recommendations that reflect consensus, and it is helpful to understand a sense of whether it is many or few members of a group that are presenting a particular viewpoint. But we do want to know when there are diverse or divergent viewpoints among the groups. And I think the proposed language changes are quite clear on that point, that we are requesting that reports include areas of consensus and difference, not just consensus. So I just wanted to get that out. That came up in our delegation this morning, that there was some concern along those lines, and I thought clarification would help. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Phil Anderson. Phil?
Well, I'm just one. Are you going to work through these in the order that Mike addressed them in his overview? That it would be helpful. I have a couple of motions, but they're on the COPS and ad hoc committees, but I thought you were going to work through the different pieces of this agenda item in the order that Mike talked about them.
Yeah, that would be. I want to. Well, Maggie, we open for council discussion leading up to that point, but I see Mark has hand. Mark.
Hold on a second. I think Mike started with a discussion of some appointments, and I'm happy to take care of those that I can handle myself here. If that is acceptable to you, we can at least get those off the table.
Sure, Mark.
How do you want to proceed? Yeah, is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
Okay, so there are a number of items that Mike Berner mentioned that I was going to take care of, and I will do my best to do so. And I'll do it in the order that Mike addressed them. The first has to do with the council representative to the Pacific Offshore Cetacean Take Reduction Team, a position that Louis Zim had. And it's my intention to appoint Corey Ridings to that position. It's a nice way to welcome Corey to the council by putting her on a committee. So thank you, Corey. With regard to the council representative to the U.S. section of the Joint Management Committee of the U.S.-Canada Pacific Hake Whiting Agreement, it's my intention to recommend that the Secretary of Commerce reappoint Phil Anderson to that position. Phil has done an extraordinarily good job for the council and for the country in his position there, and I'm glad that he's willing to continue in that position. With regard to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife position on the ad hoc ecosystem work group, Travis Hunter has left that group, and CDFW has recommended Liz Helmers. So it's my intention to appoint Liz Helmers to that position. And finally, we had one vacancy on the ad hoc Marine Planning Committee. That was the tribal representative. And I will appoint Steve Joner to that position. And that should fill out the Marine Planning Committee. And I believe that's those are the positions I needed to address.
And I think you have done that, Mark. So fantastic. So in that vein, Mark, your hand's still up? Okay. The main vein of moving along with appointments, look for a motion on the, or discussion on the HMS management team position for council motion. Corey Niles. Corey?
Sorry, Mr. Vice Chair, did you say the HMS management team position? Yes, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, please.
And I believe staff should have. Excuse me, I'm confused here. I was looking at email. Trevor, we're talking about appointments to the HMS management team.
Yes.
Okay, I thought council staff had a motion ready for that. Mr. Berner, am I wrong?
Okay, coming. Hold on.
In just a moment, we're working on it.
Mr. Vice Chair, I see now I'm ready to, if you are.
I am.
All right. Thank you. I move the council appoint Mr. Philip, and I believe there's a misspelling. It's D-I-O-N-N-E. Let me start over here. I move the council appoint Mr. Philip Dion to the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife position on the Highland Migratory Species Management Team, currently held by Mr. Derek Dapp.
Okay. The language is accurate on the screen.
It looks so. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Seconded by Phil Anderson. Thank you, Phil. Okay, Corey, you'll speak to the motion.
Just quickly, thank Derek for his service. Our HMS management team position seems to be a quick avenue towards promotion, and Derek has not been able to engage with his new duties, but Phil is part of our marine fish group that works for Teresa Sower and focuses on so has good fishery management and policy background. We look forward to having him able to engage. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Okay. I'll call the question. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Corey. Next, we have I guess it would be council action on adopting COP changes. So I guess there's a discussion on that. Phil Anderson, Phil?
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, I have a motion to offer when you're ready.
Okay. I would just see if anybody has any comments before we get there, or maybe just make the motion and we'll go from there, Phil. Okay, I don't see any hands.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay.
And thank you, Chris and Sandra, for helping me with this. I move the council adopt the changes to council operating procedures 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8 as specified in agenda item E6 attachment 3 entitled Public Review Draft Proposed Revisions to Council Operating Procedures 2, 3, 4, including the revision below to the alternate member section of COP 4 and agenda item E6, supplemental attachment 4 entitled Supplemental Proposed Revisions to Council Operating Procedures. Relative to the revision to the alternate members section, I'll just read this. Members should attend all meetings, but members may, with prior approval by the executive director, request an alternate. When an appointed member will not be able to attend a meeting, an alternate may be appointed by the executive director if notified in advance in writing with the name, contact information, and a description of the individual's qualifications for the proposed alternate at least 30 days prior to the first day of the advisory body meeting or the first day of the council meeting held in conjunction with the advisory body meeting. Exceptions to these terms may be made at the discretion of the executive director for highly unusual occurrences. Such alternates may participate in committee deliberations as a regular member, and non-federal alternates shall be reimbursed for expenses per the council travel rules. That completes my motion, Mr. Vice Chair, and the language on the screen is accurate.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Looking for a second. Butch Smith. Thank you, Butch. If you need to speak to the motion, Phil, but I'll allow you.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. So let me just briefly speak to the changes that would be made if this motion were to pass. First, relative to COP 2, under the category of reports to the council by APs, this changes the language, which currently reads, if necessary, majority and minority reports may be drafted. And it also, in its place, it says, if necessary, reports will present the divergent views of the subpanel. And that further, the subpanel chair will present the reports to the council. So as Ms. Summer indicated in her remarks when we began council discussion on the agenda item, this change clearly indicates that divergent views from the subpanel are welcomed, and there's an expectation that they will be presented. Also, an alternative in COP 2, too many alts. It does make some changes to the HMS AP. It takes the total membership from 13 up to 14. The changes include, it adds one commercial deep set buoy gear seat. It eliminates 2 commercial at-large seats. It adds one commercial north of Point Conception, one commercial south of Point Conception, one private sport north of Conception, and one private sport south of Point Conception, and it eliminates one at-large position. So the math after you do all that is that it increases the number of positions on that panel by one. Relative to COP3, this is the Groundfish Endangered Species Work Group. It increases the membership from 11 to 13 by adding one seat that's designated for National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region, and a second seat that's designated to the fishing industry representative. In excuse me. Again, in COP4 is where the alternate member language shows up. And the primary reasons I'm proposing these changes to what was presented in the document that we have in our briefing book is to address the SSC's concerns. So, and correct that one a typo in the second line there where we went from an and to an and. But this sets up a process by which that the executive director is the one that appoints the person. A member that wishes to have an alternate sit in his or her place has to provide, obviously, the name, the contact information, and I added the description of the individual's qualifications so that the executive director would have information in front of them to make a determination as to whether or not the person that's being recommended has the necessary qualifications. I did not put in the language specifically that the executive director would consult with the chair of the particular committee or AP that would be involved, but that certainly could be something that the executive director did. And in the case of the SSC, would probably be a wise thing to do. So those are the reasons for these modifications, is to ensure that the decision lies with the executive director, and the executive director bases their decision on the information provided in terms of the person's qualifications to assume an alternate standing on a particular committee. For COPs 5, 7, and 8, those changes are all are solely directed at the majority-minority report business, and so that we have consistency throughout in terms of the expectation of our various subpanels in providing reports to the council, that if there are divergent views, that they will be presented as part of the subpanel report. With that explanation, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll close my remarks. Be happy to try to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Phil, for the motion and for your rationale. Discussion on the motion? Corey Niles. Corey?
Just briefly, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Phil. Well done, well said. Yeah, I really am a fan of this. Two comments, the way that we've reframing the minority versus majority. It's the diversity of views and the dialogue and hearing the ideas that really helps the deliberations up here on the council. And just one comment, I'm having a flashback to 3 years ago, probably, where on the issue of alternates and this highly unusual occurrences in the 30 days, I'm supportive of this motion. Life happens, and I trust our executive director and staff to make decisions, good ones. Too high of a bar there. I mean, I would just minor protest and I bet have full faith that staff will exercise their judgment well. So thank you again, Mr. Anderson. I will be voting yes.
Corey, Bob Dooley. Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Phil, thanks so much for really complete motion here. A couple of people have approached me this meeting and talking about alternate members and CUP 4 under alternates. I think it's on page 4 of that. And I agree with all of the changes here, but there was a question about notification and letting not only the council members, but the public and everyone know in a transparent way. Was that considered at all, or do you have any comments on that? Not asking for a change here, but I just, it was asked of me by a couple people in general, and I just want to be able to bring it up so that it's discussed.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Dooley, thanks for that concern. I think we should expect that when an alternate is approved by the executive director, that the council members and the committee members will be notified that they have made that decision. I did not choose to put it in here in terms of explicitly in the COP, but I think as a matter of good business practices, it would be something that the executive director would do.
Yes, thank you, Phil. I think that's a good guidance, and I think that I think not only just the council and the members, I think the public has a little bit of a understanding of that as well going in, because particularly there aren't alternates in the council, but there's in the advisory panels and such that they have forewarning that there may be a change and maybe they need to be aware of that. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Your hand was back up, Bob. Okay, further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. Oh, and then the next issue is the decommission ad hoc committees. And Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't want to cut off any discussion before I make a motion, but I do have one prepared when you're ready.
Okay. Well, it's 2:30 on the day last, so I don't see any hands behind you. So I would say proceed, please.
Okay, thank you. I move the council decommission the ad hoc climate scenarios investigation work group, the ad hoc climate and communities core team, and the ad hoc southern resident killer whale work group.
Okay. Assuming the language is accurate, you want to speak to your motion, Phil?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I think as we went through our discussion and deliberations this week with the ecosystem work group and the marine planning group, that there was a particularly with respect to the ad hoc climate and communities core team, that their recommendation was that they be decommissioned, that their work that they had been assigned by the council was completed. That same is true with the ad hoc southern resident killer whale work group, and then relative to the ad hoc climate scenarios investigation work group, that my understanding was that the ecosystem work group was going to assume continuation as appropriate with the tasks that work group had taken on. So that's my rationale for those three. In your situation summary, you'll see that there are 7 other ad hoc committees. A couple of those I could easily include in this motion, particularly the SAM TAC committee, but I elected to not move forward with any of the rest of those. We can further consider those at another time and decommission them as appropriate. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. And also, I should mention that Bob Dooley had his hand up for the second, and my apologies for not mentioning that earlier. But thank you for that, Phil. Further discussion on the motion? Or any discussion on the motion? Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. And I think with that, I'm going to turn to Mike Berger. Mike, how are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We're doing really well. Just a quick recap. Chair Gorelnik, regarding representatives to other forums, has appointed Ms. Corey Ridings to the Pacific Offshore Cetacean Take Reduction Team and reappointed Mr. Phil Anderson to the U.S. section of the Joint Management Committee for the U.S.-Canada Whiting Agreement, and council staff will get the appropriate letters and such going to make those appointments take hold. Regarding ad hoc committees, one minor correction, Chair Gorelnik appointed Ms. Liz Helmers to replace Travis Buck on the ad hoc ecosystem work group and appointed Steve Joner to represent the tribes on the ad hoc marine planning committee, and those appointments, we will get those in place. Additionally, the council passed a motion to appoint Mr. Philip Dion, pardon me on the spelling there earlier, to replace Derek Dapp, and we'll get that in place. And additionally, we've got changes to the COPs we just went through. I guess I would just ask for council staff's flexibility to correct any additional typos or grammatical errors in there, as I think I spotted one as we were doing the motion, but obviously not to change the intent of those changes regarding AB compositions, minority and majority reports, and alternates to the SSE. And then per that final motion, we will decommission those two ecosystem ad hoc work groups, as well as the ad hoc southern resident killer whale work group. So thank you. That was quite a bit to move through in a relatively short amount of time. And I think we are done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, and thanks everyone. And with that, I'm going to hand the gavel back to our chairman, Mark.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Very good job there. We have one last agenda item between us and concluding the meeting, and that, of course, is the meaty topic of future council meeting agenda and workload planning. We're going to take a 10-minute break before that happens. So we'll be back here at 2:46 and finish our business for the meeting. Thanks. Okay, welcome back. It's 2:46 and we'll get started on the last agenda item of the day. And I'll turn to Executive Director Chuck Tracy to get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, yes, we are here at the last agenda item. So this is future council meeting agenda and workload planning. It's intended for general planning for future council meetings, especially in regard to finalizing the proposed agenda for the November council meeting. That meeting is currently proposed as an in-person council session in Costa Mesa, California. You received in your advanced briefing book attachments 1 and 2, the year at a glance and the quick reference. We have since updated those with attachments 3 and 4 to reflect some of the activities that have taken place here over the course of the last week, and then a few other things. Again, November is currently proposed as a 5.5-day meeting. The agenda, quick reference agenda, includes a candidate agenda items box, which has items that are yet to be scheduled. If you look at the suite of potential agenda items in there, there's about 10 hours of time of potentially to be scheduled. However, looking at the quick reference, there's much less than that available to fit in. So we've got a little over an hour, about an hour, I guess, or so of floor time available. So there's going to have to be some attrition there. I'll walk you through these, in detail later, but just again, formatting wise, things that are new are underlined, things that have been eliminated have been struck out. Things that are shaded are candidates for rescheduling, either sometime later in the case of the quick reference agenda, but on the year at a glance, those shaded items could be moved in either direction. Some of them could be moved up or moved out. We've got a number of reports from our advisory bodies, some public comment to go through. But I also did want to, in addition to, really focusing on the typical, what's going to be on the November agenda item, I did want to touch on the venue for that and our options that are there. I also wanted to touch on another council meeting that we've got coming up, and that's October 12th, which is it's only a closed session, and its purpose is to interview the final candidates for the new executive director. Currently, that is scheduled to be in person in Foster City, California. Again, a one-day only meeting on October 12th. So I'd also like to have a little discussion about that and what expectations are, and find out people's thoughts on some things there. So I will be like to pick that up at some point during council discussion. So I think I'm going to pause there. I guess one other thing that we need to talk about is some priorities for advisory body workload considerations. So I think there's some interest in having some clarity on some things there, and I'm sure you'll hear about some of that under the advisory body statements as well. So I'm going to pause there to see if there's any questions. And then if not, then we can move ahead to the reports of management entities and advisory bodies. And I'm not seeing any. So Mr. Chair, back to you.
Great, thanks very much, Chuck. We have quite a list of reports, so we'll get started here with the SSC report. Dr. Galen Johnson.
Thank you. I will be reading agenda item E7A, the supplemental SSC report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The Scientific and Statistical Committee discussed workload planning and has the following updates to our June 2021 statement under this agenda item. The SSC recommends that the salmon methodology review in mid-October include time for the SSC Salmon Subcommittee to discuss their June 2021 report with the salmon technical team. The SSC recommends 3 groundfish workshop topics for next year to inform the best practices documents as described in agenda item C2A, Supplemental SSC Report 1. For this meeting. The SSC was informed of the request of the council to revisit the Sigma framework for Category 2 and Category 3 assessments, and the Groundfish Subcommittee will use the post-mortem meeting to discuss the approach and personnel needed if this task is undertaken. And there's also a matrix of our upcoming meetings that's attached. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you, Galen. Are there any questions? Yes. Chuck, followed by Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Galen. Just a question. I know we selected some methodology review topics earlier in this meeting. I was wondering, I hadn't seen anything on your schedule about when that might occur, when those might occur, or more importantly, from my perspective, I guess, is when the council might expect to hear a report on those so that they could approve those for future use. If you have any thoughts or input on that at this time, if not, maybe just something for you to consider reporting on at the November meeting.
Is this for groundfish or for salmon, Mr. Tracy?
Groundfish.
Okay. No, as you have noticed, the groundfish subcommittee is fairly busy right now. And so the most thought that they've put into this is that it should happen in the future. I think they would like to get it done next year, but you know, where that's going to fit in also depends on the council's prioritization.
Thank you.
Frank?
I'm sorry, I'm juggling open windows here. So I just wanted to confirm, I think it's not directly in your report, but it has come up under other agenda items and raised by Kelly Ames. Confirm that the SSE plans to review and discuss the GMT report on the stock complex evaluations at the November meeting.
So I delegated the groundfish duties to Andre and John Budrick for this meeting. So when we discussed this as a group, we didn't really have any literature in hand. So definitely if the council wants us to look at the GMT report and review it in November, we can absolutely do that.
Okay, thank you. I think there's a high degree of interest, at least on NIMS's part, for that. So thank you.
Okay.
Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Galen. I guess maybe I'll start with, in light of Frank's question, I guess my understanding from that discussion was that, yes, it would be part of the activities for their October, the GMT's October meeting that then would be reviewed by the SSC and the Groundfish Subcommittee in November. But I guess that's my question. Is that council staff's understanding of where that left off?
Thank you, Mr. Remco. I think we're still, we've been having some conversations about this. And so I believe there was some discussion of this with the GMT. I believe that direction was given to the GMT to be able to have that available. So, but I'm not sure that I've got a really firm answer for you right now.
Thank you. And actually, that wasn't why I raised my hand, but I'm interested in what transpires there on the planning. My question really for Galen on the SSC report is about the SSC's recommendation that during the salmon methods review item, you discussed the June 2021 report with the STT. And I guess my question is, are you proposing to agendize that discussion, or is this just a discussion that you're looking to have to talk about process moving forward?
Sure. And I will note that we wrote our future meeting statement before the salmon methodology item was up on Saturday in front of the council. So we did not have the benefit of that discussion having already happened when writing this. I think there have been a lot of questions that have come up about, how much time certain things would take for the STT to do, how practical things might be. And so we saw having the discussion, face-to-face, or at least virtually face-to-face, as being a step towards being able to give council a more informed answer on this. And I think what was proposed as just having it in a future meeting item is fine, or having it agendized would be fine, just as long as there's some time to talk about how we would actually go about doing the things that we've proposed, and hearing from the STT about what their priorities are as well. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, yes, it does. Thank you. I'll follow up later in council discussion. Thank you.
Okay.
Further questions on the SSC report? Not seeing any other hands, so thank you very much, Galen. We'll hear now from the Groundfish management team. Joe Peterson.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and the members of the council, and all the members of the public that are still with us today, nearing the end of this meeting. So I'm Joe Peterson. I'm the Vice Chair of the Groundfish management team, and today I'm going to be reading to you from agenda item E7A, Groundfish management team report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The Groundfish management team reviewed the draft year to glance and draft November Pacific Fishery Management Council agenda, as well as the status of and ongoing work on groundfish items, and offers the following thoughts for council consideration. Fixed gear logbooks. The GMT reviewed the agenda item on fixed gear logbooks in the supplemental briefing book and received a briefing on report 2 from Ms. Keely Kent and Ms. Lynn Massey from the West Coast Region's Groundfish Branch, and Mr. Craig Russell from the Northwest Fishery Science Center. While there was no council action under this agenda item, the GMT supports the continued progress on fixed gear logbooks. Council discussion noted the lack of clarity on the sectors that this logbook requirement would apply to, specifically the salmon shoal fishery, particularly if retaining groundfish and fixed gear fishery trips that occur partially or wholly in state waters. The GMT also discussed other aspects of the logbook requirement that would benefit from further discussions, which should be considered when allocating future agenda time for this item. For example, self-reported effort and discard data would be helpful compared to no data, but fishery managers and scientists will need to consider which types of analysis can be used for self-reported data, as well as the degree to which uncertainty in self-reported data can be quantified for comparison with observer and electronic monitoring data. The GMT supports the recommendation of the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel to include engagement from industry throughout the West Coast in this continued development of the fixed gear logbook. The GMT looks forward to further discussions on the scope of this logbook requirement and how to maximize data collection to inform fisheries management. The November agenda. The GMT reiterates the desire to only be in person when the whole team can be in person. But due to differences in organizational strategy around COVID-19 travel restrictions, this is unlikely to happen in November of 2021. The team realizes the increased efficiencies that happen when we're in person and hopes that we can all safely be together soon. The GMT reviewed the draft November agenda included within the advanced briefing book and notes that this agenda item on fixed gear catch shares review is not included, but it should be. The regional best scientific information available framework item is currently shaded, which means it's a candidate for scheduling, and should be considered for the November agenda. Additionally, the agenda item to adopt stock assessments is currently shaded, but it must be put on the November agenda. If the stock assessment item is not included on the November agenda, the GMT will not be able to conduct our overwinter analysis, and the 2023-2024 biennial harvest specifications processes will be significantly delayed. Also, in November, the results of several groundfish agenda items are needed for subsequent agenda items, so the GMT requests the council be strategic when scheduling these items. Specifically, the GMT needs the results of the stock assessment agenda items to complete our report for 2023-2024 harvest specifications and the results of the 2023-2024 harvest specifications and preliminary approval for exempted fishing permits to complete calculations, tables, and a report for the management measures. In order to accomplish these tasks, the GMT requests the minimum of 24 hours between the conclusion of those informing agenda items and when the GMT reports will be due. As an example, EFPs are currently scheduled to conclude mid-morning Friday, November 19th, to give the GMT adequate time to complete calculations, populate tables, and complete our report. The biennial harvest management measures agenda item should be scheduled no earlier than Sunday, November 21. Allowing that time will facilitate the GMT being able to complete the necessary work and reduce the potential errors. Fall meetings outside of the council meetings. Members of the GMT will be participating in many meetings that are outside of the council, and they're included in the following bullets. The stock assessment mop-up review panel, that's September 29th to 30th. There's a GMT work session, that's October 18th to 22nd. The annual PACFIN meeting, multiple members of the GMT will be attending that meeting from October 27th to 28th. The RecFin Technical Committee meeting, which is November 30th to December 1st, and the International Halibut Commission interim meeting, which is November 30th to December 1st. Scientific and Statistical Committee proposed workshops. The SSC is proposing 3 workshops to look at 1, conducting nearshore remotely operated vehicle surveys and using ROV data and stock assessments. 2, developing methods for constructing abundance indices based on hook and line surveys. And 3, exploring approaches to deal with large closed areas and other spatial issues in stock assessments. The GMT sees merit in all of these workshops and anticipates participating in these workshops when scheduled. GMT engagement with non-groundfish agenda items. The GMT was heavily engaged with high workload groundfish items at this meeting, including an emergency rule agenda item added during this meeting, and had limited time to engage in the marine planning agenda item in the detail necessary to provide a comprehensive analytical statement. Noting the importance of marine planning to fisheries and fisheries participants, the GMT requests specific council direction as to whether future groundfish engagement is expected from the GMT directly, or if this role responsibility will be filled by the Marine Planning Committee. Similarly, the GMT schedule did not allow for a detailed review of materials related to the 2 ecosystem agenda items at this meeting, nor for any substantive discussion, which resulted in no reports being submitted. If the GMT is expected to provide feedback on ecosystem topics and other non-groundfish fishery management plan agenda items, the council will need to prioritize those for the GMT relative to our competing groundfish workload. Year at a glance. The GMT has created a year at a glance focused only on the GMT's workload at each meeting and notes that there are currently 6 items in red italics that have not yet been placed on the council year at a glance. The GMT proposes to the council our strategized placement of those items onto the GMT year at a glance from the lens of the current GMT workload in Table 1 of Appendix 1 of this report. The GMT hopes that the council will use this tool to help guide the placement of items that have already been prioritized by the council. The GMT will update this attachment as appropriate when or if the council prioritizes new groundfish workload items. And important note, As an important note, the year-to-glance does not prioritize anything on the workload and new management measures prioritization list. The GMT notes that the Sablefish gear switching final preferred alternative is not on either the GMT focused or the council year-to-glance, and we propose that it be taken up in November 2020 in the November 2020 meeting. The GMT hopes this tool is helpful for the council and would appreciate any feedback on improving this tool or providing other resources to support prioritizing and scheduling of Groundfish agenda items. Lastly, scheduling the emergency rule agenda item at this meeting. The GMT appreciates the timing of the council scheduling the Sablefish emergency rule agenda item at this council meeting. The council's decision on day one to add this agenda item later in the week provided the GMT with additional time to consult with National Marine Fisheries Service, discuss with the GAP, and conduct an analysis and report writing, while also balancing our work on other agenda items. This is preferable to having several days of uncertainty, as has been the case with previous emergency rule requests. The GMT hopes that if future emergency rule requests come forward, the same timing will be used to help ensure that the team provides the highest quality report as possible. And then if you scroll down within the document, as I had indicated above, we have attached Appendix 1, which is a GMT view of Groundfish workload items the council could choose to schedule in future meetings. And with that, I will attempt to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Joe, for that detailed report. Let me see if there are any questions from council members. Frank Lockhart.
Again, sorry, juggling too many windows. First of all, thank you, Joe. Another excellent report from the GMT. And I'm going to ask a similar question that I asked the SSC. So I just wanted to confirm that the GMT plans to complete the stock complex evaluation. This was the one that was raised by the SSC and requested by NIMS under C8 at their October meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Frank, and through the chair. So the GMT, we have already had multiple discussions on stock complexes and the extent of procedures for managing species, especially those which may be under rebuilding plans that make up part of a complex. Our understanding is the council will be able to take action and choose a pathway forward with how the council wants to manage these stocks. There's merits for both keeping them within a complex or breaking them out. So in short, currently at the October GMT work session, we don't have a finalized agenda, but this specific item is one that is definitely on our list of a high priority to put on that agenda. That agenda should be coming out the last week of this month. And I would expect to see that on the agenda. And definitely, you know, at the October meeting, we would encourage, you know, NIMS members of the public to participate, you know, in the process and guide us in the correct way to make a meaningful analysis, which is something that the council will be able to use to inform their decisions.
Thank you, Joe.
Any other questions of the GMT? Thank you, Joe. We'll now hear from the GAP, Dan Waldeck. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Gorelnik. Dan Waldeck with the GAP. I'll be reading agenda item E7A, Supplemental GAP Report, September 2021. The GAP reviewed the items under this agenda item and offers the following comments. Recognizing the November groundfish workload will be significant, the GAP suggests council staff work with the GMT and GAP to schedule virtual meetings ahead of the November council session to review information and prepare preliminary comments regarding heavy workload issues. The GAP remains flexible and prepared to attend a half or one-day meeting prior to its regularly scheduled November meeting if necessary. To the November 2021 council agenda. Referencing that agenda, the GAP recommends adding the limited entry fixed gear sablefish tier fishery 5-year review program review to the November agenda. The GAP understands council staff has already put this on the agenda. The GAP highlights this is an important issue to move forward. Moreover, we understand that additional topics such as changing the season ending date may be incorporated into this review. Number 2, unshading the stock assessment adoption topic for November. The MAPA panel meets after the September meeting, and the council will need to adopt the stock assessments in November so the 2023-2024 biennial harvest specifications and management measures process can move forward. Number 3, consider scheduling a placeholder for a marine planning committee item. Since BOEM is convening an Oregon Intergovernmental Task Force meeting in October, and the Grays Harbor Wind project may be open for public comments by November, additionally, NOAA is expected to make its final determinations regarding aquaculture opportunity areas before November. Council meetings in 2022. Referencing the preliminary year-at-a-glance calendar under this agenda item, the GAP recommends the following. Number 1, retain the LE fixed gear sablefish tier fishery 5-year review on the calendar because this is it's a mouthful and it's an important topic that should be addressed in a timely manner. Number 2, retain action to adopt a range of alternatives for the non-trawl RCA issue in November, then subsequently scheduling it for final action sometime in early 2022. Number 3, retain the at-sea utilization FPA on the March 2022 agenda. It is important to maintain momentum on this important topic to ensure implementation by May 1, 2023. Number 4, move the process forward for getting the Emily Platt EFP into regulation. The GAP is unclear how the council will proceed with moving the Emily Platt Yellowtail Rockfish Jig EFP into regulation or whether it is part of the non-trawl RCA process. Regardless, the GAP would like to see this continue to move forward in 2022. Number 5, shade the workload and new management measures item for all months except March 2022. New groundfish items come up regularly and can be incorporated into either ongoing actions or by creating separate actions. This item can be unshaded and placed on the agenda if the need arises during future workload discussions. Number 6, add fixed gear logbooks to the agenda in June or September. The GAP expects more information and workshops to be held so this program can be implemented at the start of 2022. Number 7, move the Whiting Treaty implementation agenda item from March to April, which should better align with the U.S.-Canada Hague Agreement decision-making process and schedule. Finally, number 8, add the gear switching agenda item to early 2022. Assuming the council chooses a range of alternatives at this meeting, at the time the GAP report was submitted, we did not know the outcome of the council discussion on gear switching. That ends the GAP report, and I'll answer questions as best I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for Dan? I'm not seeing any, Dan. Thanks very much.
You are welcome and good luck.
Thank you. We need it. We'll now hear from the CPSMT, Lorna Wargo. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. And before I proceed, I guess with your permission, I would offer to forgo reading the entire management team statement, as I think the recommended schedule changes we suggest have been captured already in the September 14th version of the November meeting agenda that's been posted, and that could be confusing if we're offering changes that have already largely been, I think, accomplished.
I think that's very wise. So why don't you just touch on topics that you feel need to be addressed, and maybe just briefly mention those that have been addressed just to make sure we capture that.
Okay, thank you. So regarding November 2021, the stock assessment prioritization agenda item has been scheduled, and it was reduced to 1 hour. And likewise, the methodology review has been removed since there was no request for a methodology review. The management categories is also on the schedule, and it remains on Saturday. So you'll see for CPS, there are 3 primary items on the Saturday. So we have stock assessment prioritization, the management categories. And I don't have that for, I think that captures it. The one remaining CPS item for November would fall on Monday under membership and council operating procedures. And we're just noting there that under this agenda item, the council will be considering changes to the council operating procedure number 9 to incorporate the CSNA framework, or the Central Subpopulation of Northern Anchovy framework. The council reviewed the framework in June 2021 and directed the CPSMT to develop language incorporating the framework into COP9, which we intend to provide for the advanced November briefing book. And then one remaining item, which does not show up on the council's year at a glance at this time, is the CPS Essential Fish Habitat, or EFH review, phase 2. At its April 2021 meeting, the council decided to proceed with phase 2 of the CPS EFH review. The next task is to provide an action plan to provide the scope of work, staffing, and tentative schedule to complete the work for phase 2. The CPSMT recognizes substantial new work with marine planning, council staffing changes, and the heavy dependence on the Southwest Fisheries Science Center expertise to accomplish some EFH review objectives. All contribute uncertainty related to scheduling this agenda item. The CPSMT will continue to work with council staff to determine the appropriate meeting for the council to schedule an agenda item to receive the action plan for their phase 2 review. And if I may, I'll back up. There was one piece related to management categories that I skipped in trying to be brief. And so I will read that additional paragraph that falls under the management categories bullet point. And that is, the CPSMT plans to provide a scoping report that will include proposed underlined strike through FMP text in the advanced November briefing book materials under this agenda item per the council motion in June 2019. At that time, the council asked the CPS management team to produce a revised CPS fishery management plan that removes the active and monitored management categories and instead provides individual descriptions of the management of each CPS stock. The council had tentatively scheduled to consider a draft fishery management plan revision at the June 2020 meeting. However, as the council is aware, that item was delayed. Thank you. That concludes the management team report.
Thank you very much, Lorna. Are there any questions? Thank you very much, Lorna, for your report.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from the salmon technical team. Michael Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be referring to agenda item E7A, Salmon Technical Team Report on Future Council Meeting Agenda and Workload Planning. The STT consists of 8 members representing tribal, state, and federal agencies. As noted in the Pacific Council roster, 2 positions are currently vacant: Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. As well as a 3rd vacancy, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, are anticipated as early as the new year. According to Council Operating Procedure 3, members are nominated by their agencies or organizations. Qualifications of the members are reviewed by the SSC, and council members are appointed by the council. This would require at least 1 council meeting to complete the nomination process for STT appointments. The annual STT workload for the salmon preseason process typically begins in December, with STT meetings in January and February, and full STT participation at the March and April council meetings. The states have provided capable and knowledgeable staff to fill these vacant positions in an unofficial capacity, which the STT greatly appreciates, but getting the STT back up to full permanent membership should be the priority. The STT understands that identifying and transitioning staff does take time, but hopes that the state agencies are able to provide nominees for council consideration as soon as possible, preferably in time for the November 2021 council meeting. That concludes our statement.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions on the STT statement? Thank you, Mike. We now will have a statement from the HMS management team. Steve Stows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be reading from agenda item E7A, Supplemental Team Report 1. The Highly Migratory Species Management Team reviewed the proposed scheduling of HMS agenda items on the Council's preliminary year-at-a-glance summary and offers the following comments for Council consideration. Assuming a hard caps agenda item in November, the team considered the need for some preliminary analysis to develop a final range of alternatives for adoption by the Council. Based on discussion at this meeting, the team interpretation of this assignment is to identify sub-options for closure periods described in the preliminary range of alternatives adopted during the June meeting, but not produce an in-depth analysis. The November 2021 meeting is timely for informing National Marine Fisheries Service workload planning for the upcoming year, as the swordfish management and monitoring plan is a useful tool for identifying Council priorities for the year at a glance. Additionally, it would be ideal from a workload perspective to avoid having the SMMP scheduled during meetings to consider a preliminary preferred alternative or final preferred alternative for hard caps, during which time the team would need to furnish the Council some detailed analyses. Given these considerations, refocusing SMMP discussions on identification of Council priorities for swordfish monitoring and management could serve the Council better. The team notes that in November 2019, the Council asked the team to provide more information and analysis on 3 topics of interest under the SMMP related to bycatch and bycatch mitigation in fisheries that supply swordfish to the U.S. West Coast. The team has made progress towards completing these tasks and could present the results to the Council in November. The team is concerned that continued delay of the SMMP agenda item would result in the information becoming out of date. The team had a discussion with Southwest Fisheries Science Center Management Strategy Evaluation Modeler Desiree Tomasi of a Shiny app under development to communicate the results of the Albacore MSC with stakeholders. The team plans to schedule a joint session with the HMS Advisory Panel members at the November 2021 Council meeting to provide an orientation to the app and solicit their suggestions on its further development and future implementation. The team recommendations include the Swordfish Management and Monitoring Plan as an HMS agenda item at the November 2021 Council meeting, and if the SMMP is rescheduled for a later meeting, avoid scheduling it at the same meeting as driftgillnet hard cap agenda items. That's our report. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thanks very much, Steve. Any questions for Steve? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Stows. Just as a memory refresher, Steve, could you give a quick example of what type of information is becoming out of date in the SMMP? What the team's worried about?
Well, Corey, we started working on this assignment some time ago, and we had made some headway to prepare to present it in November of 2020. And so we basically focused on 3 different tasks. One of them is to analyze areas of the where the Hawaii shallow set longline fishery operates outside of 200 miles to consider areas that could be used to authorize a future longline fishery. The second task has to do with analyzing sources of swordfish supply to the U.S. West Coast, including sort of imports. So the focus there is kind of comparing domestically caught and landed fish from our West Coast fisheries, as well as the Hawaii shallow set longline fishery, and then also looking at the 80% plus share of West Coast swordfish supply provided by imports. And then the third part of the task is to look at the conservation impacts of swordfish fisheries that provide supply to the West Coast, and that would include both the domestic sources as well as import sources.
Okay, very helpful memory refresh. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the management team? Thanks very much, Steve. We'll now have the HMSAS, Wayne Heikkila. I see you on the list.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. We'll be reading from agenda item E7A, Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel Report on Future Council Meeting Agenda and Workload Planning. As noted in our report under agenda item E1, Marine Planning, the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel recommends the council add an item to its November agenda to develop comments on the Coast Guard's Port Access Route Study, PARS. As noted in our aforementioned report, we are concerned that sufficient and practical access routes through the wind turbine areas may not be designated to accommodate fishing vessel transit. The PARS would be a mechanism for establishing standards coastwise in this regard. The Coast Guard has established a January 25th, 2022 deadline for the comments on PARS. The November 2021 council meeting would be the only opportunity to adopt comments aligned with this deadline. The HMSAS requests that the council schedule an opportunity to make comments on its November agenda, which would then be submitted to the Coast Guard prior to January 25th, 2022. And that's the end of the report.
Thank you very much, Wayne. Are there any questions of Wayne on the HMSAS report? Thank you, Wayne.
Okay, thank you.
We now have the EAS report. Scott McMullen, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Grillnick. Scott McMullen. I'm reading from the Supplemental EAS Report 1 for Agenda Item E7A, Future Council Meeting Agenda and Workload Planning. The EAS requests that ecosystem items be included in the September 2022 Council Agenda. Among other topics, this might include follow-up on the next steps in implementing the Climate and Communities Initiative. That concludes our report.
All right, thank you very much, Scott. Any questions for Scott? Thank you, Scott. And now we have the Enforcement Consultants Report, Captain Dan Chadwick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Jason Krause. I'm a lieutenant with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and a member of the Enforcement Consultants, and I'll be filling in for Mr. Chadwick. I'll be reading agenda item E7, Supplemental EC Report 1, September 2021, Enforcement Consultants Report on Future Council Meeting Agenda and Workload Planning. The enforcement consultants have reviewed the documents pertaining to agenda item E7, Future Council Meeting Agenda and Workload Planning, and have the following comments. The enforcement consultants noticed that the Tri-State Enforcement Report is a candidate for rescheduling in November and would like to propose submitting an informal written report instead of delaying the report further. The West Coast states have been busy over the last 2 years and would like to inform the council of some of the accomplishments. That concludes the enforcement consultants report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. Any questions on the enforcement consultants report? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. That completes all of our reports and takes us to public comment. The last I looked, there were 4 public commenters, and I don't recall the name for the first on the list, but there we have it. That's our list of commenters. So welcome, Teresa Labriola.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. This is Teresa Labriola representing Wild Oceans. I want to provide some comments today on future council meeting agenda and workload planning, specifically with regards to highly migratory species. In 2014, not as long ago as I said, the council explicitly supported testing alternative swordfish gear with a goal of utilizing a suite of more environmentally and economically sustainable gear types that can effectively target a healthy West Coast swordfish stock. This action was consistent with several goals of the HMSFMP, such as providing a long-term stable supply of high quality and locally caught swordfish, and minimizing bycatch, avoiding discards, and preventing adverse effects to endangered and protected species. On Saturday, to further this goal, the Council endorsed 2 exempted fishing permit applications to test short lines inside the EEZ to target swordfish and tuna. So as a next step, I'd like to talk to the Council about developing goals and objectives for exempted fishing permits in the highly migratory species fisheries, including what I call gear performance indicators. Basically, our EFP goals and objectives can define what a healthy, sustainable HMS gear would look like that we'd want to endorse in the future. And EFP gear performance indicators can help us track progress towards these goals. Developing precise aims and objectives for EFP gear can increase council clarity, transparency, and public participation. In HMS, I've been working in the HMS arena with the council since 2013, and we've seen a lot of conflict between constituents over gear, whether shallow set long lines or drift gill nets or deep set long lines or short lines, or even sometimes deep set buoy gear. And I see this as an opportunity to build some common ground among seemingly adverse parties by identifying what we're shooting for in our highly migratory species fisheries and describing how we will get there. Gear performance indicators can be developed to express our collective performance thresholds and requirements or expectations for a gear. They can include ecological, economic, and social factors. And for me, key ecological indicators would include avoidance of endangered species, the ability to target select species and minimize bycatch of finfish, sharks, and important recreational species, and the minimization of post-release mortality for species that are not kept. But other key factors of sustainable fisheries might include gear selectivity or minimizing impact on critical habitat. And I think this is ripe for a pretty fruitful conversation about our collective goals and values for future HMS fisheries. So I'd like to repeat an idea I had that continues to sort of evolve as I talk to people, and ask that you endorse development of goals and objectives for HMS EFPs, including gear performance indicators. As a first step, I might recommend tasking the management team with developing a set of goals for EFPs, and a beginning for this would be those that are already in our HMS FMP. And once reviewed by the HMSAS and the public and the council, and I think this is a very important to have this as a public process. The MT can prepare a list of ecological, social, and economic indicators and possible metrics for evaluating performance for the council and the public to consider. This could be agendized as a discrete project within the swordfish management and monitoring plan. I know that plan is often used by National Marine Fisheries Service to identify council priorities, but there's also, I leave it to the council to decide if that is the best place for it. The Swordfish Management and Monitoring Plan, just by its title, is discrete to swordfish, and I think this is an opportunity, and there's a need to not only consider swordfish as the target species here, and there would be a larger discussion of revamping the Swordfish Management and Monitoring Plan amongst council. For me, gear research is not about looking for a short-term solution to problems such as those that we faced in the driftgill net fishery over the past decades, but exploring a complement of alternatives for creating a sustainable, highly migratory species with minimal bycatch of all fully exploited, overexploited, depleted, or protected species for the long term, and that one that can support resilient fishing communities in the face of climate change. And I think this initiative can help us meet this goal. While I have the floor, I'll just point out 2 additional areas of interest in HMS. In March 2021, the council adopted a schedule for a highly migratory species essential fish habitat review. According to the schedule, the council was to consider the phase 2 report at this meeting, but I don't see EFH review on the year at a glance, and I'd ask the council to get an update on that. If there has been one and I missed it, I apologize, and to determine when it's best to bring this back. And finally, with regard to the Swordfish Management and Monitoring Plan, the management team prepared several informational reports in November 2019, or in response to the council's November 2019 council motion. And these information analyses don't require council action. Given the management team's concern that further delay will result in these reports and their efforts being out of date, I'd encourage the council to include these reports for review in the November 2021 agenda. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Teresa, for really bringing this idea up to the council. And I know that's a tough thing to do because it's an idea as opposed to like a full-blown, hey, this is where we think we're going. I do see merit in this for a variety of gear types and for a variety of species, not just swordfish. So I do agree that swordfish management and monitoring overall may not be the ultimate home for this. But I am wondering, because I know that we are talking about that particular agenda item, if it could be a kind of a laboratory for what that might look like for swordfish specifically, and then take, you know, what we learn from that process and apply it to other, you know, either other gear types within the management plan or within outside of that to other species. So just kind of wanting to get your thoughts on that. And if that could be a path forward to get people talking about this more, because it's an exciting opportunity to get stakeholders together.
Thank you, Ms. Svensson and Chair Gorelnik. I think, of course, the council could include this in the swordfish management and monitoring plan, and maybe as a initial brainstorming icebreaker session, if the council were to send the swordfish management and monitoring plan back to the AS and MT for further development, to task them with you know, considering EFP goals and objectives and performance indicators. I think that would be a good place for it to be discussed. I have some concerns that it could get lost within some of the other more contentious issues that tend to be in the swordfish management and monitoring plan. And I think this is an opportunity for common ground. But of course, that's a good place for initial brainstorming. And I thank you for recognizing that. I think this could be a pathway, sort of identify a pathway not only for swordfish fisheries, but other fisheries, and potentially to be used in other FMPs as EFPs may become more important part of our suite of fishery opportunities in the future.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Teresa, and thank you for letting me ask the question.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Krista. Thanks, Teresa. Any other questions for Teresa? Thank you, Teresa. Tara Brock, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Grolnick. Appreciate the opportunity to give a few comments here. My name, for the record, is Tara Brock with Oceana. I'll start with CPS and want to express our continued support for scoping an FMP amendment in November to remove the management categories. And we'd also like to see an option to include the new anchovy framework as part of that FMP amendment. We do have some concern about the management team coming forward with draft FMP amendment language at a scoping meeting that might predetermine sort of an outcome for how broad or how narrow that FMP amendment ends up being. So I'd like to see that to truly be a scoping meeting and allow the development of alternatives for what those management categories and the FMP management of those species ends up looking like. And just also want to ensure the council is prepared, as was noted in the MT report, to adopt changes to COP9 to establish a schedule for the anchovy framework, as was discussed at the previous meeting. On short belly rockfish, we would like to continue to see that move forward and a prohibition on directed fishing. Would like to see the groundfish management team develop a definition for directed fishing based on the analysis in their report under agenda item C8. So we'd like to see that move forward during the specs process, understanding there are some workload concerns, but finding a home for that and a path forward, I think, is an interest of many on the council. Moving to HMS, I did want to support what Ms. Labriola's comments were on developing goals and metrics for HMS EFPs. As we've heard, there's a lot of interest to test new gears, but would like to really hear what the council's goals are moving forward in those fisheries, and believe that the results of those EFPs and those goals and objectives could actually really inform a potential future plan for HMS and swordfish management. With that said, not sure that November is the appropriate time to take back up the swordfish management and monitoring plan for a broad discussion. That document is outdated at this point and would need a lot of work, I think, to bring up to current council priorities. But would like to see an opportunity for the HMS MT to bring forward the reports that they have been working on. So not sure how exactly to agendize all of that as a discussion, but wanted to bring that up given the workload associated with the hard cap agenda item for that team. And speaking of hard caps, we do support having a range of alternatives on the November agenda, with final action for either the following March or June. Did note that there was not any continued scheduling for that item beyond November. And so wanted to point that out so that the council could plan ahead for future action on that. With that, I will take any questions, and thanks again for the time. And thank you again to council staff and the council for the opportunity to participate virtually and all the work that's been done to keep these meetings going in really highly unusual circumstances. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Tara. John Ugoretz has his hand up. John?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Tara, for the comments. Both you and Ms. Labriola mentioned metrics for EFPs in highly migratory species. Is there a reason you are singling out highly migratory species for EFP performance metrics, or is that something you would see for all EFPs that the council reviews?
Thank you, Mr. Ugoretz, for that question. I think as Ms. Labriola, I don't want to speak for her, but as she did mention in her response to the question, that this could potentially be used for evaluating other EFPs, both looking at social, economic, and environmental performance of various testing of gears. But I think the focus on HMS is, of course, because we have seen in recent years a lot of discussion about the gears being used in that fishery, and excitement, I think, on behalf of the industry to test new gears, and making sure the council goes into evaluating those applications and the results with an objective set of goals and criteria. I hope that answers that question.
Thanks.
Any other questions of Tara? Tara, thanks very much. Melissa Mahoney, followed by Jeff Lackey.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. And if there's a thumping in the background, it's because someone's working on my roof. And so I apologize if there's a little extra noise. Good afternoon, Chair Gorelnik and members of the council. Melissa Mahoney with Environmental Defense Fund. And I wanted just to provide comments both as an HMS-AS member and as a GEMPAC member. So first off, with my HMS hat on, regarding the EFPs that moved forward during this meeting to test two novel types of short long line inside the EEZ. I just wanted to support the comments of my colleague, Teresa Labriola, in proposing an idea to think about performance indicators for these EFPs, since we're now, going beyond the deep set buoy gear EFPs, going into a couple different other types of longline EFPs, and just really thinking about a suite of performance indicators that will enable us to look at performance in a more standardized way. And based on the conversation that I'm hearing, I also don't exactly know how to agendize that, whether it lives as part of the swordfish monitoring plan and when that would be scheduled. So I leave that to you all to figure out, but I did just want to express my support for that idea. I think it's a really interesting idea. Secondly, with my GEMPAC hat on, now that the Groundfish EM regulatory program is likely to be delayed for another 2 years, I wanted to offer input on how the council might best ensure adequate progress to refine the EM regulatory policy, the funding mechanisms, and the program design during this next 2 years that we have time in which to do so. And I'm especially interested in how we can improve the collaborative working group process around the development of the EM program. So we currently have our GEMPAC and our GEMTAC group, which were formed several years ago. And in recent years, there's been varying degrees of participation. There's been variable productivity. There has been some tension going on, and it is based on some of what the issues at hand. And what I see that we are at a place where it's really a good moment for a reset of that committee and an examination of how a collaborative working group can work together to refine and do the work that we need to do to get Groundfish EM program on its feet in 2 years. So to that end, I'd like to see the council schedule the following tasks for November. And that would be to have, as part of your closed session meeting, a deep examination of the GEMPAC and TAC structure and makeup, and to really understand what it might take to recreate or refine the membership of that group, the leadership of that group, and what resources are needed to support it. And then also going forward, asking NIMS to include an EM section in their Groundfish report to update the council on any progress around the EFPs or the funding. I know there's some questions about how video review will be funded in 2022. And then beyond, there's a long-term strategy that many of us are working on, but I just see having a EM agenda item is another addition, but maybe just having an EM section as part of the NIMS report going forward might be a good way just to make sure that progress is being made and there's good communication there. And then I would ask, depending on how that closed session goes for examining the GEMTAC, that in March of 2022, under administrative matters, to announce what the council has decided around the GEMPAC, possibly earlier if you do come to some decisions around that, and defining also a process for how this council will coordinate with the North Pacific Council's Trawl EM committee. And I know a lot of folks are already talking about that. There already is some cross coordination. We have members of our industry down here that are involved up there. So I think just some side conversations might really help with that. And then I believe in April of 2022, there will be a cost recovery report and review to help determine the long-term ability of cost recovery to fund video review, either partially or fully. So hoping to see that scheduled for April. And I think I will leave it there. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melissa. Any questions of Melissa on her public comment and the specific request you made? Thank you, Melissa. Jeff Lackey, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Chair Gorelnik, members of the council. My name is Jeff Lackey. I support the gap statement on future workload planning and Melissa Mahoney's comments on electronic monitoring. I wish to speak on to how 3 items on the agenda over the next year could be looked at as somewhat interconnected. Those items are harvest specs, gear switching, and limited entry fixed gear tier program review. For specs, sablefish ACLs will be going up significantly starting in 2023. For the tier fishery, program enhancements and mechanisms that could increase flow of quota for leasing and thereby attainment could be explored, such as divisible quota and increasing the tier permit cap. For gear switching, the vast majority of fixed gear attainment is from leased quota, and there are potential restrictions moving forward. If leasing could be made more flexible for improved attainment in the tier fishery, at the same time that ACLs are substantially going up, and at that same time that limitations are put in place on gear switching that significantly curtail leasing for fixed gear, then there could be the following 3 benefits. First, higher capacity to achieve OY in the trawl fishery. Second, a very low gear switching administrative burden. Third, improved attainment in the tier fishery by allowing an easier flow of quota while taking advantage of the increased ACLs. Communities could benefit from both the resulting trawl and fixed gear program modifications. This is the suggestion to consider when looking at the upcoming year schedule, and that concludes my remarks.
All right, thanks very much, Jeff. Are there any questions of Jeff? I'm not seeing any. Jeff, thanks very much for your public comment, the last of our meeting. So that will now take us to council discussion and guidance on future meeting planning and November and future agendas. And so I'm going to turn this process over to Chuck at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just appreciate the comments we heard from our advisory bodies and the public. I've been taking some notes, so I'll address a few of those as we go forward. I guess I would like to just start with task 1 here, which is to firm up the November agenda, quick reference agenda. So I'll take that first, then work on the here at a glance a little bit, and then talk about some of the other logistics of our meetings after that. So to begin with, as I mentioned, there's about an hour of free time and about 10 hours of potential scheduling time. I'd like to take a little bit of a run at see if we can free up some more time before we start figuring out how to squeeze stuff in. So one thing I've heard in the advisory body reports was the suggestion that for Groundfish, the workload and new management measures, so that's G2 on your quick reference, that might be something that should be or could be postponed until March. So let me just start with that and see if there's any thoughts about that, any agreement or disagreement with that, see if that would free up another hour. Corey Niles.
I quickly agree. I think, and if Maggie and Marcy are in here, they can speak to it as well. But I believe we'll be talking management measures through the specs. So I would think we could leave it off this and come back to it per the gap suggestion in March, I believe it was.
Okay, anybody, Maggie?
No.
Go ahead, Maggie.
I could.
We're not really
concur.
getting you. You're cutting in and out. Let me just ask if
I
anybody.
agree with Corey.
Okay, we got that. All right, Marcy.
I agree with Corey too.
Okay. It sounds like we're in pretty good shape, so we're going to eliminate that from November. Okay. I guess I don't have any other fruit that's hanging quite that low. So maybe I'll just open it up a little bit and see if if people have any other ideas or suggestions of agenda items that we might do away with for November to free up a little time to see what else we can squeeze in. Marcy.
Sorry, my mute button is lagging. Just want to support the EC statement and their recommendation that they provide their update to us via an informational report. I know how much we all enjoy these annual updates. I really feel like we get a lot out of them. They really, I think, bring us closer together to our fisheries and our enforcement issues. But I certainly would appreciate the EC's attention on some of the other technical agenda items that are on the docket for November, namely the non-trawl RCA agenda item and the specifications. So I think they're going to be pretty busy, and their proposed solution here sounds great to me.
Okay, thanks. Yes, we've indicated that on supplemental attachment 4 already, so I think we're good there. Any other thoughts about anything that's currently scheduled? John.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm sorry, I'm not sure if it is now grayed out or on the schedule, but we heard about not scheduling swordfish monitoring and management in the same meeting as DGN hard caps. I would prefer to move forward and get a range of alternatives for DGN hard caps in November, and move the swordfish monitoring and management to March. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the monitoring and management plan that could maybe occur between now and March that won't occur between now and November. And I think it's important that we move forward on hard caps. We may have more information at the November meeting. We may not, but we can at least get that moving.
Okay, thanks. Karin.
I'd just like to support John's comments.
Okay. So I'm not hearing a lot more about what we can take off that is scheduled. So let's go ahead and move to the candidate item box, and recognizing we have about 2 hours. We have eliminated, it sounds like, the swordfish monitoring and management and monitoring plan. So we've got the candidates of standardized bycatch report for 1.5 hours, the regional operating agreement for half an hour, the regional BSIA framework for 1 hour, and a marine planning agenda item for 4 hours. So I guess right off the bat, maybe the next lowest hanging fruit is what about marine planning for 4 hours? Again, we've got two scheduled. I think there's some other items there that are definitely competing priorities. So, Karin, is your hand up again then?
It is.
Okay.
And I have a suggested approach for marine planning. It's kind of hybrid between taking it off the list and fully agendizing it. And it is a request for a much abbreviated time on the council floor in November. And if it so pleases, I'd be happy to describe that for consideration.
Please do.
So recognizing that we certainly don't have 4 hours in November, recognizing the time that we spent collectively on the floor for 4.5 hours this past Saturday, but much more feeding into that floor time. I've been in discussion and wanting to streamline that for November. I've been in discussion with a couple council members, with Carrie and co-chairs of the Marine Planning Committee, and think that for November, there are a couple of key issues to discuss, but that we could keep them within an hour timeframe with the following components. One is what I'm calling a calendar, which would be a brief list of the upcoming opportunities for engagement in marine planning processes, and designation for each of those opportunities to a specific advisory body as being lead on that item. And that designation would happen by council staff in preparation for the briefing book. And it would identify any actions that had happened since the last council meeting. So for example, between this meeting and November, there is an Oregon call area potential letter that we should talk about as well. If that happens, that would be just noted that it happened. The HMS-AS workload planning report today mentioned the PARS project from and comment opportunity from the U.S. Coast Guard. That could be listed, but in the marine planning item, it would be designated to be addressed by a specific advisory body or bodies, and council would have the opportunity to say yes or no, change the designation. So it would be kind of just a streamlining of, here are the opportunities, this is who we want to work on this item, and how we want that entity to work on it, whether it's a quick response letter after the fact or agendizing a future council agenda item. So that calendar would be provided and would be gone through briefly by council staff, and council would adjust it as desired. The other thing coming up in November is that NOAA is anticipating or signaling that they will be ready to release the spatial atlas for aquaculture opportunity areas, and we'll be looking for public comment for scoping for the EIS and comment on the areas. And it's possible that could be turned into a briefing webinar prior to the November council. And Carrie's working on that, as I understand it. And so a brief part of this 1 hour agenda item would be to give us the take homes from that briefing and provide a list of engagement opportunities for that, similar to what I just described for the calendar. So that would be it, with an eye to a lot of other input that we got from this council meeting on marine planning. And I'll hit on those. There's a concept about a policy paper. There are a lot of comments about roles and responsibilities for each of the ABs relative to marine planning, and workload questions and requests for guidance, particularly from the management teams, and the GMT's report in this agenda item specifically asked for guidance. While we don't have agreement yet from the council on answering that question, my suggestion would be that we proceed for the time being, asking the ABs to stand down unless we specifically ask them to engage. And really, I'm speaking about the management teams who are asking this question. So that's my suggested approach that I think could be done within an hour. It would be very constrained and have strong framework to it. I think would result in good outcomes on this topic for the council. Thanks.
Thanks, Karin. Any discussion on Karin's suggestion? Phil, your hand went up and then back down. There it is.
Yeah, I should probably have taken it down and left it down. Based on our experience so far with all of the things that are going on in the marine spatial planning world, I am doubtful we can have it on an agenda and do it in an hour.
Frank.
So I don't have comments on Karin's comments. I've got kind of a series of more general things. So I don't know if that's appropriate now or if you want to focus on Karin's comments now, or are we taking all comments?
I would say if there is some other comments on Karin's suggestion, let's hear them now. But I think before we make a decision, we should probably run through everything that's in that box. So if that's where you were going, Frank, that's fine. Let's just see if there's any more comments on Karin's suggestion before we get there. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. So question for Karin. We did have a bit of email discussion, but so Karin, is the idea that the council will just only take up those specific questions of who's the lead advisory body and process for commenting? Can you say that again? How you think? Yeah, of course, along the lines Phil's suggesting. So the council's questions would be really narrowed. Is that the idea, to keep it to a shorter time frame?
Through the director, yes, Corey, that is my suggestion, is that we anticipate that it is literally flagging opportunities for engagement, directing work towards ABs, since we haven't resolved those issues yet. And in this case, a quick briefing on aquaculture opportunity areas, which will be brand new and of great interest to the council.
Thanks, Pete.
Thanks, Chuck. I can't add any new process to this, but I want to state I really appreciate Karin's deep look into this and finding ways how to manage that discussion so we can constrain it to a specific time period, and certainly look forward to thinking about that in the future. But I agree with Phil that 1 hour is too short, especially listening to what we heard and looking into the marine planning crystal ball, all the things coming at us. I guess all I can say is I would rather see 4 hours of marine planning spread across 2 meetings and really working hard to keep the discussion or whatever work we do within that 2 hours than scheduling 1 hour or 2 hours at a meeting and it goes on for 3 or 4 like it did in this current meeting. That's just a disservice to the latter agenda items during that day where we feel rushed and try to tell people to be brief and hurry through our work. So managing it in a way, and it just may be a consistent thing on our agendas at each meeting because of the amount of work involved. Thanks.
Thanks, Pete. Let me let me jump in here real quick because I think I'd heard something different than what I thought I originally heard from Karin. So would this agenda item be looking at the calendar and making assignments to advisory bodies to follow up at some future date, or would it be the staff looking at a calendar, making the assignments for them to report on those items at the November council meeting? That's a question for
Thank you for the question. It's closer to the former. So the idea that I'm proposing is that that staff collect the list of upcoming opportunities, list them out, identify from their own knowledge which AB they would recommend to the council to assign that work to, and have a quick review of those opportunities and the staff assignment to the ABs for future work outside of the council floor work. So it would not be debate around those issues, but kind of a review and touch base with the council on what is happening behind the scenes.
Okay, so that is a little different than what I thought I originally heard. So to me, that portion of it really sounds like a workload planning issue. It's pretty much a matter of taking a look at what's coming up and assigning some advisory bodies or staff or whatever to work on it outside of the November council meeting. So for that portion, I kind of would expect that could occur under workload planning. So does that, I guess, for that portion, does that sound right, or is there more to it than that?
I think that it could be, but I think that there, as Pete and Phil have pointed out, I think that there are issues that are more programmatic associated with it. And so if it were to be partitioned as a marine planning discussion, that would be a place where some of that discussion could happen. So I am trying to envision a streamlined approach where we don't go over 3 hours of our floor time, but we make sure that we're keeping these opportunities elevated, and before the time that we have clear roles and responsibilities for ABs on tracking and addressing these issues for us, we have a touch point that's very clearly a marine planning discussion time period so that we can address it and keep everybody aligned.
Okay, thanks. Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. I guess the comment I have is I think my view of the marine planning agenda item and how it went this meeting was largely the voluminous reports by advisory panels and management teams and everybody else. And if what Karin is describing limits that to just maybe a couple reporting or none at all, but if that's a good thing. But I think the way I viewed it, a lot of our time was on those reports. And if this just prompts response from all of those panels, I don't know that we've gained anything. So I would, particularly when you think about the aquaculture thing that might be coming up too. So I'll stop there. But my question is this going to limit that response from the advisory panels on what they see in the briefing book?
That's a good question, Bob, and that's something I don't think that we've done in the past. So that would be breaking new ground if we were to restrict or direct that advisory bodies not put that on their agenda. I mean, I guess maybe that's not quite a good characterization, because there are times that we intentionally do not put things on every advisory body agenda because we don't want to get bogged down. So let me just jump in with the AOA Atlas. I will note that that's on the October CCC meeting agenda, so there might be an opportunity for at least something to come out of that discussion. Marcy.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Karen, for thinking about how we tackle November, recognizing that we've all acknowledged that it's a work in progress. I think I also want to acknowledge Pete's comments, and I think that, we really would not serve ourselves well scheduling a 4-hour marine planning item in November. I'm looking at the number of hours already scheduled and looking at how things went in September and feeling like we've gotten away from our plan to try to not cram too much on our agendas. And without the candidate box, it already looks crammed to me. So I'm growing uncomfortable with adding more candidate items anyway. I could support, something along the lines of a 1-hour agenda item, but it sounds like the AOA item will take most of that as it is. My thought would be that we find a way to get a report from the MPC to the council, but avoid taking reports from other ABs on any of the content. So I would envision a habitat committee like report where they provide us a summary of updates and make some recommendations to the council about timelines on projects and notices of availability and such, and where we might task the group or others with letter writing. But I feel like if, really all we can accommodate with the schedule is a report from the MPC and then the AOA presentation, if we intend to keep the timeline to an hour. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy. Okay, well, let's, I suggest we take a look at some of the other items in that box. And kind of see where it fit, where they all fit together. So we've got a standardized bycatch report for an hour and a half, the regional operating agreement for half an hour, and the BSIA framework preliminary for an hour. So I guess I'd like to hear people's thoughts about those. I know that there's some at least statutory deadline for one of those, and see how those stack up against a potential marine planning issue. Frank.
Thank you. So you want to limit to the candidate items, discussion to the candidate items right now?
Unless you have unless you're planning on moving something out of the scheduled agenda items to free up some more time.
Well, I guess I have just some other comments that are not right along that, but I can talk about the candidate items right now, and then I probably will ask to be recognized a little bit later as well. Okay. So I think I sympathize with what Marcy just said. We have a lot on our agenda, and I think I don't know if our comments are necessarily going to help that, but obviously we, given the discussion earlier today, we support keeping the standardized bycatch report on the agenda. I will note that maybe for the first time ever. I think our estimates of the time that this is going to take have been a little bit long for most of the council meetings. So maybe this can be done in an hour. I think the task before us is relatively straightforward in November. That presumes, of course, that there's no big issues that come up. Regardless, we'd like to kind of keep it on there. We would also like to see the regional operating agreement stay on the agenda. I do think 30 minutes is probably reasonable. I'm trying to remember exactly what the flexibility is under kind of administrative agenda item C5. If I'm wondering if it could be kind of put under there rather than a separate agenda item, that might not be possible. That's just an idea. And for the regional BSIA framework, I think our preliminary thought is keep it on there, but there might be some flexibility to schedule that later. With regards to the swordfish management and monitoring plan, I guess we had a little bit of confusion. Well, first of all, I'll say I think we support the HMSMT recommendations for including this as an agenda item at the November meeting. And I think John spoke to this and then Karin supported it. And I guess we were not quite sure if they were supporting the HMSMT recommendation or something else, but the HMSMT asked if this is going to be, if the SMMP is rescheduled for a later meeting, to avoid scheduling it at the same meeting as the drift gillnet hard cap agenda items. And that's from their report. And I think maybe we heard the opposite from John and Karin. So I'm not sure about that, but I'll just conclude by saying we support keeping the swordfish management and monitoring plan on the agenda for, well, putting it on the agenda for November. And I think I'll stop there because those are the comments on the candidate agenda items, but I do have some further comments once we go beyond this.
Thanks, Frank. So, so they do recommend. That's probably would have been a good question for them. They do recommend keeping it on the November agenda, but they also recommend not scheduling at the same time drift gillnet hard caps are on, and those are on the November agenda as well. So I'm not. That's a little bit confusing in their statement, but I'll let Karin and John speak to what I believe they heard, which was to delay swordfish management and monitoring plan until March. Phil, I'll just keep the order going here.
I think it would be important to complete the regional operating agreement while you're still in your seat, Chuck. You've been a big part of that agreement. And so I would think it would be important for that to be completed before your departure. And then I just have more of a general question, maybe for all of us. Are we serious about a 5.5 day meeting? And are we serious about having 8-hour days?
I'd heard that. I didn't quite hear that last phrase. Having a what?
Are we serious about holding our meeting, trying to have our meetings last 5.5 days? And are we serious about trying to have agenda items that equal an 8-hour day?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Karin.
Yeah, John's hand is up also, but I'll just say that my intent was to not have the SMMP on the November agenda, to put it in March. That is consistent with the team's request to not agendize them that plan with the DGN hard caps issue, but as you've already noted, they also asked for the SMMP to be agendized in November. So I think in offline discussions with some of the team members, I think there's some comfort, there's some ideas about what we might do between now and March to meet some of their concerns about getting some airtime on the SMMP while we start DGN in November.
Thanks. John?
Thanks. That's consistent with my view as well. I do think the team asked to have swordfish monitoring and management in November, but given that we are putting hard caps on November, I think we should move it. And I do think there's a lot of work that needs to be done before the council discusses that plan so that we actually have something to think about as opposed to trying to decide at the council on the floor what the plan is going to look like.
Thanks, Corey.
I agree with, I've seen some discussion. I think that's a good direction.
Okay. Well, there's a little bit of, I think, divergent opinions here. And I'm not advocating for this, but I did just want to point out that I think we came very close this council meeting to needing the BSIA framework to refer to. Turned out we didn't, or we haven't yet, but I don't want to, I guess I want to make sure council members recognize the importance of that. So maybe from Frank, I heard that maybe we could get away with an hour on the Bycatch report if it's pretty straightforward. I think we went through it fairly quickly today, although we didn't get too much into the details of what was being adopted. But in any event, we have about 2 hours or maybe a little less if we're going to stick with a 5.5-day meeting. And I guess we've heard advocation for the standardized bycatch report, the regional operating agreement, and a short marine planning agenda item. I guess I would say I am a little bit, I would be concerned about trying to do the AOA Atlas and anything else in an hour for marine planning. So it just seems like one or the other would probably be doable in an hour from my perspective. Corey.
Thanks, Chuck. I guess I'm curious to hear what Frank's going to say, and my comment would be a question, and I'm sure people are going to say we talked about this 5 times already, but on looking at the G8, the fixed gear program review, one, I'm wondering, I'm sure we've pushed that, we've kicked that down the road, but I think we've been hearing, and I don't want to presume not hearing more after seeing analysis, but is the one, there's not too many priorities for changes, and primary season extension being one, but just putting that out there as, and yeah, kind of a question for Frank. And to me, that seems more of a possibility for, if it's possible, to push down the line. It seems like that fishery works well. Excuse me, I'll stop.
Yeah, thanks, Frank.
Sorry, it really is a challenge juggling multiple windows. I'll stop saying that. Otherwise, Mark might yell at me. So anyway, I think, we are going to have to juggle something. And so maybe, can I confirm you're asking is it the Sunday G8 agenda item, if that can be delayed to some future date? Is that the question, Corey?
Yes, sir.
If you will allow me to, I'm asking staff to let me know about that. I guess from what I know right now, that potentially that can be done. And yes, I just got the confirmation that, yeah, we think that could potentially be delayed to free up some time on the agenda. And then I don't know if I can continue on other things, but I am kind of changing the direction a little bit. So if you want to close that out, I'm happy to wait.
Well, if people are in agreement with that, again, I think, finding out what space we can open up is important. So that's a 3-hour window. So how do other people feel about that? Are there any concerns with that? Maggie? Oh, sorry, Corey, you were up first.
Well, there are just two parts of the question, but thank you, Frank, for that. But the other one, I think the only thing that's going to be the main issue will be the scoping for the season extension, and that wouldn't take 3 hours was the other question. So if not taking it off at all, does it really need to be 3 hours?
So, Corey, so you're suggesting that perhaps replacing the fixed gear program review with scoping for a season extension?
Excuse me, I'm rushing here, so I'm maybe not articulating. No, that's what my understanding, what I've heard, would be the main issue we talk about during the review or coming out of the review. And I don't think there's much of a chance we're going to get to a season extension permanently for 2022. So if, again, the fishery's working well, so I think the review could be put off. But to the second, it would be just the one issue we've heard about that people are interested in coming out of the review would be that season extension, like no other major changes to the program. So I guess I would pose to others if there are other views on pushing it off longer. But then if they want to keep it, then does it really need to be 3 hours was how I would frame the question.
Well, I think if it's a review of the program, then I think it would have to be more than that one topic. So I think of it if it is it's a catch share program review. So I think there's, the people need an opportunity to identify other issues and suggest other solutions and other processes to address those. So, I guess that's my thought about the review itself. So maybe I'll stop there. And Marcy, go ahead.
Sorry, Chuck and Corey. I had another comment about a different item, but I don't want to cut off discussion on the fixed gear program review. I guess it's really a question. I'm looking at Groundfish G5, the EFP item, preliminary approval. I'm just curious how that's slated for only 1 hour. I remember very well thinking back to almost 2 years now to this agenda item and thinking, listening to Pete talk about how important it is for us to be able to not feel rushed and go through the content. I think we reviewed 6 EFPs on a preliminary basis, and it was rushed, and those reviews take a lot of work, and we want to get it right because we don't see them again for, I think, another, until April. So a lot has to be done in this agenda item to get things on course for final adoption. So I guess I'm just curious if 1 hour is adequate. Thanks.
Thanks, Marcy. I would have to defer that to someone more knowledgeable about it than I am. So, Frank.
Just closing out one other item. First of all, I wanted to thank John and Karen for the comment, clarifying the comments on the SMMP. So I think we're okay with it being pushed off from November, but just wanted to confirm that that would put it at least as tentatively on the March agenda. We would like it to be on the March agenda, at least as a first pass, and we can continue that discussion at the November meeting.
Yeah, we'll put it in March. Do you have more, Frank?
I guess I'm kind of moving on to other things beyond the candidate agenda items. So let me know when you're ready for that.
Well, I think we might as well get it all out there on the floor so we can weigh the consequences of each one.
Okay. Well, then, to kind of close out this issue that I brought up with the SSC and the GMT, here's kind of what we're expecting. So at the October GMT meeting, we expect the GMT to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of stock complex performance. And this request is in response to the SSC report under agenda item C8 and is a requirement of the MSA and NS1. And this core work must be conducted under the biennial harvest specs and management measures process. And so we would then anticipate the GMT would prepare a report on their stock complex evaluations and any associated recommendations for the November briefing book. And then we request that the SSC would review the GMT report and provide guidance to the council with respect to to establishing those harvest specifications. Let's see. Sorry, I have a long list of things, and some of them have been taken care of and others have not. So let's see. With respect to Groundfish and electronic monitoring in November, NIMS would update the council under the NIMS report, and if we have any new information on the EM topic. We recommend that the council find time on the year at a glance to begin discussions on possible EM program changes either in March or April. Let's see. I'm trying to think. You know what? I have to confirm a couple of things. So maybe I'll stop there and ask if there's any questions, and then I can confirm if I have any further comments here. Apologize.
That's fine, Frank. Phil.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. Frank, I'm interested in pursuing just a little bit the testimony that Melissa provided under this agenda item, and in particular, how we're going to go about trying to constitute a collaborative working group to work our way through the outstanding issues that we have. And I'm wondering if National Marine Fisheries Service is planning on taking the lead on that, or whether you're looking to the council to do that, either through the GEM PAC or some new type of working group or newly constituted working group.
unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to come to or give you a final recommendation here. I think we're still having some discussions with various levels of NIMS, and also need to talk potentially with to make that potentially consistent with other regions as well. So I don't think I'm going to be able to answer that right now, but obviously those were some, we heard the comments from Melissa, and we'll get an answer as soon as we can, but I can't answer that right now.
Okay, well, let me just kind of pause here for a second and summarize where we're at. So we've had a suggestion that it could be possible to delay the limited entry fixed gear program review scoping. And I think not replace that with anything else related to that fishery. I've had a suggestion, so that's a 3-hour block. We've had a suggestion that the groundfish EFP 1 hour is not enough. So if we bumped that to 2 hours, that would give us a 2-hour block from limited entry fixed gear review, and another 2-hour block for what we had originally left over in the groundfish workload management measures. So that's essentially a 4-hour block. So Frank mentioned the stock complex issue coming up under the specs. So I guess the question is, we've got 2 hours there. Are we going to need more time than that to accommodate that? And then the other things, maybe we could get by with it 1 hour on SBRM instead of an hour and a half. And then ROA for 30 minutes, BSIA for an hour, and marine planning for at least 1 hour or maybe 2 if we keep it short. Hold on just a second. So John DeVore is suggesting we do the stock complexes under the management measures as opposed to the specs. So that would be G7 instead of G4. So Frank, let me ask you what, just in terms of where it belongs, and if we are going to need to add time to what we've have here in order to get that included in that process.
Sorry, I was conversing, if you will. I think we don't necessarily think that we need additional time, but I guess our first thought was that it seems most consistent with the specs, but I'm trying to think if putting it under management measure.
I'll tell you what, why don't we leave that for our council follow-up call next week, and we can decide where it goes, assuming that we and it sounds like it is going to be necessary to do. So why don't we leave that? We don't have to wrestle that to the ground here right now.
That sounds good.
Okay. So assuming we don't need more time for that. Again, I think we've got about 4 hours to work with, and those items I mentioned: SBRM, Regional Operating Agreement, BSIA framework, and marine planning to squeeze into those to that time. And then I'll just pause there. Maggie.
Thanks, Chuck. I'm going to weigh in on what is a very difficult one, I think, which is this limited entry fixed gear program review item. so far in our preliminary discussions of it and input from our advisory panel on this, certainly the season end date is the primary item that has been identified so far as potential action item coming out of that. But I don't feel like we've gotten far enough in the review to be firm in that conclusion. I'd be interested in hearing if others feel otherwise. I fully understand that is an important issue. I would love to be able to address it. I think that the November meeting is when we would need to start considering the tier season end date review if there was going to be any hope of getting it in place in permanent rule for the end of 2022. And I think we have such an overwhelming groundfish workload that I don't see being able to fit it in there. I don't think it's right to pull it out of the program review and put a more narrowly focused season extension consideration for permanent rule in its place. I do think that's jumping the queue of our groundfish prioritization items. And so I guess my recommendation, and I say this with much disappointment that we can't get it in then, would be to consider postponing taking up the fixed gear program review until a future meeting. I guess that would be agreeing with, now I've forgotten who made that suggestion, but I think we might be there and unable to take on that much groundfish workload at the November meeting.
Thanks. Hey, I believe that was Corey's suggestion, and I see his hand is up.
I can yield to Frank there. I think it was a close tie anyway.
Frank?
I wasn't going to talk about that, so if Corey's comments was on that, maybe he should go ahead.
Corey.
Well, thanks, Frank. And sorry to assume. Well, yes, Maggie, I think, well, and Frank, this would be a question for you all that you might not be, no heads up for, but I was just not seeing much of a possibility at all to get the season date extended by the end of 2022. I just didn't think that was possible given groundfish workload. But if I'm wrong in that assumption, I might change my mind. But so yeah, also a tough decision to move it down the road, but I'm not far. I see there's the scoping of the trawl program reviews in March, which is a whole nother matter, but moving this one to March would seem sensible if there's just no chance of getting the season date extended in 2022 by a permanent rule.
If I can, we think it's highly unlikely for that to be ready by the end of next year. So I think it's Corey's feeling about it or thoughts about it are correct.
Okay. Well, let me just ask before I call on anybody else if there's anybody who want to address that specific topic. Anybody opposed to moving that to March? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Chuck. I wanted to go back to the EM issue. And
okay, well, before you do that, I'm going to go ahead and move that. Suggest we move the limited entry fixed gear program review to March. Okay, seeing no objections, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of point a couple things out on this. I think we really need to think about, it was brought up, I think somebody said on the floor that 2 years is pretty quick, and it's going to be 2 years before we know it. And I'm trying to think of all the moving parts that may potentially come to us, notwithstanding moving through the collaborating with the North Pacific Council and understanding their methods and how that all intertwines. But ultimately, I think we're going to have a rule change to accommodate potentially if we are able to shift gears and do something with Pacific states like the North Pacific is is contemplating. So it backs that 2-year time period up pretty good for council action to get a rule change and to weave through those. And it seems like a pretty darn short timeline. And so I think we need to have some type of a planning meeting or something that's off the council thing to lay out a plan for council approval of how to approach this and how all the different moving parts. Part of it is funding, part of it is what headquarters is doing, part of it's what the collaborative effort Pacific States is in this, and there's a lot of moving parts. There's industry responsibilities, there's council responsibilities for rule changes, and I just think we have to have a roadmap to this and think about it in a holistic way, because if this rule change part of it is the crux, we're going to get to 2024 and not be prepared. And I think that just understanding that whole process and putting it on paper and doing it in a way that I guess I've always been in favor of coming to the council with not a problem, but a plan and help. And I think that can be done collaboratively in advance before the council has to try to noodle through all this and all the pieces and parts. So that's just a thought. And I think that needs to be done sooner than later, because it's never going to be easy to find agenda room to agendize all this stuff. So that's just my thoughts.
So so my question to you, Bob, is we're trying to do something here for November. So are you suggesting that should be considered as a potential priority for November council meeting?
I know people had mentioned it earlier about the EM and Melissa's comments and stuff, and that was the context I was using it. It might, I don't know what to say about that, because I don't know what can be done between now and November to achieve that goal and get some council direction on how to go forward on this, because it would seem like we're not far away from having to come up with a decision on how to change the rules and such. So that's all I'm thinking about. And if it applies to November, great. If it doesn't, maybe it's workload planning for November. I'm not sure, but I just wanted to bring it up. Thank you.
Okay, Frank.
So I guess going back to an earlier comment, NIMS will be giving an update on what, whatever, on what is happening with regards to EM. There are some internal discussions going on, and so we would update the council during the NIMS report. And then based on that, there could potentially be some discussion under future agenda planning on where to go. I don't think a full agenda item on EM is appropriate in November, but we think with just kind of the NIMS report update, as well as talking about it under a future agenda item, that probably would be sufficient at this time. So there's that suggestion. And then one other suggestion, if staff is noting that under CPS, there's the stock assessment prioritization. Potentially that could be moved. It's only an hour now, so it wouldn't save a whole lot of time, but potentially that could be moved to April, and because we already have stock assessments planned through 2023 is what I'm told. So that's a possibility to save some time there as well. And then my final comment is, I think if the fixed gear log agenda item stays on March, I think that's a good compromise from where we are right now. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Corey.
Just my comment was on the CPS, on Frank's CPS suggestion.
Go ahead.
Thanks. which would sound, I think it's okay by hearing from our management team folk. I say folks, we only have one folk, Lorna. But I just want to make a comment that the stock assessment prioritization and the management categories go hand in hand. To me, the management categories being the way that it's been, indirectly prioritized. So I'm wondering, yeah, I think that would be okay with the management categories, bringing that up. I understand what Frank said. There's the stock assessment schedule is set. So I'm concurring with that, but also drawing that connection. So I think might have some, we won't be talking about specific stock and assessment and when, but that category, I think we can get the discussion into that I3, but probably driving the management team, not pleasing them at least with those comments, but I would support Frank's suggestion.
Thanks, Corey. Any other thoughts about the CPS stock assessment prioritization suggestion? John.
Thanks. I would support that as well. We've got assessments planned out, so waiting on reprioritizing after that is fine.
I didn't make heads or tail delaying stock assessment prioritization for people. Okay. Corey, your hand's still up. Did you have another comment? No. So, all right. Well, I'm going to make it so then. Stock assessment prioritization has been moved to April. That, in my opinion, would, in my math anyway, would allow us for standardized bycatch report for an hour, regional operating agreement for half an hour, BSIA framework for an hour. That's 2.5. And I think would give us another 2 hours, or maybe a little bit more for marine planning. Yeah, so does that sound like a plan for folks? Anybody object to that?
I don't.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm going to call November good then. I'm going to touch, Maggie, go ahead.
Thanks, Chuck. I don't have any major changes for November, but just wanted to say I support the GMT's comments in their report. They had some suggestions on scheduling of their items to allow adequate time. They're asking for 24 hours between conclusion of one item and the report deadline for a related following item. And I just leave that all to staff and team chairs to work out. They and the GAP, I think, suggested there might be a need for a GMT meeting or potentially a joint GMT GAP meeting before November, whether that's immediately before a GMT work session on that Monday or earlier. Again, leave that to you guys to work out, but I just want to make sure that that doesn't get lost in the mix. And I know we'll probably circle back around to format for November, and I'm not going to get into that now. Just while I'm looking at the GMT report, I am reminded of that they called out a request to only be in person if they all can.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks. So I'm just going to touch real quick on the year at a glance and just let you know what I'm hoping to do. One thing I was appreciative of the GMT with their Groundfish year at a glance, and I would like to pencil in some of those topics that they and sort of the schedule they had. It's likely a lot of those would or might be shaded, I guess, depending on if there are any particular constraints. But in addition to that, the EFH Phase 2 for both CPS and HMS do not appear at all on the year at a glance. I would propose to put those in shaded so that there's at least a placeholder, and we can push them off or move them up as we see fit at the November meeting. I would include a non-trawl RCA agenda item in March or April, an EM agenda item in March or April. I will probably put a methodology review approval for a Groundfish methodology review in September, and also a placeholder for reports from the workshops that the SSC is going to conduct. We got a request for some ecosystem business in September. We typically do have that. So often we might have something on initiative updates or other business to do. The SSC subcommittee usually meets with the IEA team to talk about indicators and improvements to the IEA report. So we'll put something in September for that. So, and then something in April for anchovies, I think. I think we are expecting an anchovy assessment coming up. So I think we need to put a placeholder in for a report on that. So I hope I've got all that right and I didn't mess it up too badly, but that's what I'm planning to do for the year at a glance. If there's any comment on that or anything else that I should do, be happy to take your input. But Maggie.
Thanks, Chuck. I agree with that. It sounds good. I appreciate the GMTs that they provided, and I heard from my GMT folks that there is a mistake on it. In June 2022, they've got adopt stock assessments, and really that should be FPA for 2023-24 management measures.
Yes, actually I did notice that too. Okay. Krista.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. And thanks for laying all of that out. I also agree with that. I did want to talk for just a minute about or ask about a path for at least exploring the topic that Teresa Labriolette brought up today, and we heard support from others. As I mentioned, I think favorably about this. I think it would give council members the ability to evaluate with maybe a bit more specific criteria, but also it would give some stakeholders an idea of why we're choosing what we're doing. But importantly for EFP participants, really some clear metrics for what they should be including so that they're more likely to be able to get their EFP approved. So I'm not necessarily suggesting it go on. I certainly was not wanting to put it on November after hearing everybody talk about all of our needs, but am interested in furthering that conversation if other council members are also interested.
Thanks, Chris. Are you referring specifically to HMS EFPs, or are you talking more broadly about EFPs?
Well, originally it came up under HMS EFPs, and I don't know if we're kind of the laboratory for how this works. Hence the saying, hey, I'd like to hear other people's feedback. I do think that it would be very applicable for other FMPs as well. And sometimes it's nice to just know what the criteria is for everybody, but I don't necessarily want to be the one that uniformly makes that decision or recommendation. I would like to hear from others if they have thoughts on it.
Okay, thanks. Corey Ridings.
Hi, yeah, thanks, Chuck. Just wanted to say that I support what Krista just said, and I think that it could go either way, either as sort of, I like her idea of sort of a laboratory with HMS, but agree that this is something that all of our fisheries could benefit from. So thanks.
Well, I think I would, I guess if I was going to put it somewhere, we've got EFP preliminary recommendations in June for HMS. So that might be a place to talk about it. Okay. Not seeing anything else on the year at a glance. I think it's time to talk a little bit about our November council meeting. So let me just say that our plans have been that we would want to have at least the council meet in person. I will note that we, as I think I mentioned earlier today, or some point, that we do have some capability to allow some remote participation from council members. So unlike my suggestion for September, when we didn't know that we would have this solution in place, which was, council members would all need to be there. That would not be the case for this meeting. So that's, I guess, kind of, that's our default situation. Obviously, circumstances continue to change. In hindsight, I think obviously September being fully virtual was the correct decision. But we're still looking for our opportunities to get back together. So I think at this point, I'm interested in hearing what other council members have to say, what their thoughts are, what their willingness would be at this point, I guess, to consider traveling to Costa Mesa for a council meeting, recognizing that we would have an opportunity for some council members to participate remotely. If, on the other hand, I would not want to do something like that if there were not very many council members that were willing to go to Costa Mesa, to pack up the whole road show and go down there and have it be council staff and 2 or 3 council members is probably not worthwhile. So I want to just kind of see how you feel about that. And then secondly, if we were to do something like that, we would have to think about the advisory bodies. Again, I think we would be looking at having the advisory bodies meet virtually and not be in person. We had talked about whether to do that as we have for the last year and a half, kind of simultaneously with the council. Or we also talked about perhaps having them all meet a week prior to the council meeting. And that would allow, for one thing, it would allow council staff to be here at the office and conducting those meetings in a much tech-friendlier environment, I guess. So that was a thought. There's some advantages to that. Getting reports would be done much sooner, and ability for council members to digest those or other advisory bodies, that would be an advantage. The problem we see with that, or the main problem we see with that, is getting the briefing materials in on time, which we have not been as successful at as we would like, in terms of particularly getting agency reports in by the advanced briefing book. There's often a number of those that come in later, and if those advisory bodies need those reports to conduct their discussions and develop their statements, having them come in, a week and a half late means that they don't get a chance to look at them, or they don't get much time to look at them. So that's the downside to that second advisory body model. So I've kind of laid out some possibilities there. Interested in hearing what the council has to say about that. Frank.
So noting that guidance seems to be changing almost weekly now, but as of now, it most likely scenario is that only Ryan would be approved to attend, and it would be unlikely that we would be able to send any staff to advisory body meetings. So those would likely have to be, or NIMS would not be able to send staff to advisory body meetings. And so that's where we are right now. But again, guidance does change fairly often. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thanks again. We are not suggesting that the advisory bodies would meet in person at the November council meeting in any event. So, any other thoughts? Phil.
Thanks, Chuck. I have this thought for not only the November meeting, but the October meeting as well. I mean, this wave that we're in right now is as big or bigger than any of the waves that preceded it. The age groups that the most recent variants are attacking are much more widespread than previous variants. Our health systems are stretched to the brink, and in some cases beyond, in terms of being able to provide care for people that do get sick. And I want to get back together as soon as we can. I mean, this type of doing these virtually is far from ideal, but I just don't think risking people's health and if they do get sick, their ability to get care is worth it. Being together is not worth that risk. So that's where I am at this point. I don't know. I'm saddened that we're in this place now. I thought 6 or 8 months ago, I thought we would be in a place where we could be in Spokane right now. But there's just so much uncertainty about what's going to happen that it makes it really difficult, in my mind, to plan on being together, knowing what the risks to everybody that we're asking to travel is. And I just don't, in terms of having a part of us there and part of us not, I think the minute we start losing a portion of our group, the value of being together just melts away, in my view. So.
Thanks, Phil. John.
Thanks. I think I would just echo exactly what Phil just said. I too would prefer to meet in person. From a personal perspective, though, Phil is spot on. It's not worth risking anybody's health to hold these meetings in any manner. And so I wouldn't support doing something that might risk that. And from an agency perspective, I can't tell you what my travel rules are going to be tomorrow, let alone in 2 months. It's just, impossible to even give you an answer of what I'd be allowed to do. So I think for that reason, we should stay virtual. I've learned, and I think other people have learned, how to work in the virtual world with our staff, splitting us up from our staff, half virtual, half in person, might confound that dramatically, make things harder, not easier. I think, unfortunately, we should plan for virtual until everybody can be there in person.
Thanks, Butch.
The two previous speakers, I have to agree. Chuck, as much as I'd like to give you a big old bear hug on your last meeting and all that, and see everyone, this stuff is getting personal. Just 4 days ago, my grandkids and dad and mom were ripped out into emergency room to get tested because a coworker of my daughter-in-law's was sick. Putting our families, not just us, but putting our families through that when we get back, and who knows what we got in those germ factories of airports and airplanes, and I too miss everybody. That's makes this process, the best to meet in person and all that we do. But I just, for me, I won't be making the October one in person. I just don't want to put my family through that. So I vote for virtual for both meetings. And sorry to have to say that, because I was looking so forward to at least being able to be there in November for sure. So anyway, thank you, Chuck, and sorry for this whole mess. It's not getting any better.
Thank you, Butch. I'm not seeing any other hands. I'm not seeing a lot of, haven't heard any dissent in what we've heard here. So I think I'm probably resigned to that. I guess I would also note that our closed session in October to hold to select the final executive director is probably falls well into that same category, if not more so, given the proximity and time. So, but Krista and then Virgil.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chuck. I appreciate it. I am in the same mindset as everybody else that's spoken. I do want to just give a little bit of a personal point of view on the process of hiring somebody online. I was hired last year by Trimarine online. I didn't actually meet any of my employees or coworkers. I guess they're coworkers, for 10 months. And I finally went in 2 weeks, basically to the day before the June council meeting. And when I was in there, one of my colleagues tested positive and we all got sent home. I mean, I didn't even get to finish out my trip. So I came home, self-isolated for 2 days, did the PCR test, was fine. Came to the council meeting, obviously we're online, and it was fine. But it did cause me to ask at the last meeting about, hey, how do you do a hybrid or any of the rest of it? What happens if someone gets sick? And so I just want to give some credence to people that are concerned about traveling, that you're not alone in that. Like Butch, it happened to me, and but also that the hiring process online, there are some benefits of being able to see all of our reactions as well as the person's, where you might not when somebody's seated next to you. So thank you for the chance to speak on this.
Okay, thanks, Krista. Virgil.
Chuck, I'm certainly resigned to the full council meeting. I get it. I can share with you that I just learned that our peace officer standard training is going to shut down this session because of breakthrough COVID for folks that have been vaccinated. And there's been too many instances of both COVID and breakthrough. And so I tend to agree with, we don't know what's going on right now, and we need to do that. But the issue of the interview concerns me a lot. We have had a subcommittee, and certainly I trust and believe that those folks will do a fine job for us. But as if we do go virtual with the interview process, I believe we need to have video capability, not just auditory. And I think we're going to have some kind of less formal session with that gives us a chance to interact with each other in a thoughtful manner in maybe large and small groups just to talk about this thing. I don't know. I'm not a fan of online interviews. I've never found them to be satisfactory, either to be on or to be the recipient of or the interviewer. But at the same time, I recognize we've got to move forward. And if we have to do this, some creativity with both visual and social interaction for us to talk about this thing would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Virgil. Yeah, I'm sure I'll be talking about that with the selection committee. But I've had similar thoughts too. Karin.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with everything that's been said. I wanted to support Virgil's emphasis on video interaction for the closed session on October 12th. I think that's a necessary component, and support additional interaction. And I just reflect on ODFW's hiring policy, which does allow remote interviewing for positions, but before we actually seal the deal on hiring somebody, we have to have met them. And I think, at least for council staff, I think that's essential. So I'll leave it there, but support Virgil's suggestions on trying to create other opportunities for council members as well.
Thank you. Well, I don't want to I kind of do want to cut off discussions to a certain extent. I think the path forward is clear on both the October closed session and the November council meeting. So I don't think it bears hearing everybody's thoughts about that unless they're divergent. So if there's other opinions, I'd certainly like to hear that. However, I would note that there is an important holiday coming up that starts at sunset today. I do want to give people a chance to get home, and those that celebrate to be prepared. And so I do want to wrap this up. I think we've got the November agenda set. We've got some guidance for the year at a glance, and we've got a decision, I think, on the format of the 2 upcoming council meetings. So I'm going to pause right there and see if there's anything else that we need to talk about here today or not. I'm not seeing any. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Chuck. And thanks for being sensitive for those who observe this holiday. Let me see, having concluded this agenda item, I just want to see if there's anything else folks want to raise before I ask for a motion to adjourn. And I'm not seeing any hands. So I will look for a motion.
Corey Ridings.
Corey Ridings, would you care to make a motion? This is a good motion to break your phone.
I'm honored and happy to. I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second? Seconded by most everyone, but I'll call John Ugoretz. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Thanks so much.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thanks everyone for this marathon, for participating in this marathon meeting. I was hoping it would get easier as time goes on, but it doesn't seem to be going that way. So enjoy yourselves until our next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Bye all. Take care.
You.
Bye all. Take care.
Bye, everybody.